Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the Whatcom County Council meeting for December 6, 2016. Would clerk please call the roll?
Barbara Brenner,
Here.
Red Brown,
Here.
Barry Buchanan,
Here.
Todd Donovan,
Here.
Ken Mann,
Here.
Satpal Sidhu,
Here.
Carl Weimer.
Here. Thank you. Please rise and join me for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Couple of quick housekeeping notes. If you have your cell phone with you, please either turn it off or place it on vibrate. Also, there's chairs that have been set up out in the rotunda for overflow, but we ask that you do not bring those chairs inside the chambers as they will block emergency exits. So
2 chairs there.
people there are indicating they have 2 seats there. If people could do that, and then you can
Yeah.
come on down and have a seat.
Nice. That's good.
If you'll be handing out any paperwork tonight for either the public hearings or during open session, please make sure our clerk, I keep pointing here because I'm used to you being there, but you're over here now. So our clerk, Dana, is there, and we would have that for our records. First thing to report out is from the Committee of the Whole. First item was discussion regarding potential property acquisition for the Flood Control Zone District, and I think Mr. Brown has a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to propose a motion to authorise the County Executive acting on behalf of the Whatcom County Flood Control Zone District Board of Supervisors to execute an option agreement to purchase property as discussed in executive session.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. Next item was a special presentation and committee discussion on the proposed ordinance that we'll be having our public hearing on tonight. The amendments to the Whatcom County Comprehensive Plan and Whatcom County Code Title 15, Buildings and Construction, Title 20, Zoning, Title 21, Land Division Regulations, and Title 24, Health Code relating to water resources, and rescinding Ordinance 2016-048. We will be having a public hearing shortly on that. In fact, we'll be moving into that immediately after we approve minutes. Mr. Brown has asked that we withdraw item number 2, which is regular county council for July 26th. So we are considering the following minutes: Special Committee of the Whole afternoon meeting for June 28th, 2016. Yes, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chair, I'd like you to remove item 3 and vote on it separately.
Remove item 3.
And vote separately.
Okay.
Isn't item 2 the hearing?
What's that?
Isn't item, you said remove item 2. That's the
No,
hearing.
item 3.
Not item 2.
No, that item 3.
Oh, the
The
minutes.
minutes.
Yeah. And item 2 separately, because I want to abstain on that one.
So you want us
We want a separate vote on item 3.
separate
item-
vote on item 3
And item 2.
and item 2? Okay. That's withdrawn, actually.
On the minutes?
What's
Okay.
withdrawn, 2 or 3?
2 is withdrawn. 4 is removed for individual vote.
Okay.
4, Special Committee of the Whole for August 9th, 2016. 5, Regular County Council for August 9th, 2016. Special Committee of the Whole for September 27th, 2016. The Surface Water Work Session for October 18th, 2016. Special Committee of the Whole with Executive Session for October 25th, 2016. Regular County Council for October 25th, 2016. Special Committee of the Whole for October 27th, 2016. And the Board of Health for November 1st, 2016. And lastly, Special Committee of the Whole for November 1st, 2016. Could I get a motion for items 1 and 4 through 12?
I'll move approval.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Do we have any discussion or changes, deletions? Seeing none, all those in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. I would entertain a motion for item 3.
So moved.
We have a second?
I second that.
We have a motion and a second for item number 3, and that's Board of Health for August 2nd, 2016. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstained?
Abstain.
And you're abstaining.
Who?
No, I was gonna abstain, but.
Oh, you were number two.
So,
Okay, so that passes 6-0 with one abstention. Yes, Ms. Brenner?
Why was number 2 removed? Of the
That's up,
minutes?
Mr. Brown had a
Well, there
question.
just needs to be a correction to it, that's all.
Some corrections.
Okay, well, it'd be helpful if we had those done ahead with Jill before our meeting, because this stuff's been out for a while.
Okay, so prior to the public hearing, Councilmember Mann has got a resolution that he's going to read into the record.
Okay, sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I wanted to, I've sent this resolution around, and it has to do with the issue I think most of you are here for, the exempt well issue. And I thought it'd be helpful before the public hearing to have a vote on this resolution so that you would know what we think about this, because we have not been able to say anything really about it so far, certainly not as a unified voice over the last few weeks and months, and it's been a lot of litigation around it. So I tried to craft a resolution that would, in a very clear way, let you know where we stand, and also let the state legislature know where we stand and know what actions we think they are obligated to take on our behalf and your behalf to fix a problem that you're all aware of. So I'll read this into the record. This is proposed by consent. The county council agreed to put this on the agenda. So this is a resolution sending a letter to the state legislature requesting amendments to the Growth Management Act clarifying that counties can rely on Department of Ecology guidance for determining legal water availability. And it reads, whereas in 2012, a group of citizens and environmental groups known as Hearst et al. Challenged the Whatcom County Comprehensive Plan as it related to residential development and permit-exempt wells. And whereas in 2013, the Growth Management Hearings Board ruled in favor of Hearst et al. And whereas in 2013, Whatcom County appealed this ruling. And whereas in 2013, Whatcom County contracted with Van Ness Feldman LLP, who specialize in water rights, water law, and the Growth Management Act. And whereas the State Department of Ecology, Washington Association of Realtors, Washington Association of Counties, and other groups sided with Whatcom County and filed amicus briefs. And whereas in 2015, the State Appeals Court overturned the Growth Management Hearings Board. And whereas in 2015, Hearst et al. Appealed to the state Supreme Court. And whereas Whatcom County has spent hundreds of thousands of dollars in legal fees fighting Hearst et al. And whereas on October 6, 2016, the Washington State Supreme Court issued its decision, now known as the Hearst ruling. And whereas in response to the Hearst ruling, with unanimous advice from our legal staff, contract attorneys, and the administration, which includes people from both major political parties, the Whatcom County Council issued an emergency moratorium on building permits for properties relying on permit-exempt wells. And whereas hundreds of property owners suddenly have been denied building permits for properties they have lawfully subdivided, platted, and even begun infrastructure improvements. And whereas the Whatcom County Council believes that the Hearst decision is profoundly flawed, both in its legal reasoning and practical implications. And whereas with the Hearst decision, the state Supreme Court has caused devastating financial and emotional hardship for the people of Whatcom County. And whereas residential water withdrawals from permit-exempt wells represents a tiny fraction of water consumption in Whatcom County. And whereas Washington State and the Department of Ecology have sole responsibility for determining water availability, closing a basin, or issuing or interpreting water rights. And whereas, while the Hearst ruling impacts 29 counties planning under GMA, that's the Growth Management Act, Whatcom County is the only defendant in this case and is therefore uniquely vulnerable and subject to immediate review for compliance and subsequent state sanctions. And whereas half of Whatcom County's budget comes from state or federal grants and programs, and whereas the Whatcom County Council recognizes the precious value of clean and copious potable water, And whereas the Whatcom County Council will continue to engage all stakeholders to collaborate on issues of water quality and water quantity, and whereas the Whatcom County Council recognizes the financial and emotional impacts created by the environmental impacts, thank you, Ms. Brenner, created by conversion of resource lands to low-density residential sprawl, and whereas denying citizens their right to use permit-exempt water withdrawals to provide for their homes and families is an inappropriate strategy for preventing sprawl. And whereas the employees of Whatcom County are working hard to respond to Hearst without jeopardizing the legal or financial standing of Whatcom County government, and whereas we believe that a narrowly focused, nonpartisan amendment to the Growth Management Act can resolve this egregious misinterpretation by the state Supreme Court. I'm almost done. And whereas there have been productive meetings with the state legislature, there has been support from the Washington State Association of Counties and other groups, and meetings with local state legislators of both parties and of both chambers. And whereas the state legislature alone has the power to remedy this grievous error imposed by the Supreme Court. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Whatcom County Council will send a letter to the state legislature's Local Government Committee and Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee requesting urgent attention to this matter and requesting a rapid, narrowly focused, nonpartisan amendment to the Growth Management Act, clarifying that counties can rely on Department of Ecology guidance for determining legal water availability and restore the procedures in place before the Hearst ruling. The letter will be substantially similar to the letter sent to the legislature on December 1st, 2016 by the Washington State Association of Counties, Building Industry Association of Washington, Washington Association of Realtors, Washington Farm Bureau, and others. The letter will also request the legislature to adopt legislation to enable the seasonal storage of surplus water to mitigate fully the net consumptive impact of permit-exempt domestic wells proposal submitted by Councilmember Brown and provide sufficient funding for the pilot program as requested. We believe this proposal will provide immediate relief for our residents. The letter will be signed by the council chair on council letterhead. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Yes, Ms. Brenner?
I just wanted to add, there's a little piece in there that was added that's not in the red one.
Oh, sorry,
But that's
right.
okay. No. You said it. It's
Okay.
fine.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
I move approval.
And I would second that motion. Discussion? Mr. Weimer?
I'm going to vote against the resolution, not because I don't appreciate the sentiments and agree with a good part of it, but the problem we have with water in this county has been exacerbated by 20 years of ignoring that we have a problem and just moving forward without dealing with it. And this does nothing to actually improve the problem. It just kicks it back to the Department of Ecology, so we're in the same situation we were to begin with. By passing this without specific instructions with what we want from the legislature, we're ignoring tribal rights, we're ignoring in-stream flows that protect fish, we're ignoring senior water rights holders like the farmers, and we're not dealing with any of those issues to address them. So I'm going to vote against this, even though I certainly agree with probably 80 to 90% of the sentiment.
Ms. Brenner?
Well, I think it's really important that we stipulate, which I asked Councilmember Mann to do, and he put it in there, that we want the legislature to restore the understanding that Whatcom County and all the other counties have had for many decades about water law and what it means with exempt wells. And exempt wells are not causing the problem. They've been scapegoated. So I think it's important that we send something like this.
We appreciate your sentiment, but we really would like you to avoid applause or any reaction to any of the speakers as we enter our public hearing. People need to be able to feel safe in expressing their, their opinions on things. So we would kindly ask that you would refrain from doing that as we go into our public hearing.
And it's very loud up here when he does it, so we're getting punished.
Okay, Mr. Donovan.
Yeah, I have a question for Mr. Mann. One of the whereases is denying citizens their right to use permit-exempt water withdrawals. Are we declaring that they have that right in this resolution? I would appreciate that word maybe saying ability, and we can avoid declaring that we're giving people water rights. That's just going to perhaps complicate. As much as I don't think we can. If we could wave one and do that. So ability, we're trying to find a solution.
Okay, so you're questioning the use of the word right on that whereas on the second page?
Yeah, it sounds good, it's just not something I think
Okay,
we can
yeah.
do.
I didn't choose that word as any kind of legal statement, so I don't object to changing it. I mean, the message I was trying to send there is that, this whole lawsuit, I believe, derived from a land use group who opposes sprawl and conversion of resource and lands to development. So, yeah, that, and I just want to say, I don't believe that approaching it from the permit exempt water withdrawal angle is appropriate. So, yeah, the right, we can, if you want to change the word ability,
Yeah,
that's
propose an
fine.
amendment, and I'm proposing ways we can get people to use permit exempt wells, but I don't think we can call it a right, much as we might want to.
What's
You would
the verdict
entertain
there,
that one-word amendment.
Yeah, I'll let someone else propose a word.
Ability is the word I was proposing.
Like, right.
Ability?
Opportunity, I shouldn't respond to that.
We'll take a vote on the
Yeah.
word. Okay, Ms. Brenner, what did you think?
I like right. That's what we've had for many, many, many decades. And it was a right. It's not an inalienable right, but it's a right.
It is a right.
Yeah, I like that word.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyone else? I see your point, but I also don't think, I wasn't using it in like a legal,
Right.
I wasn't trying to set a precedent or anything. I don't think it'll be taken that way, so.
Yeah, I hope not. It looks all legally with that whereas there.
The legislate,
That's how all things.
I
the
know, I know.
legislature, hopefully, they have been working on this and they have been listening to us and Mr. Brown was down there, representatives from the administration have been down in Olympia working with folks, so I think they know our position on it and pretty much all the county's position on it is in alignment, so the state legislature, I think, will do what it's gonna do regardless of that. I don't think they'll be offended by that word. I'm cool, so let's leave it in there.
Mr. Sadoo?
I just wanted to highlight that this whole decision and its minuscule impact on their intended consequence they're looking for, preserving water, in-stream flows, all those things. This decision implementing does not really achieve that. Just to give you an example, first thing, there are about 12-some thousand exempt wells which are not covered by this decision, means they predate. Then if we look at the total number of, over the next 30 years, the exempt well application, people will need exempt well permits, is probably 7,000-8,000. And this is throughout the county for next 30 years. And it's determined that there is a 60-gallon consumptive water. Means if you use 150 gallons a day, you return 90% of that or whatever percent you pick. So if we look at 60 gallons a day for 8,000 wells, it's 500,000 gallons a day. If you see the in-stream flow for Nooksack is set at 1,900 cubic feet per second, or that's the more, but if you look at even average, so if you calculate, all you gain is 5 seconds of flow in Nooksack by doing all this. And then putting people through to spend $30,000 or more for remediation for 8,000 wells, $30,000 per well or per residence amounts to $240 million. So we are going to spend $240 million, not we means we making homeowners, landowners spend that to gain 5 seconds of Nooksack flow. I think that it is totally flawed for whatever we are trying to do, that it will help in-stream flows. There are very many ways where we can work together, just like we did with Drayton Harbor shellfish area. If we work together, we can find ways which will be much more effective, and people will gladly do that. So I don't see that this decision implementing it putting us through ringer for all of us. And we have to find a solution, which we don't have it today. We may have partial solutions, and we may have to work through another 6 months or a year to do it right unless legislature can fix it. But I am a little bit leery about legislature because once they decide, there are 39 counties. So there are 39 pulls and pressures and things to do for them to write a decision, which may not fit Whatcom County, exactly what we want, or other counties. So I think that we can have better resolutions of this issue of water in-stream flow. If that's the problem of in-stream flows, we can fix this. We have plenty of water. That's what I believe.
Mr. Weimer?
I'll pass.
You pass? Ms. Brenner?
Well, I appreciate Councilmember Sadoo's comments, but I don't concede that there's any impact on in-stream flows from the wells. You said small, but I just don't concede there's any. In fact, some of them are bringing water up from very deep, and it's going back into the streams and rivers and creeks, adding more flow, not less flow. So I don't agree with that.
Any other discussion on the resolution? Mr. Donovan?
Yeah, I'll support this, but I guess I kind of share some of Mr. Weimer's concerns that we're promising something here. It makes us feel good. We're depending on the legislature. The Senate bill, I don't think it offers that much hope. But, you know, I like the idea of putting pressure on the legislature. I think it's more important to do something about the interim ordinance. And this is kind of, it's not going to get where I think a lot of people are hoping it's going to get. And that's something we're going to have to deal with here. I got optimistic stuff I think we can do here in-house. But, no, if we're going to use words like telling people they have a right to a permit exempt well, even if that's just not the word you were looking for, it's sending that message. And I want to support it because I want to send the legislature a message to do something. But I think we got to be careful that the legislature's going to wave some magic wand and it's going to be fixed. It could take 6 months. It could take 2 legislative sessions. But even if they do it, you know, in one session, there's stuff we got to do in the near term much quicker than this sort of stuff. By that I mean, you know, here with that ordinance in-house.
Well, can I comment on that?
Yes, you may, Mr. Mann.
I've always been very reluctant to try and ask the legislature to do anything. And partly for the reasons that you're saying, but partly because I don't really like it when they come and tell us what to do. I don't really understand a lot of their procedures and what the pressures are on them, but in this particular case, you know, the Supreme Court has made a terrible mistake, and it requires a clarification, in my opinion, just a clarification of the act that the court is interpreting to at least remove the emergency crisis situation that families are feeling here in Whatcom County. I am not under an illusion or the delusion that some of these same groups might turn around and sue the Department of Ecology and ask them to do the same thing that we are being forced to do. And that's why I was really excited to include Councilmember Brown's idea and some of the ideas that you're talking about, Mr. Donovan, where and even Mr. Weimer alluded to it, we can't assume things will be like they were forever when it comes to water. There's definitely a lot of pressure at the state level to change the regime, the way it's currently working. And we need to be prepared for that, for whether it's water conservation, water mitigation. We need to be getting ahead of the problem. In this case, we were extremely far behind the problem because we never in a million years thought we were going to lose this case. I don't want to make that mistake again. So I do understand your point. Let's get out ahead of it and not assume that a Department of Ecology is always going to be on our side on these issues. So I hear what you're saying. For right now, I am so upset by the position that has put Whatcom County in and the position that has put people in. And I do believe the clearest path to solving it is a legislative fix. So that's where I'm coming from.
Well, I appreciate you getting that out there.
Mr. Brown?
For the benefit of some people who may not have been here in the previous sessions, I just thought it'd be useful to explain that we are forced to comply with the Growth Management Hearings Board. They govern what we do under the Growth Management Act. We are forced to comply with what the Supreme Court says. We are subservient to the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court of Washington State is subservient to the state legislature, and it's by getting the state legislature to act that we can change the rules that affect our ability to address this issue on a local basis.
Okay. Any other, Ms. Brenner?
I'm forced to reply again. The Supreme Court did not say we had to do a moratorium. It said we needed to show that the water is quality, quantity, and legally available. And I believe, just like some of the other counties did, by doing some of the things, like having wells be 500 feet away from each other, by having existing wells, the term existing wells, be as of the date of that decision. There's a whole bunch of things that I think we could have and should have done instead of the moratorium. And even though we can't do it now, the first thing, every county is interpreting things differently and doesn't know what they're doing any more than we do. And they're all, we were the ones who needed to request reconsideration from the state Supreme Court because we needed clarification. None of the other counties could have done it for us. And I did want us to do that, and that didn't happen. Nobody supported me on it. So we're here because we're here. And I don't think that means it had to be a moratorium.
Mr. Sadoo?
I just want to say that we do not want to put out wrong hopes of wrong information to the public, that the chances are 50-50. Like, we could have done this, we couldn't have done moratorium. Moratorium was not a decision which was our preference or we liked it or something. It was such a thing. We cannot say that, okay, let's keep giving them permits for another month, and then 6 months later you come back and say, oh, by the way, we made a mistake. I think that we should be very, very careful when we promote something which may not be really true, which in my mind it might be true, that I believe in that. But that is not what matters. It matters how we can prove molecule for molecule. And these decisions have not come in 2016. They go back to year 2000 or before, before 2016. We cannot just put our head in sand and say, nothing has happened, let's keep continuing to make you guys happy. And then, who's responsible? The public will come back and tell the council, were you stupid? Why didn't you guys knew that you should not be doing things like this? So where is the win? I think that's just hashing that is not the right thing. Okay, we took a chance of putting a 30 days or 60 days, a pause time to give staff the time. Staff didn't know what to do. Who should they approve? Who should they not approve? What conditions we should approve? So just allowing that time was not an enjoyment time to put you guys through this ringer. It was only time that, okay, let's make some sense out of that and put some information that we as a council can defend and the staff as employees can defend. That's the only thing it is. There is no pleasure in having moratoriums like that. Thank you.
Any further discussion on it, Mr. Weimer?
Yeah, one of the problems with this that I'm seeing is that it relies on the legislature, changing it so we can depend on the Department of Ecology's guidance. And I fully support that. I think this is Department of Ecology's job, and they ought to be doing this, and it shouldn't fall on all the counties and the expense that it creates for the counties. The problem is they have not been doing their job for decades, and the guidance they have out there doesn't pass a whole bunch of court decisions that have come down over the last few years. So basically what we're saying is we're going to rely on ecology guidance that we know is not legally can't stand the test. So I would like to offer an amendment to this under the first now therefore be it resolved, where it says clarifying that counties can rely on Department of Ecology guidance for determining legal water availability, and then add, and provide the Department of Ecology the necessary resources to create legally defensible guidance. Because if we're relying on stuff that's not legally defensible, we're just kicking the can down the road. So at least let's ask the legislature not only to give us that ability to rely on the Department of Ecology, but to give the ecology the resources they need to do their job.
Can you read that again?
Yeah, right after determining legal water availability, comma, and provide the Department of Ecology the necessary resources to create legally defensible guidance.
Well, that,
Friendly amendment.
I accept that as a friendly amendment because that seems, everything they do should be legally defensible, especially in something as complex and complicated as water law and water rights and everything else. So to me, that is, we shouldn't have to tell them to do that, but there's a lot of things we probably shouldn't have to tell them to do that we're doing right now. So I'm comfortable adding that language, but I imagine, well, if everyone else is, then yeah, I'll accept it as a friendly amendment and see what happens.
Any more discussion, Ms. Brenner?
That's not going to replace the part about bringing us back to the interpretation of water law for the last many decades? Okay.
Okay, any further discussion? No. Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. Now,
Now he's going to vote for it?
we will enter our public hearing. Audience members who signed up at the back of the room prior to the beginning of our meeting, you'll be called first and are asked to form lines on either side of the, yes.
Oh, yeah.
I don't,
Yeah, I'm not quite there yet.
It's okay.
do we even need it after that thing?
Anyway, audience members who signed up at the back of the room prior to the beginning of our meeting will be called first and asked please stand behind the signs. And if you were unable to sign up, don't worry, we will get to you, and you'll be asked to come forward at the end of it. Each speaker should state his or her name for the record, and will be given 3 minutes to address the council. The council staff will keep track of your time, and they'll give you a 30-second warning, and then they will tell you when your 3 minutes is up. So, the public hearing tonight is on an ordinance adopting interim amendments to the Whatcom County Comprehensive Plan and Whatcom County Code Title 15, Buildings and Construction, Title 20 Zoning, Title 21 Land Division Regulations, and Title 24 Health Code relating to water resources. And we will start with a staff report.
Good evening, Council. Mark Personius with the Planning Department. We're going to have a brief PowerPoint presentation for folks to kind of give a little bit of the background tonight about the issue, and a little bit of the specifics about what's in the interim ordinance proposed for adoption tonight, as well as a few steps, the next steps we have for going forward to address this issue and address these problems. Gary Davis of the Planning Department is going to lead that, and Gary Stoika with the Public Works Department will also assist. I just want to say a few words. What's basically on the agenda tonight, you have two options. The first hearing is for adoption of the interim ordinance. What the interim ordinance would do is lift the moratorium that's currently in place and identify all of the legal water sources that are available for rural development per the Supreme Court's decision as it stands today. It would fully implement the court's decision as it's been laid out. We do not think it is the final ordinance. We hope it is not the final ordinance. We intend it to be an incremental process as we move forward, as we identify the actions that we need to take and the issues that we need to address. We collect the data, we do the research on these problems and how to solve them. But it is a first step. The second option before you is to not adopt that ordinance, but to maintain the moratorium. So those are kind of the choices and why there are two public hearings on the agenda tonight. And I just want to say and iterate what council has already talked about. The Supreme Court decision has put us in a box, a pretty small box when it comes to providing legal water sources for folks to develop in the rural areas. So what the ordinance will do, and what Gary will talk about, is highlight what those options are. They're not going to be easy, but we have also identified steps, as well as asking the legislature for a better fix to this problem than the court has suggested. So, Gary?
Thank you. Gary Davis, Whatcom County Planning. Just briefly on the topics tonight, I want to give some legal background on the Supreme Court decision, how we got here, why we got here, and what the box is we're in. Some background information on the Nooksack rule and the Wyra area. The proposed interim ordinance, the main features, what it would do, and the next steps after going forward from here. Just to touch on the Supreme Court decision, they noted that Ecology's 1985 Nooksack rule establishes closures and in-stream flows in the Wyra 1 restricting new water right permits. They noted that Ecology and the county argued those restrictions did not apply to wells that are exempt from water right permitting rules. And to quote from the Supreme Court decision supporting the original hearings board decision, the board found that county policies result in water withdrawals from closed basins and senior in-stream flows that the record indicates drop below the minimum 100 days out of the year. The board properly held that this conflicts with the requirement placed on counties to protect water availability under the GMA. And they go on to say, the fact that the county's provisions are wholly consistent with Ecology's regulations does not by itself render them consistent with the GMA requirements. So to talk a little bit about the Wyra map and the closures is Gary Stoika from Public Works.
Thanks, Gary. Gary Stoika, Public Works Department. Yeah, the Supreme Court was pretty clear that they tied all of this decision to, from a regulatory perspective, to the Wyra 1 in-stream flow rule. And what I wanted to do is just show you a map here. Let me get my pointer. So Wyra 1, Water Resource Inventory 1, Area 1, is, it's known as the Nooksack Wyra. And this map kind of shows you what the regulations, where they apply. And you can see that it's kind of hard, this map didn't show up very well, but I'm kind of outlining the boundary here. And you can see that even though it's called the Nooksack in-stream flow rule, it really applies to a whole bunch of tributaries that flow into the Nooksack or are nearby. It's really essentially most of the county, except for the part where nobody lives, and the part around Lake Samish and a little bit in the upper Samish watershed. So that's the area that the rule applies to. The rule does a couple of things. It closes some of those basins completely and just says you can't withdraw any more water. It partially closes some of those basins, says you can't withdraw water during certain times of the year. And then it also assigns minimum flows to other stretches. And I wanted to show here a couple examples of what the flow regulations are. So I think when we're talking about closures, everybody understands if it says no more withdrawals, they can understand that part. But some of the basins are closed just when the in-stream flows are not being met. And this green line right here, so you got flow on this side, and this is calendar months. So this goes from October through the next year to the October 1 the next year. And the green line is the minimum in-stream flow level. And this is a couple of water years, 2008 and 2006. And so I know a lot of people would think that, boy, the stream flows, the low flow period is going to be in the summer when things are dry, and that is true. You can see down in here, we're not meeting the in-stream flows in here. But I wanted to show this diagram because it also shows that under the rule, there's lots of other times of the year, including November, December, January, February, March. You know, at different times of the year, those flows are not being met. And so the way you interpret that is if you put in a well and we're just going to rely on just pumping when you could pump, you would have to not be able to pump during these times of the year, depending on what the gauge is. So you can see there that it makes it pretty difficult under this rule to use a well if you need a source of water year-round, like most people will need a source of water year-round for their home. So I just wanted to show that. So I know one of the proposals that's been brought up is, well, can't you just store water during the winter and use that during the summer to mitigate or use that for your water? And you may be able to do that to mitigate for that, but you also have to keep in mind that by the ruling, you wouldn't be able to use water during any of these times either. So it doesn't mean that it would be impossible to do that, it just makes it much more difficult to do that. Here's another of the same thing showing flow for the Bertrand Creek. And when we think of these minimum flows, mostly we're focused on the Nooksack, but actually the in-stream flow rule has something like 40 individual in-stream flows. So if you lived on Bertrand Creek, you would also have the same flow requirements. And you can see way down here, you're not being met. That's in the summer. Also during some times of the year, even in the middle of winter, the flows are not being met, which is not something that most people think about. I just wanted to point that out to show how difficult it is to manage yourself within the rule. Other things that I wanted to point out was that here's an example of Bertrand I just showed you a minute ago. The way these in-stream flows rules work is that even if the Bertrand Creek was meeting its in-stream flow and you were near that, you would also have to meet the downstream flow, because if the Nooksack's not getting all its water, then even if the Bertrand is, you would still have to shut off during those times. Another thing to keep in mind is that surface water and groundwater basins might not coincide. So you can find a situation where you might be in what's called, your house might be in an area where you think you're outside of the Nooksack, but your groundwater might be coming from the Nooksack. So that's just another thing to keep in mind that makes things much more complicated. And of course, in order to issue a building permit, we have to have a year-round source of water. So under this rule, it's very difficult to meet that. I just wanted to say a couple things about exempt wells, legally speaking. Legally, it's the well that's not exempt, it's the withdrawal that's exempt. That's kind of important to keep in mind. And also that the well is, your withdrawal from the well is only exempt from permitting. It still has to follow all the other water law regulations. It just means you don't need a permit from ecology to use it. And unlike water rights, regular water rights, if you have a water right, your priority date would be the date that you put your application in. So if you had a water right that was from 1984, that would predate the in-stream flow rule and you'd be fine. However, you don't have a water right with an exempt well. You don't have a priority date with an exempt well. Your priority date comes the day you first use it. So this gets into the situation where you may have a well on a property and it's been there for 10 years, and now you go to build your house. You can say, well, my well predates the Supreme Court ruling. Well, in fact, since it's not the well, it's the actual withdrawal, that you would be subject to the new Supreme Court ruling, even for decades. And another thing to keep in mind is that although people think of an exempt well as your right to withdraw 5,000 gallons per day. What the law actually says is that you can withdraw up to 5,000 gallons per day without a permit. What your right is only what you use. So if you have a house that's been there for 20 years and you've been using, say, 400 gallons per day, you're fine. The Supreme Court ruling doesn't affect you. But if you want to add another use, like say I want to hook up my neighbor to my house, that's a new withdrawal, and then you can't, your water right is only for the 400 gallons you've been using. You can't add the other 4,600 and say, I'm going to spread that to my neighbors. So I just point these out because it just further restricts our, what people can do in order to work within this ruling. And I think we're going to hand this over to Gary.
Just a few more quotes from the Supreme Court decision before we get into the actual ordinance. The court said the county's comprehensive plan does not protect water availability because it allows permit-exempt appropriations to impede minimum flows. The GMA places the burden on counties to protect groundwater resources and requires counties to assure that water is both factually and legally available before issuing permits. And in order to comply with the GMA, counties must receive sufficient evidence of an adequate water supply from applicants for building permits and subdivisions before the county can authorize development. So these are the constraints we're working under here. The idea that we need to have people provide proof of adequate water supply in terms of being factually and legally available at the same time. So the main feature of the proposed amendments is a change in the health code, which deals with drinking water. And this is where applicants must demonstrate to the health department adequate water supply documented by the department's water availability notification. And that must be adequate in terms of quality, quantity, and legal availability. Right now, the water availability notification deals with only quality and quantity. In other words, the health department signs off on testing of the well for water quality and also the amount of quantity that's being pumped through the well. This would add the third requirement per the Supreme Court decision, also adding legal availability to our documentation prior permitting. So standards for legal availability, what makes it legally available? These are the options that we could put together based on the available law. Number one is to show a water right from ecology. Number two is for an applicant to provide a letter from a public water purveyor with adequate rights in order to supply water through a water association. Number three would be a rainwater catchment system that's approved by health, and health department has approved a few of those. Number four, a permit-exempt well is okay in an area that's not affected by the Nooksack rule, the area that Gary showed you on the map, and I'll show you a map of that per the Department of Ecology later on in the next slide. Number five, for permit-exempt wells in the affected area, either a hydrogeological study that would prove that there's not an impairment of a senior water right or in-stream flow, and if there is an impairment, then a mitigation plan prepared by a hydrogeologist if an impairment is found. This is the area that's not affected, and obviously we're talking about Point Roberts, we're talking about Lummi Island, Eliza Island, as well as the Samish River basins in the southern part of the county. The rest, ecology believes, are potentially connected with the in-stream flows in the Nooksack Basin and would require those extra levels of proof that there is not continuity. In the Title 20 zoning code, this ordinance would add a definition of adequate water supply, and that would mean a adequate water supply to serve land use associated with project permit in terms of quality, quantity, and legal availability. And again, that ties back to those 3 items that are required in the water availability notification in the health code. And the proposed amendments for Title 15, Title 20, and Title 21, those would tie to the definition of adequate water that I just showed in the zoning code 2097-451. So the next steps, where we go from here, if the interim ordinance is adopted, it's interim, and it would only be in effect until June 6th or until a new ordinance is adopted that replaces it. In the meantime, we would explore vesting options for people at various stages in the process, as was mentioned before. Talking about putting together a multi-stakeholder workshop to discuss some of the options. Some of those options might look at studying water supply and in-stream flow solutions, public and private mitigation options, and working to complete a groundwater model for the whole county. We anticipate that could take up to 2 years to complete. Potential legislative action that was touched on earlier tonight. One option would be to refine GMA to reinforce ecology's role in determining legal water availability for all withdrawals, or revise impairment and mitigation standards, and we'll talk a little bit about those in a minute. Gary will talk about mitigation options, and provide financial assistance for developing public rural water supplies and establishing water banks. Also, potential for private individual well mitigation, either site-based consumptive use strategies or looking at efficiency conservation metering programs. And then public basin-wide mitigation, water banks, stream augmentation, deep aquifer exploration, or improve cost-efficient delivery of public water supplies. These are options that we can look at on a county-wide, basin-wide basis. So I'll bring Gary up here to talk again about what kind of legal constraints we're up against when we talk about these big-picture mitigation solutions.
So as Mark started off this conversation, he said, the Supreme Court has kind of put us into a box, and I've kind of told you, just based on the decision and the way exempt wells and the way the in-stream flow rules, how that box is getting smaller. Councilmember Sadoo also said that, it's not just this Supreme Court decision that's helped make that box. It's a series of either court or Supreme Court decisions. And you can see here is a quote from the decision here, and it's what's called the Postema case. And that is a Supreme Court case from about 15 years ago that says that a junior, so anything that comes along after an in-stream flow rule is established, cannot impair in-stream flow rules at all, not one bit. So not even if it's measurable, even if you can calculate an impairment. And a lot of people refer to it as the one molecule ruling. Basically, if you can show even mathematically that your withdrawal is going to affect a stream flow that's regulated by one molecule, you can't have it. So there you go. If you are in a basin like we're talking about, where you have lots of aquifers and confining layers, it's very difficult to show how that you have absolutely zero continuity with the stream flow. And that's particularly true in our glacially derived sediments, and it's also true it's more true the farther up basin you are. If you're farther up basin, it's more likely that a withdrawal, even through a clay layer or something like that, would be mathematically shown to have an impact. That's not something that makes a whole lot of sense to most people, but that's the way the Supreme Court ruled. Another big case just happened last year called the Foster decision. And if you're going to do mitigation, so say you're going to withdraw and store water in a tank and let it soak into the ground to help mitigate during dry times of the year. The Supreme Court says that you must mitigate in kind, in time, and in place. So if you were going to withdraw a little bit of water and use it in your house that would result in a minor stream flow impact, you can't say, well, I'm going to make some habitat improvements to make up for that. They'd say, no, it has to be in kind, meaning it has to be water for water. And secondly, it has to be in time. So you could say, well, I'm going to use this well but I'll buy a water right from this farmer, and he won't irrigate this year, or a portion of his water right, and that'll make up for my use. Well, the Supreme Court has said that irrigation water right is only during the summer, and you need to mitigate for your use year-round. So you would need to find a water right or some other source of water that you could mitigate year-round use. So you'd have to dump it into the creek or dump it into the ground. And also in place, so if you found something to mitigate that was downstream from you, that wouldn't work. You would have to mitigate either nearest where you are to the nearest stream body or the aquifer or something upstream. So that really boxes you in quite a bit when you're looking at mitigation options. There are still a few things available, but a lot less than there were before. And also, I just wanted to point out that one other thing is, I know it's been brought up by a few people that say that, what about if I cut down some trees? Trees use water. I'm not using that much. If I cut down some trees, that'll mitigate, it'll balance out. The courts have ruled in that in a couple of different cases earlier that says you can't use vegetation removal as mitigation. So you can see that you just keep narrowing down the box and you're left with very few options.
Just to wrap up here, we wanted to say a few words about the possibility of invalidity and sanctions. The Supreme Court remanded this case back to the Growth Management Hearings Board for further proceedings consistent with this decision. The GMA says that the board may determine that all or part of the comprehensive plan or development regulations are invalid if the board determines a plan or regulation would substantially interfere with the goals of this chapter. And for something to be rendered invalid would mean that the county could no longer use that provision, issue permits under it. GMA says a county or city subject to a determination of invalidity would have the burden of demonstrating that the ordinance or resolution it is enacted in response to the determination of invalidity will no longer substantially interfere with the fulfillment of the goals of the GMA. In other words, the burden of proof is on us to prove that what we have in place is no longer invalid, and then the hearings board would have to take some time to make that decision. Also, the GMA allows that the board may recommend to the governor that sanctions be authorized by this chapter be imposed, and these sanctions could include revising allotments and appropriations to the county, withholding revenues from fuel tax, rural arterial trust account, sales and use tax, and temporarily rescind county's authority to collect real estate excise tax. So that concludes our background information on this interim ordinance proposal.
Okay, thanks, Gary. Any questions for staff before we move into the public hearing? Okay, and I would like to remind you to please refrain from extraneous activities such as applause or any other reaction. Yes, Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chair, I'd just like to add, last Thursday, there was a detailed hearing at the Washington State Legislature between the Agricultural Committee and the Local Government Committee. It was a 2-hour hearing that covered very detailed technical information from every side of this issue. It's about 2 hour long. It's probably the best presentation I've seen so far, and if you'd really like to understand all the issues, I'd recommend you look at that particular program.
And how would they find that?
They would find that on TVW for Thursday, was it the 1st of December, and you'd look for the Local Government Agricultural Committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Okay, so we will open the public hearing. I'll start calling names. Neil Vanden Heuvel, Sandy Robson, and Dina Jensen.
Good evening. I'm Neil Vanden Heuvel. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you tonight, and I appreciate also the letter that you put together to the legislature. I think it's a good start. I believe if you believe the description of that decision of the Supreme Court is accurate, that it is a flawed decision, deeply flawed, then maybe you will agree with what I'm about to propose. First of all, let me say that the current interim moratorium and any extension of that moratorium is a bad idea. It's devastating to families, moms, dads, kids who have bought land with the intention of building on it, raising their families here in Whatcom County, and then hopefully passing on to their children or selling it to fund their retirement or their old age. But I think the deeper issue is not necessarily water rights or the things that the gentleman just talked about, revised code of Whatcom County and revised code of Washington and the Whatcom County Code. The deeper issue is has to deal with private property rights. I believe the United States has experienced unparalleled growth, prosperity, and freedom, and its citizens have enjoyed this for more than 200 years based on private property rights. Mr. Donovan, I would respectfully disagree with you that it's not a right to drill a well. It should be a right to drill a well if you own the land. It's your private property. I've served in the United States Armed Forces for over 20 years, active duty. I've been to a lot of the countries, 27 at my last count, and I've seen the countries that don't have and don't protect private property rights. They are what we would call third world countries. Countries that have private property rights and protect them experience a great deal of prosperity, and they are the wealthiest nations. In the U.S., we opted for private property institutions that protected our property from predation by the state, and those decisions, hundreds of years ago, have produced a dramatic difference in the United States' timeline and prosperity compared to other countries. I would urge you, the County Council, to do 4 things. First, lift the current unnecessary moratorium. There are counties that have not done so, and I don't know of any repercussions they've faced. I would encourage you to resist the temptation to extend the current moratorium at all. I would encourage you to send the letter that you wrote, including the word right, when it comes to
30
wells on your
seconds,
property.
please.
Thank you. And lastly, I would encourage you to think outside the box. Your leaders elected by the people, to look out for the interests, the good of the people of Whatcom County. And I think a leadership role for Whatcom County would involve getting with the other counties in Washington State and sending a unified message to the legislature and to the governor, who I don't believe would resist a unified 39-county stance that says these things are unacceptable. They actually have to do with urban
Time.
infill and not water. Thank you.
Before the next person, that gentleman who just spoke, I want you to know too, there's a paper and pen there for anybody who would like to leave their name and phone number for the council members to contact.
Okay, right there. Okay, Sandy and then Dina.
Sandy Robson, Birch Bay. I support the 60-day moratorium interim ordinance on water resources as that is necessary, and I support the 6-month extension of that interim moratorium ordinance. A November 14, 2016 letter from the Washington State Department of Ecology sent to Whatcom County Executive Laus states, quote, "The Washington Supreme Court ruled that new uses of water, including permit-exempt withdrawals of groundwater, must have no effect on closed surface water bodies and must not impair regulatory in-stream flows." Ecology's letter went on to state, quote, our analysis of stream flow data in WIRA 1 indicates in-stream flows have not been met on average 142 days per year, and there are no years when in-stream flows have been fully met. This means water for new domestic uses is not available year-round in any regulated reach, tributaries to those regulated reaches, or in closed or partially closed basins, without documentation that there would be no impact to surface waters, quote. I think one of the first things that should be done about water supply concerns is to address the reality that has been reported in the Bellingham Herald that more than 50% of the water withdrawn by farmers in Whatcom County is not authorized by state law, and for the county to take the necessary steps to stop allowing that practice to continue. As a result of the Washington State Supreme Court decision on the Hearst case, our local elected officials need to press that point with the Washington State Department of Ecology, as that agency oversees the water rights for our state. Our elected commissioners of Whatcom County PUD District Number 1 in March 2013 agreed to a contract through the year 2042 with Gateway Pacific Coal Terminal applicant SSA Marine PIT for a capacity of up to 5.3 million gallons of water per day to be used for spraying onto giant coal storage piles. SSA Marine PIT had assumed the 1970 contract of Chevron, a former Cherry Point Industry, for industrial water from PUD District Number 1, assigned by Chevron to PIT on August 7, 2007. Water rights can only be transferred if conditions similar to those for obtaining new water rights are met. Those conditions are: the water right being transferred is a valid and legal water right. The water will be beneficially used. There is no impairment to existing water rights, including in-stream flows. It is not detrimental to the public interest. The instantaneous or annual amount used won't increase.
30 seconds,
And the
please.
water source won't change. I think it would be important and wise for Whatcom County officials to take action now to confirm with the DOE about whether PIT's water rights that were transferred to them by Chevron in fact meet all of the required conditions listed above, especially in light of tribal treaty rights and the recent Hearst case Supreme Court decision. I also think it would be prudent to seek an outside legal opinion about that water rights transfer, as well as about the PUD contract with SSA PIT. Thank you.
Dina, then Marv Vanderpool, and then David Cummins.
Dina Jensen, Birch Bay. I want to acknowledge that this meeting is being held on land that is the traditional territory of the Lummi and Nooksack peoples. May we nurture our relationship with our Coast Salish neighbors and the shared responsibilities to their homelands where we all reside today. I support the interim amendments for project permits requiring potable water. I know this is a great hardship on some people, and I urge council members and county staff, planning, and the executive office to do everything in their power to clearly and proactively communicate with those people desiring such permits and to come up with ways to offer alternatives and resources that can alleviate some of that hardship. I also recognize the great hardship that has been suffered by life forms that have been stressed and eliminated by low water flows for decades. All of us have a part in contributing to loss of quality and quantity in the valuable and necessary water resources that we have. It is obviously long past due for us to stop taking water for granted and stop believing that any of us are innocent of contributing to the problems of pollution and diminishment of this essential resource and all the other life forms necessary to our human lives. Thank you again for all prompt and decisive actions that serve to protect and enhance our essential resources.
Okay, Marv, then David Cummins, then Ronald Colson.
"25 years ago, I just finished a 4-year term on this county council. Barbara probably remembers. And by far, the more grievous types of things that we had to deal with is what you're dealing with tonight. Something laid on you by the state legislature or the Supreme Court of the state of Washington. And I empathize with you. This affects me in that I bought one of the 20-acre sites above Reese Hill, where a developer had developed 15 20-acre sites overlooking the Sumas Valley, Abbotsford, and the Canadian coastals. Beautiful sites. Not good for anything on this mountainside, but things like where it was developed for. 5 years ago, I got a permit to put a well in, drilled 300 feet, got adequate supply of good water, and got a septic tank area approved, and paid for my share of 1.25 miles blacktop road, and sold the property to a young man, and I carried the contract, and he's been living on it in a mobile using that water and the electricity, but he has never gotten a building permit to go with his dream of building a home there. And I'm carrying the contract. He's made a down payment, been paying $1,000 a month, and we use that as our retirement income. And we have $130,000 left on the contract. If this is not able to be reconciled, basically the property becomes worthless to us. And he will have lost his money, and we will lost a good share of retirement income. And that's the end of my speech.
David Cummings, Ronald Colson, and then Ronna Lurch.
My name's Dave Cummins. I'm from Bellingham, and I own the property immediately adjacent to the county's rifle range on Samish Way, across from the entrance to the northbound entrance to I-5. In 2014, we decided to sell the property, and to my shock, my realtor told me that it was no longer tourist commercial, but R5A, in which case I called Mr. Davis, inquiring about what had happened. Apparently in 2009, notices were sent out that the county was going to review all the zoning in the county. In 2011, 2 years later, apparently that was when our property was downgraded. I asked him why I wasn't notified of the hearing that was going to affect my property value, and he informed me that the state did not require them to do so. In which case, he did say that they do publish these meeting notices in the Bellingham Herald, and considering the decline in readership, I asked if that was an appropriate way to notify people, and he said, other people have made that comment. Now, I was never notified of the rezone. Our property taxes never went down. I called the county assessor's office, and they had not even been informed of the rezone. In 2016, this last summer, we actually had a potential buyer who wanted to build their home along with a doggy daycare and kennel. With their initial meeting with the county, they were told that this was in a secondary watershed and such use would be allowed. After spending money on wetlands mitigation and permitting fees, about $1,000, they brought their plans back to the county and were told no way would they be allowed to build in the watershed with the doggy daycare. So my general impression is that this county is not in favor of growth. And so, I would like to know if that is a reasonable assumption. I think Mr. Weimer is probably in that group. I would like to know that who all is in favor of supporting Senator Erickson's proposal. I do agree that extending the moratorium is not acceptable. You need to look for other ways. You need to be proactive. You wanted to be a leader. You were elected to be leaders. It's time to be a leader.
Ronald, and then Ronna Lurch, and then J.M. Ramsey.
Good evening. Ron Colson from the Geneva neighborhood. We moved here a little over 3 years ago, in part because this is such a lovely place and we do have a lot of water. We moved here from Colorado, and I'd like to give you a little bit of insight into that so that maybe you can all think about this. I've been hearing people say, well, this is the way it is for decades or even hundreds of years, and property rights, that this is, I want to use my water and that sort of thing. And the environment does not observe our property rights or maintain a steady flow of events over decades or hundreds of years. Colorado is an example. When I was a kid in the 50s, you could count on every day like clockwork. The rains would come in the afternoon and then they would go away in the evening, and we would have nice sunny mornings. Up in the mountains, they relied on that heavily, every day like clockwork. And by about the 70s, the rain stopped. And in this day and age, Colorado is one of the driest states anywhere. There was a subdivision that was formed called Indian Hills, just southwest of Denver. Lovely spot. Lots of people built their cabin-type homes, and then bigger homes were formed and whatnot. About 20 years ago, all the wells went dry. And they drilled wells to 700 or 1,000 feet, dry holes. And so, as I said, just to be able to say, well, we'll pass this law, or we'll change this or change that with the legislature, the water is not going to adhere to that. So we need to be looking at things like, can we have rain catchment that you can store? Can we put in gray water systems so that you can reuse certain types of water for things like flushing the toilet? Can we have all low flush toilets or temporary flow faucets, things to conserve? And so that's where we should be looking, not at this, oh, let's pass a law and say everybody's allowed to use as much water as they want, or this is the way we've done it for decades. Going forward, we will probably have less water. And going forward, we will become a very populous county. Admit it, like it or not, we are essentially a
30
suburb
seconds,
of
please.
Vancouver and of Seattle. And the growth is continuing, and we will be a suburb, not with rural areas that are lovely with farms, but there will be houses everywhere. So we need to be thinking about that now. If that means a moratorium extension until we can figure out what to do, so be it. We're counting on you to come up with solutions for us that meet what the Supreme Court has demanded. Thank you very much.
Rana, then J.M. Ramsey, and then Jeremiah Ramsey.
Wow. Okay, my name is Ronna Lurch and I live in Everson, Washington. I am on city water and I pay for it and it is metered. Knowing you guys here on the council are now in the hot seat to do something, I give you all the encouragement I can possibly do. You are courageous. You've got good ideas already. I hope the people affected understand that this is going to take some time. Can't happen overnight. I wouldn't leave it to the legislature to do it for 2 years and then come back here and have to do your work again. These are complicated issues. You need as much time as you need, as you take. Now, Councilman Brown put forth a nice proposal, very interesting, looks like some good solutions. Councilman Mann, you must be pretty PO'd about the whole thing. Such modifiers as egregious and grievous errors. I mean, really, you could do better than that. For those property owners who are in the process of building and don't want to lose the building window, there are options, and Ron Colson just talked about a lot of them. There's a building in Seattle built completely with recycled everything. There are ways to find creative solutions. I hope the business community and the real estate industry can come along and participate, which they have not been really willing to do. I don't want my taxpayer dollars to go into having to pay for out-of-compliance issues, such as with the McCleary ruling. We are creative and ingenious people. They're all here. You are all them. My gosh, we have 3 colleges. Let's call on them for help. We can do this. We just have to learn to listen to one another and learn to get along and solve our problems. No one wants to hurt the people trying to build their dream retirement home. We simply need to be able to know what our water needs are and address them carefully and completely. This is a reconcilable problem. We can grow. We have to protect our land, water, and salmon. We have to remember that this is about the fish. Fish were carried from one hole to another hole last summer. There was not enough water in these streams for fish to get upstream and spawn. We cannot eradicate a vital food source for the building of homes if there isn't any water.
30 seconds, please.
I honor all of you for your courage to pass this temporary moratorium, and I believe that you should continue with the moratorium so that you can do your work. You need that time. People are taking a risk. It'll just be a bigger risk if you keep allowing permits to come into you. Your dedication to working on this issue and holding this public hearing, and I'm really
Time.
very sorry for the people who are suffering for things that were done or not done in the past. Thank you.
J.M. Ramsey, Jeremiah Ramsey, then Pam Borso.
Yes, good evening. My name is J.M. Ramsey. I'm a broker with Keller Williams Realty. The following is a letter that has been submitted by a Whatcom County professional who chose to remain anonymous. He says, "The last year and a half, I have spent over $300,000 buying and developing land for a short plat in Whatcom County. These many months have been full of physical and emotional sacrifice as I have navigated many obstacles such as wetland studies, soil and additional tests required for developing a stormwater plan, and proposed septic systems. Many hours and several thousands of dollars have been spent in the areas of surveying, engineering and consulting, not to mention drilling a well, constructing a pump house, and installing a filtration system. Also the expense of demolishing a tear-down old garage, along with countless other requirements to prepare the land. 2 days after the County Council issued a well moratorium, I received an approval from the Planning Department to complete the last steps of the subdivision process. It was a surreal experience to realize this council decision, if upheld, would render the project essentially worthless and create a great financial burden that my little family and I will have to bear for many years. Not only could the land that I have approval to subdivide become essentially worthless, the 20 acres that I live on is greatly devalued. We built a 2-bedroom, 1-bathroom house, less than 1,200 square feet, and installed a 5-bedroom septic with plans for an addition to fit my family. Now we're left with a 2-bedroom house on 20 acres with a family of 5. Spending almost 10 years studying science in an undergrad and graduate school, I've put great effort in looking at points of view dispassionately and at the same time using evidence-based theory. We know that the net loss of water is greater with a residence in the city than with a residence in the county that is serviced with a drain field, especially in coastal cities. Many cities like Bellingham release much of the wastewater into the bay, whereas a drain field has roughly a 90% recovery rate, returning the water to the ground. Is the motive for water preservation at 100% undermined based off of scientific evidence? So the question remains, what is their motive, since it clearly cannot be water preservation?
30 seconds, please.
Please lift the moratorium and create a more practical solution to implementing a growth management plan that will comply with the state Supreme Court decision and will serve the people of Whatcom County. Thank you.
Thank you. Jeremiah? Jeremiah Ramsey, Pam Borso, and then Vic Key Hawley.
Good evening, County Council. Good evening, Whatcom County residents. My name is Jeremiah Ramsey, and I'm a broker with Keller Williams Realty and brother of JM, who just spoke. First, I'd like to express gratitude to Councilmember Ken Mann for his resolution to support Senator Doug Erickson. In the following points, I will be addressing both the County Council and the residents of Whatcom County. As the members of the County Council know, and many of Whatcom County residents know, Senator Doug Erickson of the 42nd Legislative District has proposed a legislative fix to this issue. The legislative part of this problem is, unfortunately, the easiest part of this fix. There are also political and legal implications to this issue. I'd first like to cover the political ramifications. At this point, I find it appropriate to discuss Satpal Sidhu's question that he raised in a article that I recently read. As has already been mentioned in previous speeches today, Bellingham's use of water is less responsible than the water use out in the county. You all know this. You know the science behind it. As the letter in the previous speech mentioned, this seems not to be a water issue, but a political issue and an anti-development scheme. FutureWise is an anti-development, anti-sprawl environmental organization, and I agree with Ken Mann in his resolution saying that using water rights is an inappropriate way to counter sprawl. My second point on the subject of the political side of this is also from Satpal Sidhu. He was mentioning that 95% of Whatcom County water rights belong to the POD District 1, which has 76 billion gallons per year assigned to it. According to what Satpal Sidhu was saying earlier today, the current change and the exempt wells, preventing those wells from being drilled would equal to 5 seconds of Nooksack flow. This is
30 seconds,
obviously
please.
a small effect. This leads me to the legal implications, which is whether there is a legal emergency. There has been a concern for a ruling of invalidity, but we don't know for sure, one, if there is going to be one, and so we urge you to get legal advice from not only one source, but from multiple sources. As with a doctor, you would want to have multiple opinions on an operation.
Time.
So in conclusion, I'd ask you to do 3 things. Please support Senator Doug Erickson, support Ken Mann in his resolution, and don't extend the moratorium, since there is neither a water emergency nor a legal emergency. Thank you.
Thank you. Pam Borso, Vicky, I don't know if that's Vicky or Vic Key, but, and then Dave Hiller.
Good evening, council members. My name is Pam Borso and I live in Custer. I'm here to support the proposed interim ordinance. I believe this will give the council needed time to assess the solutions to our water development problems. I understand the position of the landowners and developers that are caught in this situation. In the 70s, I invested in land as a retirement strategy, fully expecting to be developed, and until 2008, land was a pretty safe investment. But sadly, times have changed, and we've discovered it's at risk as much as if it were invested in the stock market. We are very cavalier about our water here. We think we have enough of it. We think we'll always get more because it falls out of the sky. You just heard from a fellow in Colorado, there are other places in the world that don't have the luxury of our water. When I built my house in the 80s, to the amusement and wonder of my friends, family, and even my husband, whom I had to fight about this, I insisted on installing an expensive, efficient water-saving toilet, only used a quart of water to flush. They thought it was ridiculous. After all, the water falls right out of the sky. Why would I need a water-saving toilet? I told them I thought, just because we have a resource doesn't mean we need to waste it. I think we can no longer look at these water issues as business as usual and look to thinking out of the box, like Rudd's plan, for water resources and not necessarily depend on what we've always known. Many other areas of the country have other ways of acquiring water. My daughter lives on an island. There's no fresh water on that island. There's no streams, no rivers, no lakes, no wells. When you build a house there, you put in a 1,000 to 5,000 gallon cistern. You collect water. It has dry periods and wet periods. You collect water in the wet period. You use it in the dry period. You use it all year. They have a family of 4, uses a 1,000 gallon cistern for a year. If they don't use it wisely, they have to purchase water and have it pumped into their cistern. They have a different wastewater system as well, because they don't have drain fields. They send the gray water out to percolate down through the land and they put their black water in septic tanks, which has to be pumped 2 or 3 times.
30 seconds, please.
All of the houses are built to accommodate these, all of the future houses. I think this ordinance will give you the valuable time to explore alternatives and come up with real solutions, which may not be as we've always done, but can accommodate the needs to be done to preserve the water we need for all of us, people, industry, agriculture, and wildlife. Thank you very much.
Okay, Vicki, then Dave Hiller, and then Mary Kay Robinson.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak tonight. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
There we go. Thank you for this opportunity. I'm Vicki Hawley. I'm located in the Laurel area in the Meridian School District. We have set some goals. Decide to sell 5-acre lots that were platted in 1888 and semi-retire and also give our children the opportunity to build the American dream. Our well, and we are living in that same area, log shows we drilled 40 feet through blue clay before we hit water at 113 feet deep. And we are very fortunate to have excellent water. It's better than out of Lake Whatcom. The use of our water from our well does not affect the in-stream flow of the Nooksack. Also, unfortunately, at this time, if we sold our home and tried to downsize to another of our 5-acre lots, we could not build another home. The County Council has the power to fix this Hearst case in Olympia by supporting a resolution to support Senator Doug Erickson legislative fix for the issue. Also, mark some of your legal budget to be used in Olympia against the Hearst case. And I also recommend voting no on both of the moratoriums tonight. Thank you very much for your time.
Dave, Mary Kay, then John Rockwood.
Dave Hiller from Birch Bay with a bad cold. Excuse me. I had a letter that I'm going to need to rewrite just because things have changed, but I did want to just have a final comment. I do oppose the Hearst decision. I am in opposition to FutureWise's agenda and the 4 plaintiffs and their lawyer. I just wanted to mention a paragraph I had at the end. And just jumping down the road a little, and perhaps using overstatement, the new emergency moratorium may need to be on taxation for developable land requiring wells. There needs to be a determination of these properties and reassessment of their value. Excuse me, I'm kind of losing my thought here. If more permanently implemented, Whatcom County needs to refund all costs associated with owners who have moved ahead in good faith, costs of wetlands delineation, well permitting and drilling, septic design, permitting and installation, building permitting, and so on. And do you truthfully think you can add on a well permitting assessment from a hydrogeologist to the list of permits required to build a home? So I'm just implementing a suggestion here that you may need to reassess taxation over the next 6 months if you continue this moratorium, and possible refund of people and all the expenses they've gone to this point. Furthermore, if building is permanently shut down, these land parcels of Whatcom County need to be claimed as eminent domain, and confiscating these lands needs to be done by purchase, not seizure, and there needs to be a fair market value based on pre-Hearst case land value. So just suggesting an emergency moratorium. Thank you.
Mary Kay. Mary Kay, John Rockwood, and then Denise Dibb Thompson.
Good evening, Mary Kay Robinson. I'm the 2016 president of the Whatcom County Association of Realtors. I appreciate that we're in a tough situation because essentially we have a brand new legal theory handed down by the state Supreme Court on private wells. Ecology doesn't have the resources and research to address the issue, nor does the GMA board. This is new territory for all of us. So why are we here? about 16 years ago, there was a coalition formed with the government and sovereign nations' involvement to study the groundwater issue and map it out for the benefit of the county. Money was set aside. What happened? The money was spent, but there was no accountability for the final product. What should have been mapped out 16 years ago to provide solid fact-based evidence to guide us in how we manage our water resources was never done. So this is where we are today. So you have the unfortunate task of fixing this situation, which never should have happened in the first place. So here are some suggestions. First, commence a groundwater study immediately, which I heard, and fund that to get it done quickly as possible. We can't wait another 16 years. Secondly, work with homeowners who've already invested tens of thousands of dollars, as Mr. Donovan suggested, vesting them to qualify for a permit so they can proceed immediately. Lastly, I would recommend against going through a water banking procedure because we haven't adjudicated those water rights and it starts to get very messy and very complex. Craft a county-wide policy, a way to approach this process that disconnects it from the private individual permit process. It could be something in a temporary situation where we assess a $2,000, say, impact fee, and that goes to a county-wide solution, a mitigation for Nooksack salmon enhancement or something along those lines. So we're addressing the issue, but we're allowing people to move forward and avoid those holding costs. Now, is there a risk that the GMA board may not like it? I don't know, but what's the worst that can happen? They invalidate everything and order us to stop issuing permits, which is right where we are now. Do we lose the ability, potential state income? Yes, but that happened in 2012 with the Lambert rules, which confined rural development, and we seem to have figured it out just fine. This is a very complex issue, and I urge you to have the courage and show the leadership that I know you can to make this work for all citizens of Whatcom County. Thank you.
John Rockwood, Denise Dibb Thompson, and then John Soyne.
John Rockwood, Bellingham. I'm going to be brief. I was here last week and read a letter from Olga and Gennady Skachkov, who that story got a little bit attraction because the Herald actually did an article and included that. And today on King 5, it was also, they interviewed these guys, so this is getting some traction. I guess I do want to thank you guys because I think you have good intentions or now have good intentions, but I think that I'd love for you guys to admit that this isn't about water. This isn't about water rights. And I appreciate what you said. 5 seconds of that Nooksack out of how many seconds in a year? I'd love for you guys to just admit that this isn't about water. This is about control, and this is about taking private property rights from people. And you've been elected by the county people, and to deny that this is about water, this is about taking rights away from people, and I think you have a responsibility. You've been voted, and I appreciate you, Barbara, because I think you're one of the clear minds on this panel, on this council, that would agree that this is not about water rights. This is about taking property rights from people. And I've had too many stories and too many people coming to me and telling me that their property rights are being taken away. And I hope the pendulum hit one side and is going to go back in the middle, and that you guys start listening to people. Thank you.
Denise, and then John Soyne, and then Peter Kingma.
Good evening. I'm Denise Dibb Thompson, and I live in Birch Bay, but the reason I'm here is that we have 80 acres in Deming, and I wanted to draw your attention to email to you on November 20th of this year. If you could please take a look at it. Again, it'll tell you my story. I'd like to acknowledge very productive speaking with council members Sadoo, Donovan, and Brenner. I appreciate you listening to my concerns. Since I'm in the East County and Jerry Hammer sat down beside me, I think I'm going to turn over my time to him because he's been at this longer than I have.
I've only been here a little while. I'm Jerry Hammer from Whatcom County. I say a little while, actually 81 years. And you know, I've heard so much garbly-gook here tonight, and you have too. The moratorium is ridiculous as far as I'm concerned. It wasn't necessary. It isn't necessary. I'm not convinced by the studies that have been done on the Nooksack River and the basin and how much effect the water actually has on the history in this county go back far beyond anything that most people would even think about. This whole county, there's numerous places in this county that the evidence is there that Mother Nature's a tough old gal and things change. And this used to be tropical, and I don't know how many of you know that, but I can show you right in Whatcom County palm leaves, petrified palm leaves and sandstone that'll reach halfway from here to where you guys are sitting, and in fact, some of them farther than that, probably 2/3 of the way. I don't believe all this stuff that goes on, and I certainly don't believe that we're making any sense. I really appreciate your stepping up to the plate, Ken. I appreciate all of what all of you are doing, but we need to, and you've said it yourselves, this isn't about water, and it isn't about fish either. It's really about control, putting us in a cubicle or a little box, move us all to town, and feed us garbly gook, because that's all it is. Thank you.
Point of order.
Pardon me? Go.
Point of order.
Yes.
You asked, no clapping, no noise. This room needs to be clear from those people.
I would like to reiterate, though, that we are asking that you do please respectfully hold your applause. I've asked you twice now, and I know that it's a very emotional issue, and I totally sympathize with everyone out here with the stories they have. It's horrible. But we do need to maintain order in council chambers. I really would appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Soins.
Thank you. I'm John Soini. I am a lifetime resident of Bellingham. Jerry's got me beat by a couple months, so sorry about that, Jerry. I've lived here in all my life. I've lived on water wells out on Chuckanut. We built homes every 5 years and lived in water that we provided from our well. I want to thank you all for your opportunities tonight of voting on it. And Ken, I want to thank you specifically for your extra work you've done. For the last 35 years, I've been proud to be a realtor with the last 20 years at Windermere Real Estate, solving many of our clients and customers and friends their real estate needs. Also served a term as the Vice President of Government Affairs, carrying a lot of the tax liens and tax problems, real estate problems to Congress. Very happy to thank you all for the work that you've done tonight. You've got this up to an issue to look at options B, C, D, and E, not just the first issue of the moratorium that came to our addition. And I ask you to remove the moratorium from our use. Please know that realtors will be willing to work with you very closely with all our resources to achieve this end, to find a legal source of water so that our friends can achieve their dreams. I have a Navy friend who's bought some property, Craig and Charmaine Engdahl, who spent the last 13 years buying a property out on Lake Whatcom near the lake. It's a 2-acre parcel on Sheridan Trails overlooking Lake Whatcom. They put in the wells, they've engineered, designed a septic system to realize their lifetime dream of building a home here, only to realize as they're getting into their 80s that they can't afford to build here anymore. They are selling it today for less than what they paid for it 13 years ago. Not too many investments that we get taken that way in order to sell their property. I've built properties out along the lake where we've had wells. The one well we drilled is turned over to Water District 10, had 400 gallons a minute artesian well shooting water 3 feet into the air out of an 8-inch pipe. It cost us $25,000 to seal the concrete around the well to stop it. There's plenty of water available, and this well that we're drilled here on this property in Sheridan Trails is not in that watershed part, but it's nearby. I'd like to also introduce a friend who'll be following me, Peter Kingman, who has bought or is buying this property.
30 seconds, please.
He spent thousands of dollars preparing this property for his permits, only to have the next day have the moratorium affected. So I would like to have you vote against the moratorium, support Doug Erickson's legislative fix and resolution as proposed by Councilman Mann, as well as Councilman Donovan and Brown's vesting of properties that have been in the works and otherwise would in full compliance with the city, county, and state. Thank you again for your time and appreciate your help.
Thank you. Peter Kingma, John Patton, and John Werland.
Peter Kingma, Sumas, Washington. Thanks for the opportunity to let me speak here today. As John mentioned, I'm in the process of purchasing a piece of property out on Lake Whatcom to hopefully build a house there. I've spent, similar to many other people, I've spent thousands of dollars on engineering and septic and wetlands studies and all of that, all the hoops you have to jump through. And then I came to find out that this well moratorium came into effect. I realize it's a big issue. I realize it's a tough issue to deal with. Please lift the moratorium, and I encourage you to support the legislative fix, which I believe is one of the only ways to truly fix this, is to pass a new law to clarify the GMA law. But I would also like to just say to please, to take the crisis out of it, to make something to the effect of people that have begun the process of developing land or submitting permits, or so they are in the process, they have started the process, to make some room for them to be grandfathered in, because this all happened before we even knew it was coming. To give something to people that are in the crisis, that would take away a lot of hardship for many families in the county, to make some sort of grounds for them to be grandfathered in. I don't think any court would hold that against you. I think fair is fair, and that is my recommendation to you tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. John Patton, John Werland, and Jerry Peterson.
Hello, my name is John Patton. I just want to start by asking a simple question. By what authority can our Washington courts make a court order or a court ruling? I just want to think about that together. A ruling not involving interpretation of duly passed legislation by a duly elected legislative body, but rather opinions of supposed fairness or of various issues. So I repeat the question: by what authority can they make these rulings? And I would submit to you that because of the constitutional principle of separation of powers, there is such thing as limits on powers of the judicial branches of government. There's a check and balance system that has been designed into the Constitution so that one branch of the government can't overreach what's intended for another branch. In this case, lawmaking ability is intended to be a legislative ability, not a judicial ability. So in fact, our courts really have, I'm going to submit, and I want you guys to think about it, they have no authority outside of that narrow constitutionally prescribed limits. When a Washington State Supreme Court passes a ruling forbidding property owners from using their own property for legitimate purposes, whether the reason is wetland protection, fish habitat, or even the environment, they are in effect taking property rights or the development rights, which is where the value is in most cases, away from the lawful owner and setting that property aside for public use and forbidding private use. They are taking the property away from the rightful owner in every meaningful way. To put it a little stronger, they are stealing, or at least attempting to steal, those rights. And now, as commissioners, you're all required, I believe, to swear an oath to uphold the Constitution, the state of Washington, and I think the United States. I'm not sure how that all works as well. But I just want to ask you a question. Have you read that document, or have you forgotten portions of it? Something to think about. I quote the Constitution of the state of
30
Washington.
seconds, please.
Article 1, Section 13, it says, in part, no private property shall be taken or damaged for public or private use without just compensation, having been first made or paid into the court for the owner. And in the same section later on, making it more clear, it says that taking a property by the state for land reclamation and settlement purposes is hereby declared to be for public use. I don't know how you can get more clear than that.
Time.
So when a property is taken for reclamation purposes, including supposed environmental reclamation, that taking is constitutionally defined as public use and comes under the eminent domain clause of the Constitution of both Washington and the United States. They both have a very similar clause there. I respectfully ask our county commissioners to reject this supposed ruling that clearly has no basis in constitutional granted authority, let alone common decency.
Thank you, that's your time. Thank you very much. John, and then Jerry, and then Chris Brown.
Good evening. Can you hear me? My name's John Worland. I'm an environmental engineer, retired. I spent the first part of my career drilling water wells for individual homes and community water supplies, and the last third of 20 years of my career cleaning up groundwater contamination. I'm not a hydrogeologist, but I know enough to be dangerous. And I'm having a real hard time wrapping my head around the linkage between in-stream flows and wells. And pardon me here, but I just want to make sure that you understand what a well is. What a well is something to recover groundwater. Well, what's groundwater? Soil is about 30% voids, in general, about 30% voids. Water falls on it, goes down through the soil. At some point, that soil becomes fully saturated. So when you drill a well, you're basically putting a hole in the ground to the point where the soil is fully saturated. Up until that point, the water is going to go straight down. Once it's fully saturated, you can put a hole in it, suck the water out. Okay, that's your water table. That's the level of the water. Typically around here, it's 50 to a couple hundred feet. Ever since Isaac Newton, we figured out that heavy stuff goes downhill, not uphill. Water's pretty heavy. So once the water hits the water table, there's no way for it to get back into that stream unless you pump it. So the linkage between pumping that water and it somehow impacting that stream, when they're not hydraulically linked, and there are a few bizarre kind of geological situations which I can show you where they might be hydraulically linked, but they're pretty darn rare in cases where people would be building a house. The only argument that you can make is that by pumping the water out of the ground and raising it back up to ground level and putting it in a drain field, you're actually giving it a shot at getting back in the surface water flow again. And I'd rather take that side of the argument, technically, if I had to make the argument. And if you want some out-of-the-box thinking, pump like mad. Because once you get that stuff up above the ground, at least it's got a shot at getting into that 10-foot stream. Because once it gets to 12 feet, there's no way it's getting into that 12-foot stream, or that 10-foot stream. So I guess that's the point I'm trying to make, is I don't see the linkage. Now, there's all kinds of other issues about water quality, about the amount of water and how much water should you allow people to pump, and I'm not
30
getting
seconds,
into those.
please.
The only point I'm trying to make is there's very little linkage, except in some pretty peculiar circumstances, where you can tie, particularly an exempt well, to any kind of in-stream flow. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Jerry, then Chris Brown, then Chet Knoyer.
Jerry Peterson, Whatcom County. And I have a little bit brief to read, as I am also a member of the Washington State Groundwater Association. And this is a notation from Jim Chan, the Assistant Director for Permitting of King County. And this is what they are currently proposing in the post-Hearst world. King County is currently assessing the ramifications of the decision of the Hearst case on the issuance of building permits, subdivisions, and other development permits that utilize exempt wells. A study is planned this coming year to evaluate the decision and develop recommendations. Today, all we can offer is that we will continue to process development applications involving exempt wells, but any permit issued from the Department of Permitting and Environmental Review does not represent approval or permission to use the water from the well. Similarly, I understand the Department of Public Health will accept, process, and issue well permits if septic systems are involved. However, they too will have disclosure language that the permit does not represent approval or permission to use the water from the well. Property owners are advised to proceed at their own risk. Now, I was encouraged by the association to read that as something to consider in everything you're going through, and I appreciate all that you are doing, Ken Mann, Satpal Sidhu, as well as you, Todd Donovan, and Barbara. I'm not going to leave out Barry and Carl. Yeah, you know. I had to leave a little moment there. Anyway, as everybody knows, I am a well driller, and I'm not going to make it any secret. I won't advertise who I drill for, but the company I'm with has been serving Whatcom in Skagit County since 1884. Needless to say, we know water. For 132 years, we have data that goes all the way back. And nobody wants to look at that data because it will prove everything the Department of Ecology has shown to close these basins as false. The basins that have been closed and the ones that are open have a lot of irony. The ones that are closed are the ones with the most water. The ones that are open are the ones with the least amount of water available to be able to find. It is the most difficult to find in those areas. But I will say that even on Lummi Island, I have yet to hit salt water. My deepest well out there was 300 feet off of Lane Spit, about 80 feet off of the salt water. About 18 feet down, I got out of the sand and into blue clay. I ran through blue clay for 300 feet, only to
30
find fresh
seconds,
water.
please.
So I would encourage that if you can go back to the Department of Ecology and have them reassess Whatcom County, because it is very unique. It is unlike anything across the state. It is also anything across this nation. We've talked with other drillers, and they've never seen what we have here. And when I drill, it is just like that gentleman said, the water in the well never matches the in-stream flows of the rivers and creeks and streams, not to mention lakes or the ocean. Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Brown, Chet Canoyer, and Larry Humes.
Hi, my name is Chris Brown. I live in East Whatcom County. Thank you for the opportunity to talk, and I support your efforts, Ken, with your letter. As a business owner and an employer in Whatcom County, we pay our fair share of taxes to the city, to the state. On good years, my wife and I have taken that money and invested heavily in property in Whatcom County, mainly R10 and 20 pieces, in hopes that would provide a good opportunity for our children to stay in the county. Most of these properties do not have wells on them. I do live in East Whatcom County. Tinling Creek goes through one of my properties. I've done numerous projects with NC, Nooksack Salmon Enhancement. I've taken a lot of time to study the projects, the effect on the fish, in-stream flows as well. It's a very challenged drainage, one of the main spawning reaches on the South Fork for the coho salmon. And probably the biggest issue I've seen in 12 years was a high water flood year, right, that wiped out the fish in that drainage. And I think that these fish have a lot bigger problems than in-stream flow. Overfishing, type of fishing, nets all along the river. You can see them from the bridge when you go over the bridge to Deming, right? So I would encourage you guys to lift the moratorium, come up with a responsible way that people can live out in the county, live off the land, not forced to live in town and drink the water in Bellingham that's chlorinated and fluoride, and enjoy the countryside and be stewards of the land and not just black or white shut it down. Thank you.
Thank you. Chet Canoyer, Larry Humes, and Bill Lafreniere.
Chet Canoyer, Bellingham. I too am a lifetime resident of Bellingham and have been a realtor for the last 40 years and have navigated the system and helped hundreds, if not probably thousands of people navigate the system through the with the help of the planning department at Whatcom County. The term or the adjective hardship, I've heard that a few times tonight from folks here, hardship. I think a life-changing event that's financial devastating to you at age 75 is not a hardship. I would stress it's a lot more than that. Let me just give you a couple examples, and you've heard a few of them. I'll give you one. I have a seller of a piece of property that lifetime resident of Whatcom County, moved to Arizona. He was a mechanic his whole life, pretty much his working age in Bellingham. Bought a house in Arizona on a contract, has a piece of property, 5 acres, navigating through the system with the approval of Whatcom County Planning, put a road in, a paved road, put a well in, put a septic in, plans on selling that property, which we were going to sell for him, so he could pay off his house in Arizona. Now I have to call him while he's under contract and tell him that his property is no longer saleable. You're out of contract. He's devastated. Not a hardship, he's devastated. I'll give you another example. This hurts too because it's my son. He's 28. He's been married 3 years. I'm helping him, and I actually feel like I'm responsible, if not actually liable, for the advice I'm giving people to go to Whatcom County Planning and help get us through this system. What are we going to do? He goes out, buys a piece of property. He and his wife of 3 years. They buy the property. Planning department, they go through the whole process, get an environmental assessment. He does that. It's approved. He puts a septic in, about $20,000. It's a shared well. He gets his plans, works with Whatcom County Planning, gets engineering. All of a sudden, nothing. He's got nothing besides taxes on that property and a payment and a mortgage. Now, I would encourage you and I would plead with you to give relief at minimum,
30 seconds,
to the
please.
people, thank you, to the people that have gone through this process to that point, at least. I encourage you to vote for Doug Erickson's proposal to give relief to the people that have got to at least that point. Thank you.
Larry, and then Bill Lafreniere, and then Bob Agutter.
Larry Humes with Premier Properties Northwest. The Department of Ecology has recognized that exempt well use in the whole state amounts to less than 1% of the water used in the entire state. That raises the question of what is happening to the other 99% and how is it being addressed. It's obvious that the real question is not about water use, but about how to keep the court and the Department of Ecology happy. RCW 1927-079 states that each applicant for a building permit must show evidence of adequate water supply and includes text that states, in addition to recorded water rights, that another form sufficient to verify the existence of an adequate water supply is allowed. The same RCW requires local government to, quote, review proposed new private wells, quote. The court decision in file number 91478-3 states that the Supreme Court decision, quote, does not affect wells that are currently in use. I represent a number of buyers and current landowners who are either in the process of buying or attempting to get a building permit on property that they already own. One buyer has recently purchased a property that comes with a shared well agreement on an active well, which certainly fulfills the requirement for evidence of adequate water supply. However, she cannot get a building permit, even though she has signed off on a site plan and the septic system is installed, and the well is signed off as having adequate supply. Another client has a property with an existing well that has been used extensively for agricultural irrigation. He has his own heavy equipment, has installed the road and done all the site prep work himself. He's involved in a septic installation business, So even though the septic system has been installed, he doesn't have retail receipts that could be used as a, quote, dollar invested sort of vesting or accounting process. Due to our time constraints, I won't go into the 15 additional clients who should be represented tonight. However, all of the issues are the same. They're held back from their rights as property owners by a knee-jerk reaction which does not reflect the requirements of the court decision that says show evidence of adequate water supply. They should be vested not based on a dollar investment, but in preparation of the property.
30
measured
seconds, please.
in progress or permit processes that have been completed. I hope that you will put this issue into perspective rather than to declare a catastrophe. My clients and I ask that you address the situation as quickly as possible, since by no stretch of the imagination should the court's requirement include a building moratorium. I ask that the council support Senator Erickson's legislative resolution and remove the moratorium. Thank you.
Bill Lafreniere, Bob Aggerter, and Joe Knight.
Greetings, my name is Bill Lafreniere. I'm here from north of Bellingham. I'm going to briefly talk about the jail thing before I get on the water issue. At the last meeting, I attempted to inform the audience about my effort to have the old $120 million bid on the jail put to rest.
Excuse me, Mr. Lafreniere, this public hearing is on the ordinance on interim ordinance on water resources.
Yeah. Okay, I'll skip the rest. It's only like one more paragraph, but I mean, that's all. Anyway, I would be negligent not to comment on the water issue as well. This is was all in my speech here. It is my belief that rural well owners are not responsible for loss of significant water from river or streams. Rather, the real culprit is the municipal sewer systems, which provide a means for water to travel other than a stream or riverbed. The Growth Management Act has mandated that citizens be required to live in high-density urban housing, and that water rights be taken away from rural residents to accommodate the expanding water needs of high-rise buildings. This farce is a waste of our water resource, as most of the water used by rural consumers is returned to the groundwater source. I have requested to the County Council that accommodations be made for research and development of new evaporative composting sewage technology. Such technology may eventually allow a greatly increased housing density in rural areas, negating the need to force people into the cities. People living in the cities are forced to support union municipal government to a greater extent than rural residents. The union people have had a free run on things in the state for too long. Union operatives make the rules that control our lives and job opportunities. This result has been devastating on non-union people. Things need to change. The time is now. And I regularly post my conservative views on Bellingham Craigslist in the politics section. Thank you.
Bob Aggerter, Joe Knight, and then Bud Breakey.
Mr. Chairman, members of the council, thank you for your volunteer efforts on behalf of Whatcom County. They are appreciated. I'm Bob Aggerter, Lake Whatcom Watershed. I rise this evening to speak in favor of the passage of the moratorium issues. And you've gotten a lot of advice tonight. I hope you talk with a good attorney and a good planner. I would suggest that there's some problems in much of the advice you've gotten. I associate myself with the comments of those favoring the moratorium that have spoken and probably will speak after me. There's a great deal I'd like to say, and I won't get it done in 2.5 minutes. But I do want to look a little bit back at the history of this, because we seem to think this is a crisis. And if it's a crisis, I hope you're feeling the pressure. Okay. Groundwater has not been a part of a property right since 1945. RCW Chapter 9044. Property water was specifically in Washington State, separated from property right in 1945. I think that's settled law now. 1953, the Bertrand Creek system that's been talked about. We began to be real aware that we had a water problem in Whatcom County in 1953. It's a long time ago. 1989, 1990, to the Growth Management Act. 1,000 Friends of Washington attempting to instigate some realistic planning rules. Had a choice, or were asked for comments, and Whatcom County was very clear. We don't want central planning. We want county planning. We want county planning. Very, very specific and solid. You got what you wanted. Now you have to do it. 1991. Whatcom County designated the entire geographic area of the county west of the
30
national
seconds,
forest
please.
to be a critical water supply area. You realized you had a problem in 1991. You're in a tight box now. 1991. Okay, and then I could go on, but I don't have the time. I think you see the point. We could have avoided this. These people could be whole. We made a failure. Now let's get busy and do something, please. Thank you.
Joe, and then Bud Brakey, and then Lyle Sorensen.
My name's Joe Knight. I live on Sumas Mountain near Swift Creek. And first I want to thank you. I don't know who's doing the paying for all the work on Swift Creek right now, but it's fabulous. All the heavy equipment out there to mitigate the flooding risks. So I don't know, I assume it's flood control because the money from the state budget was removed and reallocated to the Darigold plant in Linden. But at any rate, if you're doing it, thank you. Now, back to the well issues specifically, I support the moratorium. To the point that, and I hope it will remain in effect until enough data has been collected to reach a carefully and scientifically formulated response to the questions of water allocation and water rights. Because it's not just about wells. The Hearst decision affects water rights and water use, water allocation, and across the whole spectrum of water use in Whatcom County. So, more to the point, you cannot effectively manage what you do not accurately measure. And that's really what we're at. Oh, and Mr. Brown, USGS, I think, has slightly higher uses for water than in your recommend. I'll send you an email and see if you want to review the numbers. Water quality is relatively simple. I won't go into that. But the water quantity issue, you realize how complicated it is. And especially one of the problems I feel is the reluctance in the ag community to measure the quantity of water that it uses in all the irrigation processes. So let me illustrate this last point. On December 2nd, there was an excellent workshop on water issues at the Linden Fairgrounds. Among the many excellent presentations was one by Steve Joke from PUD1. His comments covered many of the water issues you're familiar with, in-stream flow, water rights, health department regulations, and so on. Of necessity, his comments were very high level. But when I asked him where all the data was being stored on the research the PUD was doing, he said they had no data warehouse. There was no data modeling
30
going
seconds,
on.
please.
So, there is an abundance of in-stream flow data. There's an incredible amount of data on agricultural uses, crop uses and so forth, who uses what, but we have no central planning, no central water base, no central database or resource for where all the water is being used and how wells or or streams or irrigation affects in-stream flows. So anyway, thank you.
Bud, then Lyle Sorensen, then Yoshi Ravel.
Good evening, folks. I've been here a couple times now. What I have to say tonight is regarding the moratorium mostly. I'm Bud Breakey. Last name is Breakey. First, I'm going to read a note that was posted by the Whatcom County Planning and Development Services, written by J.E. Sam Ryan. He's the director of the Planning and Development Services. It was on October 18th, 2016. It was after the Supreme Court ruling. The first point of that letter was, since the Growth Management Hearings Board did not invalidate the county's development regulations, Whatcom County will continue to take building permit applications in this interim. I don't think they are. You guys ceased it. So according to Planning and Development Services, building permits should still be issued during the planning and research interim until the new decisions are put into place, which you obviously haven't done. I appreciate, Ken, man, you're pushing something forward. The moratorium is not needed by the Growth Management Board. It is not required by the Washington State Supreme Court. It's definitely not supported by all these people behind me, except for maybe 4 of them. Maybe just turn off their water and make up for all the wells. So what's really the issue here? There's no water issue. There's a lot of water in this county. I want everybody to understand it's not about how many gallons of water we have available. That's a quote from Sat Paul Sadhu at the council meeting on November 9th, which all these quotes are going to come from. There is no water issue. There's a lot of water in this county. I want everybody to understand it's not about how many gallons of water we have available. After that, he clarified it was about sprawl, which means you don't want us to build. It's about taking private property. I'm getting a little bit peeved about this because my private property's been stolen from me. I don't have $130,000 to make up for it. Maybe some of these guys do, I don't know. Also, it's been recommended that a hydrogeologist be hired to provide proof that the well won't affect in-stream flow. Another quote from Sat Paul Sadhu: "It's impossible for even a hydrogeologist to say that well would not affect in-stream flow, period." That's a quote from you. So from what I've gathered from the extremely limited amount of information, there's been more information given today, I appreciate it. There's a couple issues here. 1, this is not a water issue, period. 2, we can't prove that our wells affect or do not affect the in-stream flow. So we can't get building permits, can't live on my property, it's basically valueless, along with all these
30
guys.
seconds, please.
If this is not about water, then you guys tell me what it's about. If you think it's something that's other than water, take the mask off, tell people what it's really about. You don't want people to have property. Regarding our alternatives in developments, it says like water rights, so hooking up to a water association. Barbara Brenner, you were quoted as saying, "These things are not even realistic." I'd like to finish with a quote from Barbara Brenner, which I thought was awesome. "We are supposed to represent the people here in Whatcom County, not the state Supreme Court. We're supposed to do what's in the best interest of the people of Whatcom County." Thank you. And thank you, Ken, for...
Lyle, and then Yoshi Ravel, and then Bruce Boyle.
Good evening. My name is Lyle Sorensen. I think I addressed you guys also at the last meeting. I'd like to thank you for the work that you've done, the progress you're making. I know that, being in a political position, it seems like no matter what you do, you're going to make someone unhappy, and that's not a fun position to be in. I would like to point out something that's conspicuously missing tonight, and that is representatives from tribal fisheries and the Department of Fisheries. All this talk about in-stream flows is ultimately about fish. And if we're looking around, in all of this, you hear nothing from anyone representing fisheries. They don't seem to be concerned by it, one way or the other. Don't you think that's a conspicuous no-show? I mean, there have been no representatives to say that. So if they're concerned about in-stream flows, they would certainly be in support of this. You know, we've heard tonight how this impacts people, their lives, their fortunes, their sacred, everything. It's really serious, and I know you understand that. I would encourage you not to continue with the interim ordinance. But if you must, I would strongly suggest, I think as Mr. Hiller earlier recommended, that you also stop collecting taxes on impacted properties until this is resolved. You know, those people, the last thing that they need, in addition to all the other losses, is for you guys to continue to collect taxes on their property. Maybe it's not 100% cessation, maybe it's an 80% loss. They can still walk on their property and look at the frogs. You know, that's great. Look at the pretty trees. That's awesome, but you know what? You can't live there unless you're gonna live in a tent. And I'm pretty sure there's probably ordinances against that too. So I would really encourage you, and thank you for your work, but really strongly consider that as a component. It would definitely be perceived by the people as a shared hardship where the county is actually bearing some consequence for the time that this takes as well, not just the property owners bearing all of that burden. So I really appreciate it, really thank you. Once again, you know, one other thing before I go, you know, it's really interesting that people proudly stand up here and say, well, I live in Everson and I pay for my water that's drawn from a well that's right uphill from the Nooksack River. I don't know. You know, I mean, you know, it's really easy to get smug and say, well, I've got mine. I came here from Colorado.
30
I live
seconds,
in the Lake Whatcom
please.
watershed, and I get my water from a water district that pulls it out of the Lake Whatcom, that diverts out of the middle fork of the Nooksack and then puts it out in the bay. You know, so it's really easy to be smug when it doesn't impact you. But it's really important to remember when you're listening to testimonies that there are real people who rely on wells, who own private property, who've invested a lot, who are strongly impacted. Thank you.
Yoshi, then Bruce Boyle, and then Pat, and I cannot make up the last name. It starts with a S, I believe.
Thank you. My name is Yoshi Ravel. Thank you to members of the audience and staff, members of the County Council, and Mr. County Executive, if he's still around. I'd like to look at this from a biblical perspective. The Ten Commandments say we should not make an idol of anything. We've spoken numerous times about two idols tonight. The first is ownership. We own nothing. We don't own anything privately. We don't own anything publicly. There is one owner, and it is none of us. The second idol that we've been talking about is money. This is a piece of paper. That's all it is. It's not God. We worship it like it is God, and we destroy the gift we've been given. This planet is a gift. We chase this piece of paper and destroy the gift we've been given. How foolish is that? Utterly foolish. The solution is very simple. Use less water. All of us. Use less water. Not because some law is written, but because it's in all of our best own interests. Use less water. There's a thing called affluenza. We are literally killing ourselves through overconsumption. We eat too much, we drink too much water, we use too much water. We are killing ourselves through overconsumption. How foolish is that? Utterly foolish. Our wisdom would be in being truly grateful for this gift we've been given. Truly grateful. Take none of it for granted. And walk softly at all times. Walk softly on this gift we've been given. I thank you all very much for your attention, and I wish you all health and well-being. Thank you.
Bruce, and then Pat, and then Luke White. Is there a Bruce Boyle? Is there a Pat that last name starts with an S? There must be Mr. White. Come on forward.
Hello, council members. My name is Luke White. I live in Linden, Washington. Grew up here. Future farmer of America. I've always been a big fan of Teddy Roosevelt, a conservatist. Native blood flows through my veins. What I've been seeing here is I never thought would happen. I never thought an old Western would be repeated where someone would take away my water. Where I would buy something, then they'd come over and say, no, it's worthless. And I'm shocked that I'm here today. I spent $130,000 that I have worked for since I was a child. Literally. I didn't say give me presents, I said give me gold, give me silver. My parents gave me gold and silver. I saved, I scrounged, and then I went and bought the land that was beside my parents. I went out of town to work, spent years away from my family, put everything into it. And I'm an avid hunter, an avid fisherman. If you really care, shut it all down. If you really care about the fish, shut every fishing down. And let's let the planet come back, if that's what you really think is the problem here. But that's not it. We had one of the biggest salmon runs ever 2 years ago. I was fishing in it. You couldn't even jump in the water without hitting a salmon. And what I would like to see is those who have invested at least be given some relief, lift the moratorium that has crippled me and my family. My wife's from Brazil. She's astonished this happened. She hasn't even seen this in her own country, third world country. She wants to move back there. It's putting our marriage at risk. Like everything that I've put into it, my life, the savings, my father's gone into depression because of it. I feel that you are at a place that can really make a difference and prove to me that this isn't a political scheme. I don't have to take up arms to defend my right to get water from my own property. It's a constitutional right. If you take it away from me, I will defend it. I don't want to. I really don't. And that's where I stand. Thank you.
Carly Dethridge, Abe Jacobson, and Barb Schickler.
Good evening, Council. Carly Detheridge, Bellingham, Washington. Thanks for accepting public comment on this essential but temporary ordinance and moratorium. Also, thanks to Planning and Development Services Public Works staff for the presentation earlier this evening on the legal proceedings on water in Washington State until the recent Hearst decision. And basically explaining what options are really available to the county to be in compliance with the Supreme Court's decision. It's important to explain the lay of the land, and I hope there will be more community meetings facilitated by the county, ecology, and others, and hopefully they'll take place into the new year. I'm here to speak in support of the ordinance and moratorium as they currently stand. If the county allows business as usual to continue, you could face sanctions, as was mentioned earlier. So that could put the county at risk for losing funding from the state, and obviously that's pretty critical since the budget for 2017 to 2019 is already at over $1 million deficit. So I want to express my sympathy for the property owners who are impacted by this decision and who are left stranded in the middle of the permitting process. But ultimately, the county and other people who may have been working with property owners impacted by this decision didn't warn you about the uncertainty of permit-exempt wells. I mean, we've seen since 2001 the way that the Supreme Court was going, so that there could have been fair warning. There aren't precise records on how many exempt wells there are in the county. No one really knows how many permit-exempt wells are in use, and that's a problem, especially when senior water rights are impacted and minimum in-stream flows to support salmon are not met, especially in the summer and fall. Yes, it rains a lot here. We have a lot of water. It's been mentioned numerous times, but we don't have it at the right times of the year in the streams. And yes, groundwater is connected and influences streams, and the same goes with the streams influencing groundwater to some extent. So, residential wells don't use much water. It's estimated it's 300 gallons a day or so on average. 90% of it is returned to the groundwater. But what about that 10%? And additionally, wells can use 5,000 gallons per day. But most people only use 300, except there aren't any meters on these wells, so we don't know for sure.
30 seconds, please.
So I just want to say that this problem is ultimately death by 1,000 cuts. So I support Councilmember Brown's proposal, and I think it's a good step in the right direction to ask the state for some funding to do a pilot study. I also think that Councilmember Donovan has a good idea to help the folks who are impacted by this decision.
Time.
And I thank you all for your time.
Abe Jacobson, Barb Schickler, and Johnny Oxford.
Thank you for your endurance and public service, members of council. My name is Abe Jacobson, and I'm kind of old school about reading, writing, and arithmetic. And I'd like to go through a few things that I've heard today. One of them seems to have come from the august panel ahead of me. 5 seconds. I can't calculate 5 seconds as the impact of projected groundwater removals on in-stream flow. I get something more like 3.13 days during the month of September. That's the lowest water month. 592 CFS at the glacier gauge on the main stem North Fork. So the potential of 8,000 new wells, 5,000 gallons a day in September, which is what we have to calculate if we do not have meters. That would be 3 days of complete shut-off of the river, or 30 days, the entire month, of 10% reduction. So let's get the numbers, let's get some hydrologists, some hydrological engineers involved, and actually get the right numbers. This isn't a matter of opinion or hearsay or what I want to hear. It's a matter of what the science says. And I don't know what that is, and it doesn't sound like others in the room have a clear number there. Next thing I heard was palm leaves and tropical. Well, everything west of Riggins, Idaho is accreted terrain, and the beautiful fossils that we see of tropical creatures and plants here came from elsewhere in the Pacific Basin. They did not come from here. I heard about separation of powers and how courts cannot review legislation and reverse legislation. That was true until 1803, Marbury versus Madison. Marbury versus Madison made for judicial review. I agree that it's a crappy thing. I wish I lived before 1803, but I don't. But that's the way it is. I heard that
30 seconds, please.
private property rights give you the right to the water on your property. Actually not true for the last 150 years in Western water law. A lot of other things, and I just remind everybody that it was said that the unions are at fault. And I've never seen the IBEW or any other unions causing this problem. Thank you.
Barb Schickler, Johnny Oxford, and I believe it's Peter Milling. Nobody by those names? Alan Meeks?
I'm Peter Willing. You have a very complex, complicated problem ahead of you. It started a long time ago. Okay, my name is Peter Willing.
Willing.
Yes. This problem started a long time ago, over 100 years ago. The Constitution of the state of Washington says that waters in the state of Washington are property of the state. I do not have a right to the water. I have a right granted by the Constitution of the State of Washington to the use of water, subject to administrative rules and subject to permits. Build on that, the 1945 groundwater law, which created the concept of an exempt well, many exempt wells, which have proliferated across the landscape since that time. Add on to that, 45 or 35 years ago, we adopted in Water Resources Inventory Area 1 the concept that we would have an in-stream resources protection program. There were people at the time who saw that this combination created a train wreck in the future, and here we are. I don't think the Supreme Court can solve this. I don't think you can solve it. I think we all have to solve it together. I think you need this 6-month moratorium to sort out a great deal of fiction and a small amount of fact that you've heard tonight and come up with a solution. So I support the moratorium. Thank you.
Alan Meeks, then Mike Sennett, then Ron Freeman.
Hello, my name is Alan Meeks. My wife and I have 5 acres we bought at 5800 Murray Road. We've had wetland studies done, have a 4-bedroom septic in, ready to move forward. We're in the Deer Creek Water Association, so I have a suggestion. I'm in support of lifting the moratorium and the interim ordinance, and I have a suggestion for the second point in the ordinance for it to be amended. Deer Creek Water Association is the senior water rights holder where I'm at. That's what this whole senior Supreme Court decision is about, not affecting senior water rights and inflow streams, okay? They are the senior water right holder. They've given me a denial letter that says I can drill a well there. It does not give me an exempt well, and I'd like to argue it's not an exempt well, because what it comes along with is an agreement in lieu of construction of a water main. So this isn't me getting an exempt well. It's me getting permission from the senior water right holder in lieu of construction being so high, because I'm 4,900 feet away from the main. They give me this contract. And I'd like to submit that for your consideration. So I've got a copy of that here. And it says that at the time the association constructs a water main to reach property, and once the water main becomes operational, owner has a certain period of time to connect to it. So it doesn't give me permission to have a well indefinitely. And so I'd like to say that's not an exempt well. That's a senior water right holder giving me permission as a water purveyor to serve me through their senior water right. And as soon as they can build pipe towards my house, then I can connect to it. So I'd like to offer, to the effect of some type of amendment that, to the Title 24 Health Code, Chapter 2411.060, the water availability required section that you guys had up earlier. The second one, something to the effect of a letter from an improved public water purveyor with sufficient water rights stating the ability to provide water, or a service denial letter with an agreement in lieu of construction of a water main. So if we could add that to that, that would allow a lot of folks that are within the situation that have a senior water right holder that are just fine with them utilizing their senior water right to build a home and then connect to that main when it comes along. It would allow us to get out of that situation with the lift of this moratorium, get our permits, and move forward. If that's not possible, then I'd like to submit, my tax bill that I just paid for my land and ask for a refund, because it's worth nothing. So that's where I stand on this, basically, is I'd like to either have it amended.
30 seconds, please.
Amendment 2 in this, have it amended to include denial letters from senior water right holders, and or please refund my tax.
Hey, Alan, can I have those?
Yeah.
Could you send me a copy? And I just want to say that the point you bring up is a little different to, in terms of circumstances of a lot of the issues that we've seen, and I will personally like to explore that with you and find out whether that's an exception.
Yeah, and there's a couple other options I've thought of as well and talked to the water associations about that I think they're in support of, that could be potential, but yeah.
Mike Sinnott, Ron Freeman, and Dan Traxler.
Mike Sennett, Bellingham. Thank you for taking on a problem that's been festering for decades. After hearing all these really sad stories, I'm almost about to change my mind, but I think the 60-day pause was necessary, and I support the 6-month extension. I sympathize with all property owners who are hung up in this situation. A good friend was blindsided by the Supreme Court decision, and her building plans are on hold. Perhaps she and all the other adversely affected owners should have been given a heads up by the administration and planning and development services somewhere in this process. I also sympathize with those with water rights whose supplies have been diminished by unpermitted wells. Realtors and builders are justifiably concerned about their economic future. Their interests are necessarily short-sighted, and their influence is perhaps one of the reasons the county has not confronted this problem in a timely manner. There's an understandable uproar about property rights. It's a shame that the property rights of the Coast Salish, Lakota, and all Native peoples have not been held in such high regard by governments and amoral extractive fossil fuel corporations. According to the EMS campaign, 40,000 people moved here in the last 15 years. The comp plan predicts 70,000 more in the next 20. Even if it's half of that, it's a deluge of people. Water supply is finite and increasingly variable. The resulting equation is simple: more people equals more regulation. After decades of unchecked growth in water usage, a 6-month pause seems more than reasonable while solutions are sought. It is better to solve this here than await state intervention and lawsuits from senior rights holders. Perhaps the vested owners that are currently suffering should be grandfathered in, and then we bar the door against any future development. Thank you.
Ron Freeman, Dan Traxler, and then Roger Almsgaard.
Thank you. Ron Freeman, rural Whatcom County property owner. You can see that a lot of lives here have been ruined and bankrupt over this issue. And we're mad. We're damn mad. And I know you guys are put in a really, really awkward position. But if somebody were to come to my house with a gun and steal the contents of my home, there's laws that protect me. Somebody ends up going to jail. But when this anti-property rights terrorist group, FutureWise, comes and steals a portion of the bundles of rights that I own as a private property owner and diminishes the value of my property and makes it so that I can't build on it, I can't use it, I can't enjoy it, who protects me? Who looks after me? Who do I go to? When I appraise property out in the county, I look to determine what the highest and best use for a piece of property is. And that has been, until now, the right to build a single-family residential unit on it. When you take that away, the value of that property is diminished somewhere, in my estimation, between 60 and 80%. If you approve this ordinance to extend a moratorium, in the same breath or the next breath, what I would like you to do is approve an ordinance to reduce the property taxes on all undeveloped rural property county owners by an equal amount of 60 to 80%. Decades ago, I purchased a 40-acre tract of ground that I'd hoped to one day retire on, develop, and build a house on. I'm a couple years from that, I'm hoping. I don't think we should be fooled here. This is not about water rights. You've heard an abundance of testimony about how much water it is, how little impact there is from a well. I was offended by the chart that the planning department showed here, as if every gallon of water that comes out of a well is impacting a gallon of water in a stream. I'm at an elevation of 73 feet where I'm at. Wells are at a depth of 180 feet. My God. What water coming 70, 80 feet below sea level is going to end up in an upstream flow and affect the fish runs. This county and the anti-growth religion that is out there continues to pummel real estate rights or property rights. The property I have at one time
30 seconds, please.
was zoned 1 acre minimum. The county downzoned it in the late 70s to a 5 acre minimum. In the 80s, it was downzoned to a 10 acre minimum. They threatened to downzone it to a 20-acre minimum several years ago. They put an agriculture zone overlay on me, a Drayton Harbor watershed overlay on me, a critical areas overlay on me. If I were to get a building permit on it today, I would have to deed or divest the majority of my property and deed it to the county as conservation easement, as an extortion to get a building permit on it. And now without the water, I have a minimum 40-acre lot that is unusable. I can't build on it, and my retirement ain't gonna be waiting for me. I'll have to continue working and do something else. You need to give these people some relief. We're mad, and we don't know where else to turn. Please. Thank you.
Dannon Traxler. Dannon, are you still here? Then Roger Almskar, Lee First, and Dan Colacurio. And that's the end of the sign-up, so anyone else that would like to speak, please come on down.
Excuse me. Good evening, council members. I've got a letter and a exhibit for you. You may have seen the exhibit already from the Washington Association of Counties. It's partnered with the Building Industry Association, the Realtors Association at the state level, and the Farm Bureau. And I found it, there's a lot of paper on this issue right now, as you know, floating around. And that's one of the most useful summaries of the whole first issue that I've seen. I'll try to make a few points in my time that haven't been made already. There hasn't been a lot of talk about the so-called grandfather clause, or more technically correct, the vesting issue. On page 2 of my letter, near the bottom, there's an item. Item 7 on the bottom of page 2, and I've talked to a couple council members about this idea. So this is the proposal I've made that I'll try to be really quick. People that have invested a substantial sum of money, such as $5,000 or $500 in permit applications, et cetera, should be allowed to complete the process, as long as they made those applications, at least the main one, by a proper date. And I think anything more complicated than that, frankly, I'm in the land use consulting trade, and what I've seen another proposal that was a lot more complicated, and I don't think it'll help very much anybody, and I don't think this will help a lot of people either, frankly, but it is a safety valve. And someone else mentioned the two-party wells. I've got a lot of experience in helping people with wells in that situation, and I think somebody with a two-party well that's only got one house on it, they should be allowed to put another house on it. Back to page 1 here. I think Mr. Mann's resolution is a good idea, and I've certainly no problem with the amendments that were made to it. I urge you to get that into the legislature as soon as possible, not wait for other counties to weigh in on it. Send it in from Whatcom County. As everybody knows, we're the ground zero of this issue. You know, the interim ordinance is certainly preferable to the moratorium, but I think its options are pretty limited and will not really help very many people. I suggested the grandfather clause, and from the property rights organization, what we're looking for here is a balance. We know that people don't have the right to do whatever the heck they want on their property. We do need a system of rules, but those rules need to be reasonable and actually accomplish something, and there's a little more elaborate there. So we're talking about a balance between environmental protection
30
and
seconds,
legitimate
please.
land use. One of the big issues here is science. And frankly, you look back at the DOE stream level minimums of quite a few years ago now, and they're not based on good science. In fact, you even look at the USGS governmental survey map today of stream gauges in Whatcom County, and there's hardly any. There's only 5 on all the tributaries of the Nooksack River. There's none on 10 Mile Creek. Now, how can we set good stream level minimums without knowing what's going on out there? And I think the well driller made a good point on that, Jerry Livingston. So I think there's just not enough, and I would suggest we groundwater studies are going to be very complicated, very expensive. I think we also need to look at this, what I'm just talking about, stream level studies. We need to know what's going on now for all of the perennial streams that flow year-round and that are salmon habitat. We need better information on that. Thank you.
Lee First.
Good evening. My name is Lee First.
I live in Bellingham. I'm the North Sound Baykeeper at Resources. In my capacity as the baykeeper, I work mostly on water quality issues. But for the last 3 years, I've worked closely with a group of citizens from the 10 Mile Clean Water Project. These are residents of the 10 Mile watershed. These people are working to lower fecal coliform levels in the 10 Mile. I help these people take samples from 10 Mile Creek every month. Many property owners have given us permission to access their property to take samples to try to figure out where the fecal coliform, where the high levels are coming from. And in all of my talks with people, all kinds of people, farmers, residents, people that have lived there for 80 years, many of them have said that they've never seen water levels so low in 10 Mile and its tributaries in their lifetimes. And they've also said that they've never seen that happen, and they're concerned. They're concerned about overuse of the water and over irrigation and also all the new wells. We live in an impaired watershed, both for water quality and water quantity. Fish habitat challenges abound. It's time to get to work to find solutions, to study and to be able to quantify the impact of the exempt wells on in-stream flows. So in light of the recent Supreme Court decision, I request that the moratorium on building permits using permit-exempt wells be extended. Only by extending the moratorium will we be able to find a solution to the problem of minimum flows and water availability. I realize this is an extreme hardship for many people. But if we do the work that needs to be done, we'll all benefit. Fish and wildlife will be protected and consumers will be protected because their new homes and properties will have a legal supply of water. Thank you for your hard work on this issue.
Dan?
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your service to the county, to myself and my family. I'm not sure how our civilization has gotten to the point where we... Closer?
No, you need to say your whole name.
Oh, Dan Colicurcio. Okay. We seem to have a habit of majoring on minors. If there is, in fact, a problem with stream levels, to think that we could correct that, or the big culprit here is to take 1% of the water used in this county, and then knowing that 90% of that is going back into the system anyway, and chances are we're bringing up more and putting more out than they would have had to begin with. How is that going to solve a problem that, quite frankly, we're not even sure we have? We're looking to the wrong direction to try to solve this problem. And it's not just, I share this on several levels. I own property that I'm developing. I own a construction company. I got 45 families that rely on me to come up and get work for them. When you guys, if we take this and continue to pass this moratorium, and just a quick sec on the moratorium, if you give another 6 months, you're really not giving 6 months, not in this industry. In residential construction, the majority of it is done in the summertime because the wintertime is so wet. So if you give another 6 months for the moratorium, and then at that point we start looking into the permit process, the wetland surveys, getting the well, proof of water, all these things, but really they're going to get their permit at the very soonest, maybe Christmas next year. And then that's if everything goes smoothly. So don't let anybody fool you. It's not a 6-month moratorium if you put it on here. It's a 12-month moratorium, possibly longer, because that's how it works. And this moratorium is going to cost people, working people that do this for a living, suppliers, the drivers, the carpenters, the electricians. I mean, we're talking about a good portion of the people, and all because we think that we might be affecting a stream level, and we're going to solve it with 1% of the water that's being used, of which 90% of that is going back into the system already. It's ludicrous. It's ludicrous. So I would encourage you guys to, if there's a problem out there, let's fix it. but this isn't going to fix it. Even if you did, and
30
the letter
seconds,
that you wrote,
please.
thank you. The letter that you wrote is great, but if we wait for these guys at the state to make it, it's time to roll up our sleeves and say, you know what, doesn't work for us. What works for Whatcom County? We're all here at Whatcom County. What works for us? We'll tell the state where we're going. We'll be fair, but to wait on them to bless what we're going to do, there could be a lot of people unemployed. There could be a lot of people hurt. There could be a lot of people without their retirements.
Time.
Thank you for your time.
Hi, Linda Twitchell, Building Industry Association, and a rural resident of this county for 42 years. You guys already have heard about everything I have to say. This is a tough situation. I appreciate your work in trying to find out solutions. Something I would like to note for the audience's benefit, for those who don't know, there's been considerable mention tonight of concern that we are not meeting minimum in-stream flows regularly. Of course not. We can't. The Nooksack minimum in-stream flow is set on an average. Half the time we're above it, half the time we're below it. So it doesn't matter what we do to wells or anything else, we're still going to have the problem of meeting minimum in-stream flows. Okay. Suggestions. I don't have quick answers. Nobody does. One thing to please consider that I did not hear mentioned earlier by planning staff in terms of things we're going to look at. I understand that PUD number 1 has considerable water rights and is using only 20% of them. I am not an expert on this, but let me encourage you to look into what the legal situations there might be, whether in terms of mitigation, the in time, in place, in kind, whether it would be possible to be able to use water rights like that to help out well users. I don't know. It's just a suggestion. Perhaps you want to sit down with a PUD or legal consultation and see if that's a possibility. Another thought is on vesting. Mr. Donovan has put considerable time into coming up with some good ideas about trying to help out people who are caught having spent a lot of time and money getting ready to submit a building permit. Again, in part for the audience's information, for the last 2 years, in an attempt to be more efficient, the planning department has required what we call a natural resources assessment be completed before you can submit a building permit. This can be up to a year's worth of work and expense, as you guys have heard from several speakers. So I would suggest if there's any way you can move forward on this vesting, and perhaps if some of this can be applied administratively, that would be excellent. If there are other measures, among
30
them
seconds,
Mr.
please.
Donovan's suggestions that you could look at your first meeting in January, adopt and then refine as needed, that might be one way to go. But I would suggest the county has some of an obligation to help these people out who are stuck with this. Let me also mention mitigation. Mr. Brown has a very complicated and good plan that might be best used for plats, is what I've been hearing. Individuals may or may not tie in with all the computers and cell phones and things that might be required for this. But let me just suggest you keep in mind in mitigation the price, because we already have some of the most expensive housing prices in the state, in this county. And the GMA also requires that we protect our rural communities. So let's keep the cost and ability to do that in mind as well. Thank you.
Hello, Andy Ingram here. I've been in Bellingham for about 10 years, worked all around Whatcom County in that time. I work as a contract field technician doing scientific sampling, hydrology, glaciology, climate science. Done some fish habitat work as well, and I'm also a river guide. So suffice to say that I've spent plenty of time in these last years on the river and trying to get a read on how it's doing from an ecological perspective. So let's see. It all comes back to salmon habitat, all the research that we've worked on in that time. And of course, here in the Nooksack River, that is something we are wanting for. Additionally, climate scientists around the world, there's a consensus that the world is getting warmer. And it's a complex system, though. It looks different in different places. In the Pacific Northwest, we're forecast to get a lot more rain on snow events, and what that means for our seasonal hydrographs, what they had a diagram of up there from the planning department earlier, is that our annual peak flows are going to happen earlier in the year, that is more in the winter time. Now, this proves to be a problem when it comes to water usage, because all of that water that would have been accumulating throughout the year to get us through the summertime no longer is there. It came down already in the winter. And that's when we get into this issue of non-point source water draws and in-stream flows. Someone earlier said that groundwater doesn't affect streams, and I beg to differ. Base flow is what streams experience in the summer times when glacial inputs and snowpack inputs no longer are having a significant effect. And at that point in time, the stream flow is basically entirely dependent on the level of groundwater. Now, I think council would be remiss, and maybe, in retrospect, has been in trying to pursue a business as usual strategy in terms of development here in Whatcom County. The pace of climate change won't allow for us to continue to go on drawing water willy-nilly and not planning for future generations. I would like to just ask that you as council act not only on behalf of the salmon who sorely need those stream flows, and that's something I've witnessed, the South Fork River flowing
30 seconds,
extremely
please.
low. And the salmon direly need that water, but also in the interest of Whatcom County residents now and in generations to come. The concerns of the landowners and people, your constituents, my neighbors, are pretty important, and I came here not only to support the moratorium and ask that you extend it for 6 months, but also to hear from them. And it seems that the money you've spent fighting this case could have been spent heading this off. So I ask you to uphold the moratorium and continue the extension, but also to look at the vested interest proposal and kind of clearing the K before cutting off development. I think that's in the best interest of the people who are here, who are rightfully upset. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Zach Nutting. I'm Kendall area. A few of you, Barbara, Sit, Paul, Ken, and Rudd, all have got to hear my story before. I'm a contractor and now a landowner. I've worked for 11 years to pay off a small mobile, which I then went and bought 5 acres out in Kendall area. I, before purchasing, went to the building department to make sure I would be able to get a building permit, drill a well, etc. They agreed that I would be able to do everything, went through all the hoops I thought would be necessary to start this process, and went ahead and purchased the property. I then went ahead and sold the home that I live in with my wife and 4 children, with another one on the way in April. That makes 7 of us. Went to apply for the building permit and was told I cannot do that. So now I am homeless with what will be 5 children. Now I'm lucky the person I sold the house to was letting me stay while I built the house and is letting me stay continued. But I am currently staying on someone's good graces. I have spent money that they've already put down on this house. I have spent money on developing my property. I'm not a hydrogeologist. I'm not a constitutional law professor. I can't tell you all what you should do, what your rights are to do. I can't tell you what my rights are on that property, but I can tell you I've worked my butt off to get to where I am in life. I worked my butt off to put something for my table. I told my kids they'd be in a new house by Christmas. Instead, we're crowded 7 of us in a 2-bedroom house with another guest that is staying in an RV in the front yard until we're done. I'm not gonna demand that you guys rescind this ordinance. I'm gonna do something different than everyone else. I'm gonna get on my knees and I'm gonna beg you to lift this moratorium and let me put my family in the house I promised to build. I have the skills, I have the money, but I cannot afford the other options. I can't afford rain catchment, I can't afford a hydrogeologist. Let me put a roof over my daughter's head. When I talked to you, Rudd, I spent 3 hours consoling my 7-year-old
Brad Thompson. Thank you for your service. I can appreciate some of the complexities you're dealing with. Fortunately, like this gentleman, I don't have near the hardship that he's experiencing. My story's a little different. I was fortunate enough that my grandparents gave me a piece of property 39 years ago, me and my siblings and cousins, so that we might have a place to have down the road, especially if things got catastrophic, we'd have a potential place, nothing else to put a tent. I find myself 39 years paying the taxes on that, and for 10 or 15 years of that, my grandparents were there, and so all of us were very pleased to be able to do that and offload some of that tax burden so that they could enjoy the use of their property. I'm finally at a point now where I can potentially do something with that property. And as you're well aware, I'm completely stymied because I can't. With the exception that you have, I think graciously in some ways, allowed a water catchment system to take place of a well system, and that's fine. And I've done the penciling. I've got a doctorate in mechanical engineering, and so I've done some quick studies and look at that and realize that in order for me to be able to support a family of 4 in this house, I'm going to have about 5,000 square foot flat. So that basically pushes me into a mansion. I don't need a mansion. I just want a place to be able to put a home. At this point, building that size of a square foot just is really not practical. So, I go on the record essentially to say that, I oppose continuing to extend this. I think there's clever ways you can go on and hopefully, stop the problems that is going on there. I don't mean to insult anyone's capacity here either, but I've not heard from anyone yet, and that's why I didn't sign up, because I thought I would hear it by the time we got to this point. It seems to me that there's not some clever lawyer that's out there saying, gee, what a wonderful class action suit. There's a lot of people here that are suffering some extreme damage, and I can't help but think that we as a county are going to be looking at a significant liability for a class action lawsuit. But, you guys know that better than me. Whether or not that's even an issue, I don't know. Again, thank you for your service.
I'm Loy Walton. My husband and I are property owners. We bought a property of 27 plus acres 2 years ago, and it had 3 existing wells on it. We have 3 daughters, grown daughters, and we wanted to do lot line adjustments so that they could each build a house on the property. And we had it designed for 4 lots. And we jumped through all the hoops, with all the permits and whatnot and stuff. And as it turns out, my oldest daughter can build a house, her and her husband. I have 2 other daughters. My husband and I were able to build and we each hooked up to a well. Okay, there's 2 wells. One more well that's been there since, all 3 wells were drilled in 2006, okay, by the previous owner. Well, anyway, turns out my youngest daughter and her husband wanted to build on one of the lots. Turns out that, they spent lots of money on the housing design and stuff, and they were proceeding to build on another lot. And as it turns out, when this moratorium hit, what was it, a couple months ago, anyway, they had to stop all their plans for building on the lot. And so I just think that it's not right to the people who have saved money to buy and worked very hard to buy property, thinking they can build, now to find out that their property is worthless. I mean, I think it should just, make people come apart inside. I just feel like it's just wrong and morally not right. It's not morally not right to take property away from property owners and have their property decrease in value. I just hope you would listen to the stories of the people that came before me. I'm the very last one, almost one of the last ones. So I just want to thank you for your service, and please don't support the moratorium. I don't support the moratorium. I would just ask that you would listen to Doug Erickson, and also I oppose the Hirsch group and the Future Wise group, whoever they are. So thank you.
Long night. Hi. My name is Laura Sanderson, and I thank you for listening the last time we were all here and getting busy, and I see that you've done a lot of work and put a lot of thought into it, and I appreciate that. There's a few things I'd like to ask of you. One is that instead of continuing the 6-month moratorium, that you revisit Barbara's recommendation for a request of reconsideration from the Supreme Court. My experience here has shown that, at least shown to me, that when Barbara says something or has an idea, everybody kind of goes, yeah, Barbara. But I'd really like you to look at what she's done in the past. Secondly, I'd ask that you get a meeting with the GMA on your agenda immediately. In fact, several meetings to follow up from whatever first meeting you have. Because you need to meet with them to explain to them that you're incapable of doing what they've asked you to do. That's not an insult. I mean, you don't have the tools, you don't have the information, you don't have a groundwater study, you don't have anything to be able to do what they've asked you to do. So I think the concern about being afraid that the GMA is going to step in, you could easily address if you said to them humbly, we realize that 3 years ago you asked us to do this and we didn't. However, we're sorry. Our county is deeply affected. We need to do these studies and we need some time. So please get a meeting with the GMA on your agenda. Maybe you could do what King County did and simply ask them, what did they say? That they are assessing the situation. The assessment is pretty clear, I think, what you're going to find. Thirdly, there's other ways to deal with the water issue besides the well. I mean, am I wrong in thinking that the city of Bellingham is part of Whatcom County? How about if everybody in the city of Bellingham needed a low flush toilet? That's it. Regulation, spend $200 on a toilet. I wonder how much water that would save. Probably a whole lot more than the 1% minus the 90%, whatever the math is, on these wells. Why not consider the city that flushes everything it uses out into the bay? Why not look at the city in ways to save? Why not put some money and some infrastructure in? And then to gather a large group of people, which I've said to you before, professionals, a think tank.
30
people are going
seconds,
to think
please.
outside the box for solutions to this answer, or solutions to this problem. So I would ask you, do not pass another 6 months of this moratorium. Simply say, we need to do some research. We can't do this again to our people. And lastly, I would really not like to be classified with a group of people that don't like salmon and don't care about the tribal water rights and all that, because that is simply not true. Those things are very true. It's just that the wells that you're going after don't even begin to touch the issue that we need to do to save the salmon and the streams and the trees and the people.
My name's Patty Ball. I was born in Whatcom County 60 years ago. I'm opposed to the moratorium, and I'm not going to pretend that I believe it's about water. I know it's about control and property rights and sprawl. But what I'd like to say is that I don't have a great education. I have a lot of common sense. I have good organizational skills, and I'd like to volunteer to do something, whatever I can, to help anybody who's interested to expedite this so that it can be resolved sooner, whether it's in answering phone calls, returning emails, or helping people get property back and water and be able to build their homes. I don't have a horse in this race. I do not own property, but it breaks my heart for the people of Whatcom County that are being just devastated by this. And that's it. I'll leave my name and my number.
David Haggith. I live in Everson, or just outside Everson, and I was looking at my notes and thinking, I shouldn't be saying any of this. I've got my house and 5 acres, and the moratorium and all that's followed on after that, my house property values have gone up. I'm here on behalf of AG. I work with the WIDs, the Water Improvement Districts, and trying to lay a little bit of perspective here. We've got a lot of skin in the game. Ag needs water in a far bigger quantity than we're talking about with a few gallons that a domestic well will use. A cow drinks up to 30 gallons of water a day. An acre of grass, corn, potatoes uses 5,000 gallons of water a day. June, July, August, September. We're talking about massive quantities. We know that we're a big part of the big issue here, and we are more than willing to step up and do what we can do to help solve the problem. We have deep wells, we have lots of wells throughout the county that are pulling out huge amounts of water for irrigation and can at the same time be used at times of low flow to supplement river flows. We're not in an emergency situation here. The moratorium, the ordinance is all this knee-jerk reaction. I've worked on the Critical Areas Ordinance Committee, the Shoreline Management Plan Committee twice now, and I see how things move through the county planning office. It's not as if you're throwing out thousands of permits a day. Things are moving through there like treacle, and these are real-life situations you've been faced with this evening. These are people whose lives are seriously impacted, and for the few people who are going to go through this permitting process in the time that it takes you, and rightly takes you, to come up with the right solution, it's really not going to have a significant impact on the river.
30 seconds, please.
And I just, I applaud your decision to back Doug Erickson. I think I applaud your decision to take the time to make the right decision on this, because this is a classic case of the letter of the law being used to undermine the intent of the law. The intent of the law, the intent of the Growth Management Act was not to stop growth, it was to manage growth. Thank you.
Good evening. It's 10:20 already. Natalie McClendon, I live in rural Whatcom County. And as a county planning commissioner, I've been interested in what's been said here tonight. I'm sure this will end up at some point at the planning commission in some capacity. I'm here in support in general of the moratorium, and the reason for that is that it is important that we take a pause, which is what the moratorium is, 6 months, to deal with all these issues. I think the moratorium, the emergency moratorium, has gotten people's attention. We are now focused on this issue that we've collectively been ignoring for years. And I want to share a little bit of other information about how deeply difficult this problem is going to be. In the 90s, lots of dairy farms were converted to raspberries, and at that time, the farmers, landowners of the raspberry farms, had to apply for amended water rights. They had a small water right for maybe 40 acres, and a lot of them have expanded to larger farms, and you have to apply for an amendment to your permit. This is in the 1990s. Those applications are still pending at the Department of Ecology. A couple of years back, Senator Erickson proposed a bill in the legislature to allow, it was very cleverly written to only apply to Whatcom County raspberry growers, to allow them to, if they had converted to drip irrigation, in other words, used efficient means, to basically allow them to jump to the front of the line. They're not the only applicants that are pending. They're all pending. And they don't have the money even to process applications. When they try to enforce an application, process an application, they have
30
to know
seconds, please.
who has the senior rights, and they don't have the money to do that. Whenever they try to do that, somebody who prefers the status quo of no enforcement, basically, raises a stink and gets their funding cut. Pop quiz, how much do you think it costs to apply for a water right?
Time.
$2. They have no money. So, got to find it here.
Patrick Allison, 4825 Alderson Road. I wasn't going to speak tonight. Wow. You know, I didn't want to get up and speak unless I really could give you some information that was good. A lot of you have written on the subject of water. I've been really pleased with what you're coming up with. I'm not going to give you any advice on what you should do tonight. You know, I've been involved with water issues in Whatcom County for a long while. One time I came to you and told you about Trevi Fountain in Rome. And when I told you about Trevi Fountain, it was called a fountain of love. But it wasn't showing off love, it was showing off power. Water is power. Now, I have been saying for the last few years, you know, water is not a weapon. Well, I knew it was a weapon. I just didn't want people to pick it up and use it as a weapon. But I can tell everybody in this room tonight, welcome to Water Wars. You're part of it. The water is the weapon, but it's not the objective. Now, I told you 25 years ago what I thought you should do. 20 years ago, 15 years ago, and 10 years ago, you can wait a month or two for me to write up something for you, and I'll do that. So work on this issue. Good luck.
Hi, I'm Jim Skurjank, and I'm not going to take a lot of your time because, oh, sorry. I don't know most of the people on here. I just wanted to thank you for your letter that you're sending. I appreciate that. And I know Barbara and I know Sat real well. So I just think, I know you're going to do the right thing. It's just right now there's so many hurting people. I seen Sat's face when that guy came up here and got on his knees. That's just heartbreaking. I mean, I wasn't even going to talk because I'm not a public speaker at all. But, you know, when people do that, I mean, there's got to be some way of somehow doing it. And when the guy from Buildings and Codes wanted to now throw another layer of burden onto the health department for them to, that's just an excuse so they have somebody to blame besides them. Once you guys fix it. So please, at least don't burden the health department with something that those guys should be doing. So anyhow, that's all I'm going to say. Good night.
Hello, my name is Caleb Brakey. I'm the always proud younger brother of Bud Brakey, who you've already met several times. And tonight you met Angry Buddy, which I didn't even know existed. The brother I know is always smiling, the kind of guy who gives you a hug, even when you don't want one, the kind of guy who invites strangers into his home. And, you know, Buddy is a man of faith in God, faith in the authorities put above him, you guys. And if anything, I want you to go home and just continue to empathize, to motivate you, to make the right decision. Because Buddy, like most people here, have a good heart, but with a lot of anger, that's hard to navigate through. And so take that. You know, my brother's worked hard with his hands. You know, I work 10 hours a day behind a computer on my business. I don't even know what it's like being him. He works hard with his hands. He's worked hard to put away money, create a life for himself, his wife, and his new baby. And that is potentially being taken away from him. That's like the money you put away for your grandkids, or coming home one night and seeing that one of the things most valuable to you has been taken away. And that's the type of thing that keeps someone up at night. And I don't know what keeps you up at night, those fears that you could be worst case scenario, but he's going through that right now. And it really hurts. So use it to motivate you to keep working hard for us, because we knew you do work hard. And I know that you have multiple viewpoints to consider. And I'm so glad that I'm not in your position. So keep working hard, come to a good resolution, solution. Keep working for us. Thank you.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak to us on this issue? Seeing no one, we will close the public hearing. Did staff have any comments after the hearing? Okay, we'll turn it back to council. What are the wishes of the council?
My wishes with this, we weren't in this situation.
Yeah, right. Mr. Weimer?
I'd move approval of adopting the interim amendments.
Well, I'll second it for the sake of argument. I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded. Mr. Mann, go ahead.
Can I have a refresher course from our attorneys? What happens if we don't implement the moratorium? I think in with all the public testimony, and I need a refresher. I do. It was mentioned in the slideshow earlier, but
that's a very complex question you've asked. Well, if you don't adopt the interim, the moratorium remains in effect until about Christmas, and then we're left without anything. And by doing that, you put us at great risk of being hauled into the board and having the board find us or subjecting us to an order of invalidity, which means at that point, as Gary explained in his presentation, at that point, it puts us, everything shuts down, and it puts us in the position of having to convince the board to lift the order of invalidity. I think the plan that planning staff has discussed with you is to adopt the interim moratorium to get us one step closer to where we ultimately want to go. The plan is to try to incrementally adopt additional provisions that allow for things like vesting and that sort of thing. But at this point, we have a lot more research to do before we can even come up with that type of a plan.
I guess my question was more along the lines of the order of invalidity, because what was in the presentation from staff wasn't what I have always thought invalidity meant, actually. So you say like everything shuts down and comes to a stop? Everything?
Well, no, what happens is well, in our case, we were before the board and certain provisions in our comp plan were challenged. And so those would be determined to be invalid, and nobody could vest. I mean, it would basically, it wouldn't allow people to apply for any building permits.
Anywhere in the county or just in the closed basins?
Just
under
in the, just in the closed areas.
With the exempt, guys, come on, please.
Oh,
Keeping us awake.
just warn me.
Okay, I'll try to wave it in front of us and then do it.
So how is that different from the situation we're in right now?
Well, the interim ordinance takes a further step away from the moratorium. It allows some ability, I know it doesn't offer much because of just the circumstances, but it does open up some possibilities for people to try to be able to submit proof of adequate or legal water availability. And the plan was to take that further. We have a Supreme Court, unfortunately, we have a Supreme Court decision that we just can't ignore. We are subject to that ruling and are in a position where we are obligated to take steps to come into compliance with that Supreme Court ruling.
I still have more questions, but I'll let you guys go.
Hey, Barbara's next.
I have to, I appreciate you. You and I don't agree on this, but I really appreciate you a lot. And I do, before I start ranting, I wanted to just say, I think that planning and development services, everybody's been trying really hard. But I think the biggest problem is everybody's trying to settle instead of stand up for something that I really strongly believe in. And I look at some of these legal constraints. It says right here that the Growth Hearings Board can find invalidity if they determine the plan or regulation that we would do by not continuing the moratorium would substantially interfere with the fulfillment of the goals of this chapter. It doesn't say one molecule, it says substantially. And I think we've got so much proof already that there is nothing substantial in the wells. And I appreciate, one thing that happened to me, not just tonight, but I've been noticing it. I haven't heard one person stand up and who has this problem, stand up and say, continue the moratorium. It affects me, but that's okay. I haven't heard anybody say that. And so it's real easy for people who are not in the position to look at things in a more abstract way. And I don't think that's our job. I do think that this whole ruling was extremely political, and you're right, we have nowhere to take it. But we do have the opportunity, if they really tried to pull this invalidity thing, we can appeal that. And you're right, we would have to show. But we did that already, and we won at certain levels. And I think if somebody finally stands up to the hearings board and to all this stuff that's been going on and just says, this is worth fighting for the people of Whatcom County, because even the people who aren't affected, you start letting this keep going on, and at some point there'll be something that will affect them. And then everybody, well, it's too late. We gave in here, we gave in there. And I'm not trying to put Karen on the spot. I just don't think this is the way we need to deal with this. I was looking at some of these pages, and I do want to say, too, this interim ordinance proposal doesn't give people any more real ability. Either the things are completely not able to be done, or some of them, this whole thing about, this is what really gets me, this whole thing about the rain catchment. It's okay to divert rainwater that is definitely going into the streams and rivers and creeks, but it's not okay to take it from way down deep where we don't know and I don't believe there is continuity. So I just feel like this whole thing has been done in such a round circle way. There's nothing consistent about the whole thing. And I guess what I'll say for now is, it's not just about do unto others as you want them to do unto you. It's also don't do to other people what you wouldn't want done to you. And I really wouldn't want something like this done to me. And it doesn't affect me. I got mine. But it's not right. And at some point, if the county, this is getting more attention, and so finally the lawmakers are going to have to go, oops, we're in the spotlight now. And I think but I think we have an obligation to put us in the spotlight. And I just think it's really important. So I'm not supporting that extension. And I think we can also not only not support the extension, but we could vote to lift the emergency moratorium. Do both those things.
Mr. Donovan.
Yeah, this is one of the rare times I've actually been able to talk about this as a body, finally. The decision was the 6th of October. We met on the 26th and put in October 26th? Anyway, but it was the 26th. It was a 2-month, 60-day moratorium that would expire right about Christmas. And I'm pretty sure I said then I couldn't support another moratorium. And
you did too.
I put staff unfairly on the spot and said, you guys can figure this out in 60 days, and
This
I
is
think
the same thing.
that was not fair. But so we can replace the moratorium with an ordinance, an interim ordinance. I don't know why it should be 6 months, and I don't think in its current form it looks that different from the moratorium. So I've got suggestions we can maybe talk about something to do with that. But I do understand maybe some of these things could be done administratively or better done administratively, but I think to make it not just look like another 6-month moratorium, it needs to be amended with something that lets people who are substantially through the process figure out a way we can get them permits. And that's going to happen quick. And I realize there's risk. I realize the risks of that. But I also, given where we're at right now, I'm not sure how big a risk that is. And I'm not holding my breath waiting for the legislature, particularly this legislature.
Mr. Sadhu.
If we say, let's lift the moratorium and let GMA declare invalidity, how does it help you? No, trying is fine. Oh, I understand. I'm rhetorically asking that does it really help you? What I'm saying is, if you say we are in the same position today, we should really seriously think through. If right now we are in a situation, if we do an interim ordinance, we are in some situation as a county council, as Whatcom County residents, to make some changes or even study the vesting, which is the most important thing, is people who have invested money for last 5 years, last 2 years, have gotten to some position. The first thing would be to give them the relief, right? So we should think methodically about this thing. If we just go like bull in China shop, then let's just go for it and let them declare invalidity, we lose all the flexibility as a county we have. Then growth management board call the shots. We are then subservient to the growth management board to meet their requirements. No, okay, I'm not saying you should agree with me, but you should hear me. Okay? I'm trying with my little intelligence to help you. I'm not trying to go against you. So have the patience. So you can decide on your own. It's not something to be done right now. But what I'm saying is we should really think through that just saying, lift the moratorium, let's start accepting applications and everything, whatever authority we have, and then, there is an opposition party to this. You are not the only party. There is another party to it. They have equal rights to you to go appeal in opposition to what you're trying to do. You must count that in as well, because they're not going to be silent. Okay? So, okay, listen, please.
Order, please.
Please, I'm just asking your patience. I'm just trying to explain something. I'm not really saying you should go my way. Okay? I'm just giving you arguments and counter-arguments. So we must look through all this before we say, let's just take this action in a hurry, and then whatever the consequences are you willing to face the consequences without thinking on tonight that let's just go with that and see whatever happens? Okay. I just want you guys to think through this thing. This is not as simple as that. Whatever, if the wording says on this thing, it does not mean anything. It's the lawyers who are going to talk in front of the courts and lawyers who are going to talk about that. That word's going to matter, not what is written on a PowerPoint. Don't take false security on something it's said as right or ability or something. It's meaningless. What is really meaningful is what those lawyers argue in the court or in front of the GMA board. That's what matters. So I'm just saying is that to me, interim ordinance is a mechanism. We had moratorium to think through. We have thought through, we means the staff, and we have a little pathway. It may not seem like it will solve your problems tomorrow. I don't think we have a silver bullet to solve your problems tomorrow. What we have, or possibility, is to take this interim step and improve upon it, and we are not limited to, if we do some interim, we can change it every 2 weeks, every month. There is no limitation that once we do this, we have to wait 6 months. That's my best ability I could articulate, and you don't have to agree with me.
Ms. Brenner?
Yeah, I just want to respond because obviously it has to do with what I said. I never said just do that and just business as usual. I gave all kinds of ideas of things we could do to show that we were operating in good faith. For example, set aside the money right away for the planning unit to get started and expeditiously get done with the whole groundwater study monitoring. Hire a very good land use water expert attorney who I mentioned. Have the Washington State Groundwater Association, who's done all this stuff, come forward and they'll help us. We have all kinds of things we could do to move ahead, but lift this stuff that we've got in place now, but show that we're operating in good faith and we're moving ahead. I can't imagine, and maybe I'm wrong, but I can't imagine that the hearings board, if they see that we're really, putting money where our mouth is and working on solutions, is going to find us invalidated because we're not doing a moratorium.
Mr. Brown?
So I just want to clear up perhaps a misunderstanding. First off, we did stand up to the Growth Management's Hearings Board. We did that several years ago. We spent at least $150,000 doing that. We won. We won our case at appeals in the appeals court. It was taken to the Supreme Court. We lost. That's where we are today. We have two choices between us. We can now choose to ignore the Growth Management Hearings Board and ignore the Supreme Court. And if they declare that if they make this declaration of invalidity, which the first time I've ever heard it is in the Growth Management Hearings Board situation, they get to decide our fate. They get to control the whole process. If we say no, we're going to put a moratorium and we're going to continue to work to try and find a solution to this, we control our fate, which means you control your fate because we are your elected representatives. Our alternative, if we turned around and said, hey, we're just going to ignore it. Let me ask you if this is what you would like. No. If you want to ask us to ignore the Supreme Court ruling, no,
The Supreme Court never said.
if you're asking us to lift the moratorium, which would be ignoring the Supreme Court ruling and the Growth Management Hearings Board.
Oh.
Okay. So I want to explain. This is what would happen. If we said to you, yes, you can go ahead and you can do what you want. What would happen is you guys would go out there and you'd put in new wells if you don't have them. You'd put in roads if you don't have them. You put in septic fields if you don't have them. You may even get a building permit and you start construction. How would you feel if at some point along that way, the Growth Management Hearings Board says, stop work? You've invested now all this extra money and they say stop work because what we've done is invalid and illegal. I think that's irresponsible for us to lead you to believe that you could do that. So the moratorium, I believe, needs to stay in place because that gives us a degree of control. And we work with the legislature. The legislature has a session that ends in April. I can tell you, I went down there on Thursday, I sat in the meetings, I talked to the legislatures. They are very, very attuned to what's going on because this is affecting, this ruling only affects Whatcom County, but Okanagan County has already enacted a moratorium basically the same as ours. Pierce County's done one that's very similar to this. Spokane's put in rules that are somewhat like this. There's a little bit of a variation because they've already had a groundwater study done. And the rest of the counties are saying the same thing's going to affect us. So I guarantee you, the legislature knows that you guys are listening and are very sensitive to what's going to go on. I would like to see if we can work through with the legislature and fix this problem for good, as opposed to turning around and misleading you that by us lifting the moratorium, you guys are home free and you can do what you could have done back in September. Because I'm afraid that you're going to just invest more money into these properties and someone's going to say, stop. And it's not going to be us.
Mr. Mann?
Are we able to talk back to you?
No.
We respond to what you're saying to us?
No.
But you're certainly welcome to respond to me in writing or give me a call.
Can I ask staff a question? One of the items that was mentioned was the King County process, which gives basically a disclaimer on their permits right now, where they say, okay, we're going to give you this building permit, but it's totally on you. You might not have legal water one of these days. Is that something that is a viable option for us?
Who are you asking?
I'm asking staff.
It's one of my suggestions.
It's one of Mr. Donovan's suggestions, and we heard it again tonight. And
so I think we've already developed language to put a disclaimer on all our permits that just because we issue the permit doesn't necessarily guarantee that you've got legal water. We're doing that with all the permits we're doing.
so what is King County doing?
I don't know. That's the first time I'd ever heard that. So I don't know.
Ms. Brenner?
Well, I'm going to have to correct the record again. I did not say there's just to go ahead and issue permits and don't do anything else. And it made me realize what you had said before about, I said initially, and now I've been poo-pooed about it, that we should ask for reconsideration of the state Supreme Court because we needed clarification. Nobody responded to that, even though I asked, and so we didn't do it. And then the time, we can't do it now, the time ran out for reconsideration. But I have given a number of, I think, excellent ideas of what we can do to show good faith. And that is not just either or. It's not. It's lifting the moratorium, but putting in money, it's budget time. We haven't even finished the budget yet. Stick that money in there and get the what do you call it, the planning unit started on this with one of the best water attorneys I know, and also I have talked to the Washington State Groundwater Association, the guy who does, Glenn Smith, and he said they would love to be helping us with this. So it's not like we don't have other options. And I'm getting really angry at hearing, if we don't do this, we do that. It's not one or the other. What? It's not one or the other. And
Brown?
please don't say it again.
Sorry, I just want to say, I got a bit emotional before. I don't want to, anything I say, I don't want it to sound like I'm angry with you guys. I'm really upset about this whole situation. I got a lot of friends who are affected by this. I've heard from lots of you people who have been affected by this. My emotion is I share the pain of this with you. I'm not upset at you. I just want to be clear on that.
Mr. Sadhu?
When we say, let's hire somebody and give them a lot of money and hurry up and do the groundwater study, there is no hurry up in that, because groundwater study has to go through the different seasons. I mean, these are the things we are all confronted with. I cannot just agree to that, let's do a groundwater study in 2 months. Because groundwater study, you understand what it means is the seasonal flows, seasonal reservoirs or aquifers and their conditions, and how can you do that in 2 months? Even with lots of money. Oh, we have started. If you know that we actually 2 weeks ago, we fully funded what the groundwater model has started 2 years ago. It's supposed to take another year or 12 months or 18 months to complete. And we did decide that last meeting that what is the shortfall of the money is. We asked the administration, whatever it takes, we approved all the money they need to complete that model. But there's no hurry up in that. Even if there is a data available, this is not something that we can get 5 people, say, you sit in a room, take this data and give us. You have to find the professional people whose word will be accepted by the system we have.
Stop it. Please, the public hearing is completed. Ms. Brenner?
Let me complete my thought. All I'm saying is, all the numbers are arbitrary. When you go in front of the court, you can have the same lawyer for you, and you can turn around and say, now you work against me. It's the same lawyer can give you both sides of the argument. What I'm saying is it's not, we have to follow the process. What you and me believe in, it's baloney. It does not mean that it's baloney. Until somebody proves and somebody writes on it, it is baloney. Okay? So that's how our system works. So we have to, even if the data is all there, you cannot say hurry up and put this data into a study. Somebody has to work on it, and it's going to take time. And you are losing that valuable time. All I'm trying to say that there is no fix that we can turn something on and give a check to somebody, and then tomorrow problem will be solved. I don't know the answer. All I'm saying is, we should think it through. I'm darnest trying to help whichever way that your problems are alleviated.
Ms. Brenner?
Well, one thing I know for sure, we never adequately funded the comprehensive groundwater study. We never adequately funded it. We've been doing it in drips and drabs over the years. To set aside the money and actually do it all together, I think would not only show good faith, we would get our answers. And you're right, I will agree with Councilmember Sadhu on something. You can find experts to tell you anything. They're paid, but those aren't the ones I'm talking about. I'm talking about, we have in our midst an attorney who is above reproach and is an expert in water and in land use. And that's the kind of person you want. And he's got ideas. And we can do this without doing the moratorium. And we could get started on it. I can imagine the hearings board doing whatever they want. but we're already in the same situation, whether we do it or just sit around and wait for the answers to come. I just think it's just, and if anybody was in that situation, you might have a different opinion.
Mr. Donovan?
Yeah, so the motion is to rescind the moratorium and adopt the interim ordinance. Am I correct on that? Or is it just to do,
The motion was to adopt the interim amendments.
would that effectively, then that would replace, and then you
I
don't have
think
to worry
there's
about.
language in the interim ordinance that rescinds
That's what I
the
thought.
emergency.
Okay, then the second question is, would Councilmember Weimer entertain amendments to that motion? And if that motion was amended, where would we be?
The motion to amend the interim
If
ordinance?
I was to suggest amendments, how much can we amend without having another meeting?
If there were any substantial amendments, I believe you'd need to reintroduce another ordinance and have another meeting. Is that correct, Karen?
Just forget to turn that on. That's correct, and if you're talking about vesting type amendments, that definitely would be a substantial amendment.
How about the length of the interim ordinance? It's a defaults as a 6-month ordinance. Would it be a substantial amendment? And I'm not saying I'm not unwilling to, so we can come back in 2 weeks, but I'm sure that's going to make me a pariah. But amending it so it is not a 6-month interim ordinance, it's a 2-month interim ordinance? Is that substantial?
I think that probably would be fine, but I think you really need to consider whether that time period is a feasible time period.
I was hoping that 60 days was going to be a feasible time period. I just worry if we put 6 months, then we'll be going 6 months.
I guess, I just want to say, everybody is working hard on this and trying to get things done as soon as possible. I can attest that nobody's dragging their feet on this one, so as soon as it can possibly be done, I'm sure that staff will bring something forward to you.
Ms. Brenner?
Well,
Oh, you're not.
Well, no, it's just, if it doesn't get, I'd rather be in a position where we have to admit that 2 months from now than to just say it's going to take 6 months, which is why I would propose amending it to be shorter. And I'd also propose, well, that's just, I guess, one amendment. I'll leave it at that for now. But,
Do you want to formally propose?
yeah, I'm asking if I would propose amending it so it is a 2-month interim.
Ordinance.
And I'll get other amendments too, but that means we got to come back in 2 weeks. So
Mr. Weimer, or do you accept that as a friendly, or?
No.
No, okay. So you want to make a formal amendment motion?
sure. I move that we amend it to be a 2-month interim ordinance rather than a 6-month interim ordinance.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Mr. Mann, you had your hand up?
Yeah, but I want to talk about something different than this.
Different than that?
Yeah.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I would not like to see this expire before the end of this current state legislative session, because I think we need to give them an opportunity to fix this problem, because that's within their purview. Well, the state, which I think is the end of April. Does anybody know the current date for the end of the legislative session?
Does anyone know the last time the legislature ended on time?
Yeah, they were there till July last long session.
Well, I think it's normal.
It's a budget year. It will go.
So I would speak against it on the basis that I want, the fix has to come from the legislature, and I want to give them time to do that.
Any other discussion on the proposed amendment? Ms. Brenner?
The interim ordinance is really no different from the emergency moratorium. It's got another few little things which are prohibitive, and even if people had plenty of money and they could do them, they still have to go through, once they do a hydrologist or hydrogeologist study, it goes back to the county's team set up to maybe decide yes or no, and then it can also have a third-party hydrologist paid for by the applicant. So I just don't see this as being really any different than the emergency moratorium. It might make people feel better to say it's not a moratorium anymore, but it really is.
Mr. Sadoo.
I have a question for the staff. On this vesting, there were some items on there that if some people have gone through before October 26, 2016, do you have any idea that, listening to the testimony today and previous meeting, that would it give any relief to certain number of people who have close to or who have got their septic, got their well? Like, how does this impact? What was the reason writing this?
I wrote that.
That was Todd.
Oh, that's Todd.
We didn't write that, so.
I won't take credit for
But
that.
as we've talked about repeatedly, that's the purpose of the interim ordinance, is to be interim. You can amend it at any time in the next 6 months, but we need to gather the data, gather the information on the permits, on the folks who are in the process, who are being affected behind me, and we need to collate that data and make sure that we've checked all the legal boxes on it before we know how to proceed with identifying those folks that are in a hardship situation and making the case to grandfather them in. That, I can't even get that data for you, and we have 6 guys working on it until at least mid-January, okay? So we're not gonna know all that information and be able to collate it, be able to analyze it, and be able to come up with good policy or good regulations until late January at best. So that's the purpose of the interim ordinance, is to take the next step. It's a small step, but it isn't the last step, okay?
But-
It will lift the moratorium. It will identify all the legal, it will implement the court's decision, which we are required to do by law, and it will identify all the legal sources of water that the court says are out there per their decision, until and unless the legislature changes the law. So, and that's the purpose of the 6 months, is to get the legislature time to act. Okay?
Mr. Brown?
And I just, to expand a little bit on that, contrary to what was reported in the media, the council members and county staff and county legal and yourself have met with the protagonists on this issue several times,
Right.
many times, part of which of those discussions has been that our planning department has to collect a lot of data so we can quantify the impact to people such as yourselves. And I agree that I think I see movement in terms of them starting to realise the human stories and the human faces behind the impact here. And I think they're starting to recognise this is, they've taken a hammer to a problem that you know, they've taken a sledgehammer to a problem that needed a tack hammer.
Right.
And our way of getting them to see that, in part, is having you complete the process of getting the data necessary to win our arguments.
And I think the King County example that was brought up, Tyler and I were talking, we think probably King County's in a situation where they're not, one, they're not subject to a GMA compliance order like we are. We're the only county in the state subject to GMA compliance proceeding right now on this issue. No one else is. So the legal scholars on this issue think that those GMA counties have to comply the next time they are required to update their comprehensive plans or their development regulations, their periodic update, but we just went through. King County probably doesn't have to do that for several more years, so they can continue issuing permits, but they're sure going to put a caveat in there that says, good luck, because, you know, a future court might take this away from you. Just like what happened in Skagit County that Tyler talked about, and that's what we don't want to send folks down that road, right? That's increased risk for folks. It's bad enough, the situation that they're in and we're in. This is the best way we think to get out of it. It's not going to be quick, but it's going to be as careful, and we think has the best approach to it. So that's why we can't do what all these other counties are doing, because we're all in different situations. We're in the worst situation because we're under this decision affects us directly as a part of a GMA compliance process. So we have extra scrutiny on us that no other county in the state has right now. So,
If I can just add, when Mr. Schroeder and I were in the meeting at the Washington State Association of Counties in Olympia last week, there were several counties there that are in the middle of their GMA process, and they've got exactly the concern you're talking about. They expect to get whacked with the same thing once they finish their process.
Okay, where we are at right now is we have an amendment proposed to make this a 2-month interim ordinance. Is there any more discussion on that motion? Mr. Weimer?
Yep, I'll speak against it just for some of the same reasons. I agree with Mr. Brown that we need to give the legislature time. We need to give our staff time to develop the information so we can talk with the litigants about settlement. They're very interested in that. They've even said to us, you know, let people drill now and mitigate later, but no one knows what that means because we don't have enough information to know how many people that we're even talking about. And the other thing, to address Ms. Brenner's thing about what's the difference between if we pass this or if we, or the moratorium is, if we pass this, the Growth Management Hearings Board and the litigants will both look at us as we're working in the right direction and will allow us to continue to come back and tweak this. You know, Mr. Donovan has got some good vesting issues. Maybe when that's complete, we'll be opening this up again in January or February. Mr. Brown's got some good ideas. We can put that in. So I think we'll be addressing this before 6 months. We'll be opening it up and adding new things in. But the Growth Management Hearings Board is going to give us the benefit of the doubt that we're in compliance and we're working on things, versus if we just ignore them and they find us invalid, then it falls on them to approve everything we do, and it's going to slow the process down more, and we won't be able to just tweak it a little bit as we want.
Ms. Brenner?
I never said once, ignore them. And it keeps being interpreted that way. And I did come up with a lot of ideas. You can look back on the discussions we had. And I'm not going to keep saying it because it's like I just have to, but I also want to say, I feel really bad for staff. You guys are actually coming at this from a completely different place than where I'm coming from. And you have to. I get that. But I don't have to. And it doesn't, you know, I would love you to keep working on this. I just don't think we need to do a moratorium in the meantime. And I think, like I said, that we have other options we could do. But I wouldn't want you guys to tell us, lift it. That is definitely a risk. I admit it. And that's not your job to take those kinds of risks. But it's okay. I'm willing to take it.
Any further discussion on the 2-month amendment? Mr. Donovan?
So if there is this legislative fix that's going to happen, and we do this as a 2-month thing, I would just look at that as that's putting more pressure on the legislature. If we can't do it, then we roll it for another 2 months. But if all of these things that are supposedly going to go bad do, and the legislature, we're putting all these eggs in this one basket of the legislature fixing it, I guess. And I'm not expecting that, I guess. And maybe I'm the only one here, but.
Mr. Brown?
The best pressure on the legislature, frankly, is for the stories that people are telling us in this room, for you to write to the legislatures in Olympia, and I mean all of them, not just the ones that represent you in this district, all of them, and talk about, you know, share your stories. They're compelling, heart-wrenching stories, but put the faces to them. You know, send photographs, whatever. Just say, put the real people behind this, because they're the ones who are going to make the decision that's really going to affect you.
Any more discussion on the amendment?
This is on the amendment. I'm going to support the 2-month thing, but I'm not going to support the interim at all.
Okay. Mr. Sadhu?
May I propose a compromise? We should do 90 days and 90 days, that 3 months and 3 months, because if you look, the December month is gone, the session doesn't start till sometime in first or second week of January.
What do you mean by 90 days or
90 days?
What I meant is 3 months, right, instead of like, we should do it 3-month interim ordinance, and if we need, we can extend by another 3 months. because if we need to give legislature time, this is not the most priority for the legislature is Whatcom County is suffering. Let's put that thing first. So when the session starts, there will be some scheduling issues, other issues, whatever they go through, and at least by end of February, we would know where we stand, or we will have some indication. At the same time, the staff will have some data collated accordingly that how many people are at what stage. We hear that everybody comes with this story that they have started 5 years ago, 2 months ago, or they are at this stage, and that's what they need to determine so that we can report back to you, okay, out of the 250 people who are affected by this, 100 people are in this stage, 50 people are in this stage, 70 people are in this stage, so that there is some kind of vesting, because we cannot do some vesting where it favors certain people and it is me too clause. If you did for him, do it for me too. All these things are real, because we cannot just take one action which favors certain people and the other people you leave them out. I don't know what the situation is going to be. I think that's what I hear from staff, that they wanted to determine till mid-January, end of January, how many people are at what stage of their permitting and what are their situation, so that we can make some intelligent guesses at that time. And at the same time, in the same time frame, we'll know where the legislature is with that, or what do we hear? They are serious about it, or it's been shut down. So I'm saying let's do it for 3 months. That's my amendment.
Does Mr. Donovan accept that?
It's the difference between February 6th and March 6th. I'll only accept if I don't think I can get the other one through. But,
Let's do the other one first.
yeah, take a shot at, I mean, I'm actually trying to put pressure on us as much as the legislature, I guess. And I know you don't need any more pressure put on you. But
Okay, so the motion stands at 2 months. Mr. Brown?
I would accept 3, and I actually listening to both Mr. Sadhu and Mr. Donovan, I think reminding the legislature that in the middle of their session, our moratorium expires is probably not a bad thing. So I would accept 3 months.
I would accept 3 months.
okay, I'll accept the amendment to 3 months. I accept Mr. Sadhu's
Okay,
amendment.
now
to 3
our
months.
amendment's now at 3 months. Any further discussion on this amendment?
Well, the amendment is 3 months. It's not for the whole thing.
Not a 6-month interim.
It's not a 6 month.
No, but it's you're amending.
Oh, yeah.
So the vote is on 3 months versus 6 months. But
Correct.
then there's a final
It's still
vote
not
on the
a vote-
interim.
It's still not the
vo-
vote.
on the
for-
interim ordinance.
For the ordinance,
Okay.
correct. Because this will be a voice vote and the other one would be a roll call vote. Okay, so seeing no further discussion on 3 months amendment, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? That passes unanimously. Now we are at the ordinance itself. Mr. Mann?
I want to go back to my questions I was asking at the very beginning about what invalidity means and who it affects. For some reason, I'm embarrassed to admit this, I was under the impression that invalidity, because it was as part of the comp plan, it meant no building permits could be issued. But am I now correct in understanding that would just be building permits couldn't be issued for people on exempt wells?
Who are already pretty much in the same place.
You know, what's interesting is that I feel like a lot of the folks really impacted and involved now in this issue, if 6 months ago we had proposed an ordinance to do water studies and impose mandatory conservation measures and install water meters on exempt well pumps, would all be here angry about that. And now, it's interesting that we're here, you're all here, praying for that outcome so that we don't we don't have this interim ordinance, we don't have this moratorium, but you're willing to do anything to, hopefully, to persuade the Supreme Court and the hearings board that we're on the right track. I'm quite sure that in the next year, you're going to see us discussing a lot of water conservation strategies and rules and more regulations and water meters and all kinds of annoying things. As someone who does development at a small scale and has done a lot of remodels and buildings, I do not like regulations at all. I understand it. I have to go get a permit to limb some trees on a steep slope that I own. I have to get a critical areas permit for that, and it's driving me nuts. So I understand how frustrating it can be. I'm actually, it's just dawning on me that this risk, we're talking about this risk of invalidity. It's the people in the room that are most at risk. And it seems like they're the ones telling us they want to take that risk. So, and I guess since no one else is talking, I'll keep talking. Jeremiah Ramsey asked me, a long time ago, what would it take for me to sort of change my mind and want to just say no to the Supreme Court or stand up at some philosophical level. And I think maybe I crossed that threshold sometime between Dan Colicurcio's pointing out that a 6-month moratorium is really an 18-month moratorium when you miss the building season, and then and then somewhere after that, and right around the time Zach got down on his knees and begged for mercy, right now, I spent so much time on that resolution, and I'm glad we passed it. But now I'm thinking we get rid of the moratorium and the ordinance and start implementing all these other water conservation measures and finish the groundwater studies and get moving on that and use that as our good faith effort instead of the ordinance and the moratorium.
Mr. Brown?
I really understand where you're coming from, Mr. Mann. One of my challenges is that the people in this room are, if nothing else, very attuned to what the situation is now. They're very aware, and I think most of the people that spoke to us a few weeks ago said, I knew nothing about this. Why didn't you tell me? Why when I went to the permit department, why when I went to planning when I was looking at buying my land, why didn't they tell me that the Supreme Court could overturn this issue? The thing that concerns me is if we ignore this, there's going to be a lot of other people out there who are going to invest in infrastructure. They're going to invest in buying property, putting in wells, putting in septics, starting a foundation, putting up the frame. And I'm really afraid that those people, through complete ignorance of the risk of the Growth Management Hearings Board declaring invalidity, are going to be told halfway through, here's a stop work order. Now you're worse off because, yes, it's expensive to own a piece of vacant land. It's much more expensive to own a piece of vacant land with a road, a septic, a well, and a foundation you can't do anything with.
So what if the point that you brought up there is the ignorance point, and ignorance sounds like an insult, but it's just, why would you know something like this unless you were like reading growth management journals?
No,
you wouldn't. So we should, to avoid that problem, why can't we be, as part of our package, handing out big neon flyers, and similar to what King County did, but telling people, there is major litigation going on, and Whatcom County's ground zero. Continue to invest money in your property, in this process at your own risk, and there may be benefits to doing it because you might actually get your building permit before the hammer comes down from the Growth Management Board, but, you know, there's risk. But let people make their own decision on that risk, I guess is what I'm trying to say. Give people the information. And I have to admit, I say that on a lot of other issues. Give people the information and let them decide the risk.
Well, if I may respond, I think that, I think those people who go through the process of due diligence and perhaps go to the county and perhaps go to a lawyer and perhaps go to a reputable realtor will have visibility to those issues and visibilities to those risks. But I've talked to people who, I've said, well, what did your realtor say when you bought the property? Oh, I didn't use a realtor. I just did a private transaction. Right? And then I frankly, and I want to bring this up, you know, somewhat delicately, I'm frustrated to see vacant properties for sale today where they say all you got to do is put a well in and just put a well in and that's your water supply. That's the listing today. So I think there are people out there who are relying on professionals who they don't know, or maybe they don't want to know. I don't know. But the point is, I don't want to encourage people to invest in infrastructure and then be even worse off.
You know,
I want to solve the problem.
You know, it's so
I want to
interesting.
fix the problem.
And I'm sorry, but Ms. Brenner, can I just say one thing? Because and I'll be done. And I'm not arguing your point, but you and I actually tussle around this very philosophical principle on a lot of things. You know, whether it's how to regulate VRBOs or you know the fire life safety things. You know,
It's a consistent theme.
it's a consistent theme, and I respect your position. I do.
As I do yours.
Yeah.
So.
Ms. Brenner?
But see, what Councilmember Mann proposed is not to just not do anything. It is to do a lot of these things, but lift the moratorium, and people can make that decision if they want to go ahead with these kinds of rules, like what you were talking about, water conservation, things like that. If they want to go ahead with, how can that not be seen as goodwill to move ahead? And we still got that budget coming. Why can't we put that money aside to not just do a little bit here and a little bit there, but get it done? And that's where we have organizations that can really expeditiously get stuff done for us. And you know what? We could be challenged, but if we have the backup for what we say, you know, like I said, some people say one thing, some will say another, but an expert is an expert. We're the ones who need to pay for that, though, not the property owner.
Mr. Donovan?
In response to Mr. Mann, I guess, couple points. So assume we took that path and just lifted the moratorium and then attempted to show good faith in these other,
Do these
other
things
ways.
that you've proposed.
Well, we haven't got to that, but I mean, the groundwater model, the stuff that you
Yeah.
proposed, and the legislature doesn't make the fix. That would potentially increase the likelihood that we would have an order of invalidity. And it's, I mean, and there's risks in all this stuff. And I guess I'm trying to find a risky but less risky version of the interim ordinance rather than just opening the barn door and ending up before the hearings board more quickly. And a bad cliche. It's 11:30.
But well, I got a second wind.
We haven't got to the budget yet.
Yeah.
Any other discussion on this motion?
Wait, what's the motion?
What's the motion?
3 months.
3 months, okay.
3 months, and this is the.
We already
vote
did.
on the 3
We
month
did the
thing?
3
No,
months.
we already did that. It is-
Now
but
it's
this
on
is
the interim
the actual vote
ordinance.
on the ordinance.
You guys are done talking about it?
I could talk all night about
All
it.
right, I just want to say that I suspect, well, I don't know what's going to happen right now. I don't know how many votes there's going to be. I'm not sure. If we do not extend the moratorium and do not approve the interim amendments, I really, really hope deeply that the people here and the other people that were here before support us in a month or 2 or 3 or 4 when we come back and say, guess what, folks? Water fixtures got a little bit more expensive. Water meters, intrusive, maybe water measurements, et cetera, are coming your way, because that is going to be part of it no matter what. And I don't, you know, if we take this big risk, we're going to need your help on the other side.
Any more discussion? Mr. Sadoo?
I think for 7 of us, our risk is very limited. It's all your risk. I mean, we don't want to give you the impression that you should be with us. You should be with yourself. I mean, if that's what you're asking, that you're willing to take that risk and, you know, roll the dice, you know, yeah, more power to you.
Ms. Frakes?
I just want to clarify that if you don't extend, or if you don't adopt the interim ordinance, we still have a Supreme Court decision that tells us that we have to make a determination of legal availability of water. And so, you know, without the mechanism of the interim ordinance, I don't think we're in a position where we just go back to business as usual before the Supreme Court decision. The Supreme Court decision is binding on us. It's an interpretation of law that applies to us. And so I think perhaps you're putting staff in a position where they will be compelled to deny all permits.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, I think what you said was really important, because, I mean, what you're saying is lifting the moratorium doesn't mean the building permits are going to flow. It just means we're out of compliance, formally out of compliance, and then the Growth Management Hearings Board takes over and then they run the show. We've got a much better chance of getting building permits issued if we work with the legislature, stay on side with the Supreme Court ruling in the Growth Management Hearings Board, and get some relief from them. I don't want to deal with the contempt of Supreme Court issue.
Mr. Mann?
Is our staff responsible for interpreting Supreme Court rulings at the permit counter?
Sorry. Well, I don't think the counter person is the one who makes that determination. It flows from legal counsel to staff at planning and development. And I don't think there's a lot of room for interpretation on that Supreme Court order. I think it's pretty clear.
Oh, I agree, their ruling was very clear. I agree with that. But where, you know, our code flows from that ruling. They don't, our staff does not go like around our code and seek further guidance or review Supreme Court rulings before they issue a building permit, right? I mean, I'm not trying to be, I'm not trying to
Right,
be
but-
sarcastic, it's just my nature.
But
So-
you've got to understand that our code is silent really on this. The only thing we have is a comp plan policy that refers to the, that's what was at issue in the case, was the comp plan policy, which says that we can rely on Ecology's interpretation of the Nooksack rule. And correct me if I'm wrong, but the codes themselves are silent.
So how would, in your answer before, you were saying that it puts staff in the position of having to not deny it based on no legal availability. Where would they be getting that guidance?
Supreme Court
No,
decision.
but, okay,
from-
so then I go by my original second question was, are they responsible for interpreting Supreme Court rulings, or where are they getting that guidance? Who's instructing them? If it's not in the code that we pass tonight, I don't know if it's gonna pass or fail, but where would somebody in the planning department?
Well, they are subject to, we are subject to,
So regardless of what we do, staff is going to interpret the Supreme Court ruling based on staff. We could have avoided all of this then, is what you're telling me.
well,
That's not fair.
Actually, if I'm,
Yes, Mr. Brown.
I don't think we could have avoided all this because,
Sorry, I wasn't listening, say it.
that's all right, I'm used to that with you. I just mean that as a joke. At the moment, we have a Supreme Court ruling that says they have to make a determination of water. If you leave it up to the staff are going to say, I don't know how to do that, so the answer is no. If we pass the interim ordinance, we are giving some guidance to the staff and we are giving some pathways. Limited, I agree, they are limited, but they are some pathways for some people to be able to do what they want. One of which is rainwater, which I know doesn't excite a lot of people, but there's a lot of people in the islands who do use rainwater as a primary potable water source. I didn't say it was perfect, I'm just saying. That's one pathway, which is, my understanding is if we don't do that, then the staff are going to have no guidance from us at all. I'd rather give them the guidance to do something than the absence of guidance so they do nothing, if that makes sense.
Mr. Donovan.
I'll just say this one more time. Another pathway, less risky perhaps than Mr. Mann's, would be to amend the ordinance to get something in there dealing with people that are fairly far through the process, and maybe using the risk language that you're talking about where they're getting these permits conditioned on, the risk may be that you're going to have to do something about determining your water rights. And I guess I'm trying to get a sense of if we're not wanting to do that now, is it because we'd have to meet again in 2 weeks, or is it just because that's still seen as a risk? But I think that risk is lower than the risk of what Mr. Mann's talking about. And I guess that's kind of the question, because I can make the formal amendment to put that out there, but then we're coming back, well, that would require us coming back in 2 weeks, right? Because that'd be too substantial. Where'd Karen go for?
Probably. Mr. Sadoo.
I support that we can actually take a stand on, say, vesting or grandfathering with certain limitations and a caveat, whereas you have to carry that risk too. I mean, the thing is, whatever we decide, we don't have the ultimate authority. Like, we said that, so that's the final word. But we could, even in good faith, that what we want to show it to GMA board, that we had the situation, this is what it is, and based on this, when we get to know, as of October 26, we decided that people in certain conditions, whatever, and they can go ahead and do that. I mean, it's a risk, but it's a little bit more limited than opening right up and not having any guidance. At least we can say, we to best of our judgment, we thought that is the fair thing to do. That's the argument we'll make.
Mr. Brown.
I really hope we end up respecting the Supreme Court ruling. I just think it's so problematic if we don't. I think, frankly, in many ways, we lose our negotiating position. If the Growth Management Hearings Board says a declaration of invalidity, we have nothing left to negotiate with. At this, I don't think the Growth Management Hearings Board wants the public outcry that will come from a declaration of invalidity. I think they'd rather try and find a solution. if we box them into a corner when that's all they can do, I think they'll take that, they'll have to take that, because to not do that is to effectively fly in the face of the Growth Management Hearings Board, or the Growth Management Act, and the Supreme Court ruling. I think we have our maximum leverage at the moment by being in compliance and trying to work with them.
Mr. Donovan?
And I'll shut up after this. So in terms of this being an iterative process, we keep hearing, when's our first meeting in January?
It's on the 10th.
It's on the 10th. So if we don't amend it now, we'd have to, we'd introduce something on the 10th, then we couldn't adopt that for at least 2 weeks. So I'm going to propose some amendments like this, maybe before we have all those data, but it will still, then we're still not getting until the second meeting, which would be the, 24th or something like that. So that just, this is going to take, this iterative thing is going to take a long time. And I mean, January 24th is a long time for the projects we're talking about.
Yeah, and
You could propose those amendments, and we could call a special meeting in 2 weeks, and then we could vote on it by the 10th.
again,
Use the mic, you guys.
It was on.
it was on this time.
No, it's not Barry.
Barry.
I was
okay.
looking at Karen, sorry.
Now I forgot what I was going to say. Again, the type of amendments you're talking about making are, are red flags, basically, that we really need to be careful about and make sure that we do it in a way that we have the data to back us up. It's not something we should just put out there quickly, because that's something that will get us before the board and possibly result in an order of invalidity, and then we can't expand on it. We're stuck, basically.
I understand that. And then I'm not saying all of this, but it wouldn't be till the 26th that we'd be, if we introduce it, if I introduce it the 10th, we wouldn't be actually, we could discuss it, we might have some sense of when we're going to get those data. We could punt it on the 26th, waiting for the data. But then at least we're farther along in terms of, the multi-week process of iterating this to get something that is more than what we got right now for this interim ordinance. So I'm not expecting it would get support right now, is I guess why I'm saying I'm planning on bringing it back the 10th then.
Okay. Mr. Brown?
We only have to enact one sufficient red flag, and then we're going to trigger we're going to box the Growth Management Hearings Board and the Supreme Court into a corner, and they're going to have to act. The other counties that have had problems, including Skagit and Kittitas and so forth, those processes have taken years, and I think, what was it, Kittitas was so way out of compliance, and I don't know how they do you have any sense as to whether they were cooperative or oppositional to the other parties?
I believe that once they got their Supreme Court decision, it was a very cooperative process, but it literally did take years to complete.
Right. And in my experience in business, is things go a lot faster when they're cooperative than if someone's got to say, well, I've got to show you whose stick is bigger than the other one. And if you're not going to comply with me, I'm going to bring my big stick into the room and make you comply. And I'm not going to talk to you nicely or cooperatively until you've acknowledged that. And I don't want to do that. I want to have a cooperative approach to this, because I think we'll get to a resolution a lot faster that way.
Anybody got anything else?
So the interim ordinance before us is for 3 months. There's no further discussion. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Barbara Brenner,
No.
Rudd Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan.
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
Yes.
Ken Mann.
No.
Satpal Sidhu,
Yes.
Carl Weimer.
Yes.
That passes 5-2. I think we should take a little break. We've been at it for quite a few hours. So let's take about 10 or 15, be back at 5 to 12.
It's only 11:40.
Council members can make their way back up, please. We'd like to call this back to order.
We've got a flow chart.
We got a flow chart. Thank goodness.
Almost, huh?
Come sit down, man. Almost.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Well, that's good, you know.
That was the only reason.
It's very.
So what you have here, I'll explain it in a minute. This is, Dana gave us this, and I'm really glad she did, because we're tired. This is the process for both the.
Actually, I'm wired. You're tired, I'm wired.
Well, I'm probably both at the same time. But anyway, this just shows us the process to go through.
And this is mine?
Yeah, everybody gets it. You guys all ready? You ready? Okay. We will call the meeting back to order.
Oh, that was much better.
Well, yeah, I didn't have any competition.
Well, yeah, but it didn't hurt my ears.
Okay, we are now at the point where we are going to discuss the vetoed ordinances on the budget. So what I've handed out here is something that Dana has provided us. It's a process to go through walk through both of these ordinances and the steps to take to go where we recommended to go earlier today. So I'll start it out. And step one, this is to approve a property tax levy without a 1% increase.
Wait, hold on, time out. Don't we have open session?
That's next.
Oh, yeah.
That's after this.
Oh, this is a hearing. Is this a hearing?
No.
No.
We're not having a hearing.
And
Oh, which, the agenda is new agenda.
Yeah.
Did
It's
not
on
know
my annotated.
Okay.
New agenda?
No, it's not new.
Well, but don't you have to have open session before that then?
You don't have to.
Well, I wonder if there's anybody here who sat through this whole thing just so they could speak at open session. I think we should do open.
Is there anyone that did that?
See?
Okay, well, I
think
can't,
we should.
in good conscience, make you
You
wait.
sit through okay.
No, we don't want to.
Okay.
They like it.
point of procedure.
Yeah, Mr. Brown.
So I just want to make sure that, Madam Clerk, have we disposed of item 2 effectively? Because we didn't actually take a vote on it.
Yes, that was just a procedural hearing.
Okay, all right. Thank you, I'm done.
Okay, so the first item is the property tax levy without a 1% increase. And so the first step is it was recommended today by the Committee of the Whole to sustain the executive's veto of ordinance 2016-052. And I would entertain a motion for that.
I move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
So that passes 5-2. The next step is recommended by the Committee of the Whole to recommend the council rescind its vote to adopt ordinance 2016-052.
Move
That's
approval.
the budget one?
Yes.
Okay.
No, this is still the levy.
Still on the same.
Oh, the levy. That's still number one we're dealing with.
Yeah.
First. Okay, what? Oh, okay,
doing
we
it a bit
sustained the
differently.
veto and then we're doing what? Say that again?
We've sustained the veto, now we have to rescind the original vote on that motion. That's what we talked about earlier today.
You want to get to the point where you can discuss
more
the
stuff.
ordinance
Do it
that doesn't have the
This is the
1%
levy
in
rate
it.
right now. we're
Okay,
voting on.
so this is so we can make more cuts if we want and stuff?
No,
No,
that's
this
the
is
next
the
one.
levy ordinance. We have two completely different
So
ordinances
we
that
need
you're
to do
dealing
both of
with.
those things.
Correct.
That's why you have 2 pages.
There's a slightly different process than we used to prove it.
Yeah.
Huh?
It is slightly different. But that's okay. As long as we get to make more amendments.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to rescind the council vote to adopt ordinance 2016-052. Do we have any discussion? Mr. Donovan?
I just want to reiterate what I said earlier this afternoon. I think we needed those revenues. I still think we do.
Now I know what I need to do.
That's it.
Any other discussion?
Hi. You can have mine, I can
here.
share with him. Here, then you can,
Okay, any other discussion on the motion to rescind the vote? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. That passes 5-2. Now, it was recommended by the Committee of the Whole to adopt the levy that does not include the 1% tax increase.
Move approval.
Excuse me, can you state for the record how it was 5-2, but I'm not sure who voted which way on that last
Oh,
one?
who
He voted
It was
no.
Mr. Donovan and Mr. Weimer.
And
Both-
Thank you.
Both cases. Okay, so we have a motion and a second to adopt a levy that does not include the 1% tax increase. Is there any discussion on this motion? Dana, is this a roll call?
I thought we just did that.
We rescinded it. Now we got it.
Yes, sorry, just 1 second.
You did good. I didn't remember it was a roll call. He's still operating.
Still
Okay,
operating?
I'm ready.
He got it.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
No.
Ken Mann,
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu,
Yes.
Carl Weimer,
No.
Barbara Brenner,
Yes.
That passes 5-2 with Donovan and Weimer opposed.
Let the record show that Mr. Bennett is looking very relieved. And so is the county assessor, I believe.
Why are they glad?
'Cause we just gave them the money in for next year.
Okay, so that takes us to our second item, which is the ordinance that the council adopted on November 22nd, the actual budget,
Okay.
the budget ordinance. So it was recommended by the Committee of the Whole to sustain the executive's veto of ordinance 2016-053. I'd entertain a motion.
Move approval.
We have a motion, do we have a second? Second. We have a motion and a second. Discussion. Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
That passes 6-1 with Mr. Weimer opposed. Next step is recommended by the Committee of the Whole to recommend that the council rescind its vote to adopt ordinance 2016-053. I would entertain a motion for that.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
That passes 6-1. The next step was some amendments that were proposed and voted on earlier as far as recommendation to the council by the Committee of the Whole, and that was to recommend that the council adopt the following changes. Remove additional service requests 5596, 5624, 5516, 5627, and 5588.
So moved.
I'll second.
Are there any other?
Well, can't we vote on those first?
Well, Dana, I'm just following what I'm
Well,
given here, so.
I do have others if these don't.
Wouldn't new amendments be another motion, correct? Yes, okay.
Okay.
So, discussion on this item, removing these ASRs. Mr. Donovan.
Yeah, I'm trying to piece this process back together with where we were this afternoon, but, and I just again want to say this, I guess, to get in the record, that what's behind this is there was a veto of a budget that was in deficit by about 1.2 million, that had $300,000 added into it as revenue in the form of a sales tax. which was general fund revenue. And the veto, I think, and I think the council shared this sense, misrepresented where that money would go by saying it was earmarked for a particular expenditure, and that's why we're opening this back up. I actually was supportive of the expenditures. I'm not happy that if we're going to cut the revenue, though, we have to cut some expenditures, I suppose. But whatever we're doing, there's still this kind of implicit assumption that this deficit has gone away because of the EMS money, and it hasn't, which is why I was continuing to support the sales tax.
Mr. Sadhu is next.
I think that we should deal with each one of these separately rather than like group them, because that way we can vote on each of these ASRs.
I would solicit the maker of the motion to.
I'd rather vote on them as a bundle, just because that's how we did it in committee and move on to the next group. But if there's been changes or how people want to vote on or singling some of them out, I don't want to prevent that. I'd rather do it as a bundle and move along, but if you want to change your vote on some of them, but not others.
I want to change my vote on, and it's not really a change, that one FTE for the facilities, what we did, I would like to keep that.
All right, well then we better break it up, I guess.
Mr. Brown?
And I concur with Mr. Sadhu on the same issue.
You already voted that way.
No, I'm just being consistent.
Ms. Brenner?
We have a deficit. These are new some of these, part of this is new positions in facilities management that we don't need. We have qualified staff in place right now. It's always nice to have more, I suppose, but we don't need them. And I don't even think it's nice to have more. This is something I really think, this is not the time to add staff just because somebody wants them. And you make these comments about how it's going to really take care of so much more stuff, but there's no specifics anybody's giving about how this is going to make things more efficient. We've got very qualified staff in there right now.
Okay, so what we have is a friendly amendment that's not been accepted. So do you want to propose, do you want to make a motion to do what you want to accomplish, Mr. Sadhu?
Yes, I want to make a motion that we should vote on each of these ASRs separately.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to vote on these separately. Do we have a discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Let's see the noes. Okay, that fails 2-5. Now we're back to the original motion of all 5 of these ASRs. Mr. Brown?
Mr. Chair, I'd like you to make a motion to remove items, the ASR 5596 and 5624, and leave the other 3, the remainders
Didn't we
in
just
place.
vote that down?
No, it was to do each one separately, was it?
Different vote.
You want to do them separately?
No, that's what we just voted down, was to do them separately.
Oh, you want to remove them?
I want to remove 5596 and 5624.
I second that.
Okay, do we have discussion?
Yes.
Hell yeah.
Mr. Mann was first.
All right, well, I really strongly beg you to leave those cuts in. You know, as we talked about today at great length, we received a budget from the executive that was $1.3 million in deficit, an unbalanced budget, and not responsible, and no one apparently who proposed it was willing to do anything about revenues to address that budget deficit. And if we're going to start adding positions that we don't need, then that is even more irresponsible. Why we don't need those right now. there's certainly no rush to hire these folks. It just seems like an absolute luxury move in a budget that's in deficit. And the idea that it's not really in deficit because of the EMS passing, you know, having your cake and eating it too is really nice, but this is the real world, and we need to make hard choices. And right now, this is a luxury item, and we cannot afford luxury items right now in a budget deficit situation.
Mr. Brown, then Ms. Brenner.
I completely agree with everything you just said, Mr. Mann, with one exception.
Excellent, thank you. Next.
With one exception, I think this will save us money. I think the additional focus, given the large number of prospective projects we've got, in my experience, a person who comes in and does this, expanding the bandwidth, because I think the existing staff will be overwhelmed and will not be able to do the most efficient job possible, and I think we will save much more than we're spending on this if we have the right person in place.
Ms. Brenner.
I really get sick and tired of those kinds of answers without any bit of proof that anybody's going to be overwhelmed. How many motions did the two of you who want to do this, how many motions did you even make to cut anywhere? I don't remember hearing any. So, you know, you can't have it both ways. We're in a deficit, and even if you think it's important, it's not that important that you need it right now. What's more important is that we get a handle on the deficit and make, like I've heard some council members say, make Whatcom more revenue friendly, to bring in more business and do it that way. But to do this and to claim that it's going to save us money without any specifics, it's cheating.
Mr. Sadhu first.
You know, I just want to put my experience in construction and larger projects, that it's the management of the projects which can really save you money. It's not only that you get a bid and everything, how you manage a project, especially if it is a multi-million-dollar project. And this is a proven thing, that the systems and the people are the most important in these kind of projects. And I firmly believe, and I back it up with personal experience, that having people with this kind of training and experience will save money.
Mr. Donovan.
Speaking of the issue of the deficit, and I guess having your cake and eating it too, that we just cut $300,000 in revenue that was going to be in the budget. We're cutting about that much in terms of expenditures. And if, assuming this did add some capacity as far as these FTE, whether we need it or not, maybe they did. But it's not doing anything to the deficit. So it's like this, 5 of us voted for this property tax increase, which lowered the deficit a little bit. And we added some money to it. But this is this Highland assumption here that we're then going to pay for it with EMS money. And or we're going to pay for the general fund stuff that we cut out with EMS money. And
it's going to
I had my hand up.
Yeah, we cut $286,000 out of revenue, and you're cutting a bit more than that, I guess.
Ms. Brenner.
Well, let me talk about my experience. Being on the council as long as I have, I can't think of one time where we have spent more money on positions suddenly that appeared that, without a lot of specific data about why they're even necessary, except maybe for personal reasons. But to say that because, adding more, this is government, adding more positions doesn't necessarily save you money. And that's my experience. So I don't think we need them.
Mr. Mann, then Mr. Brown.
Well, I think the executive's budget deficit comes out of the fund balance, and we stick the EMS, the money that's freed up by the EMS levy passing in another fund that's dedicated to public safety enhancements, which was along the lines of the EMS vote. That's what people were voting for. They weren't voting for the executive to have more staff members helping them on these projects that we don't even know what projects they are. We don't have it. What these prospective projects that we have might be the jail, although given our track record, I don't even think we're going to get a jail approved next year, even if, let alone get it on the ballot. So these prospective multi-million-dollar projects that we need 2 FTEs for it's about as bogus as the executive's veto signing statement.
Mr. Brown?
If we do in fact have, let's say, not $180 million, let's just pick $155 million worth of capital improvements. Nice round number, because this compensation for 1 year is the equivalent of 1/1000th of that amount of money. When I built my industrial building, the contractor was so good, he saved me so much money, I lost my financing, because they couldn't believe that we'd saved that much money, and they had to go back and get board approval again to give us the financing, because he was so good at his job. And so a really good person can save a lot of money.
Which project? Which project are you envisioning in Whatcom County needs this professional right
Well,
now?
we've got a jail, whatever the size that is. We've
We
got
haven't
the
even
courtroom.
done that yet.
Long time
We've got the
ago.
courtroom, we've got State Street, we've got the facility over here. And I think frankly, we should be doing an audit of all our facilities and assets to determine whether we've got surplus stuff that we can sell and use to pay for some of the other capital improvements.
All right, if I may
Yeah.
respond, then I'll be done.
Yep.
But I think that those projects that you mentioned, we have existing staff in place who are familiar with all of them and are, I don't know exactly how many folks are in the facilities department, but that's sort of, seems like the standard amount of projects that we've always had. So I'm not sure what the emergency is to hire more staff in this regard. And if something does come along, if there is a specific multi-million-dollar project come along, the exec can always fold that in as part of the budget for the project, say, like professional project manager on a specific large project, or you can bring this back to us as a supplemental. That happens all the time. But right now, with the existing budget deficit, I'm not interested in making it worse.
Ms. Brenner?
Plus, you can't keep comparing government with private business. It doesn't work that way. I mean, you can say it should, but it doesn't.
Other discussion on removing 5596 and 5624? Mr. Sadhu?
I just wanted to add that I agree with Mr. Mann that EMS money should not be a backfill for the deficit. And that should be earmarked or allocated as a reserve for that public safety or the jail. To me, if we can lower the levy on the jail and use this fund as part of the bond money, that's what we should do, because we definitely need that project in one shape or the other, at least put it before public again. And I see that, I agree with that, but I still feel that if you look at the, next 5-10 year period, we do need a renewal, and we do need the new skills in the project management department or for the new projects. There'll be money well spent.
Which projects again?
The one we looked at, the capital list, 6-year list, and then we had a 1-year list. We went through that, and there were projects, capital facilities projects, worth anywhere range from 50 to 150 million.
Ms. Brenner?
Some of those were public works jobs, and some we hire out to specific contractors. It has nothing to do with these two new positions. We don't need them.
Mr. Executive?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As I've discussed with council in the past is that our legal department is requesting that we have some help as it relates to the contracting and the facilitation of these big projects. As I've said earlier today, is if I'm going to accept whatever your decision make on that is if your decision to pull it back today is that as we get into projects into the next year, courthouse exterior and so on and so forth, is I will be coming back to you. I believe it's in the best interest of the county to do that. It's not that where we've got a facilities department that's doing a bad job is we could do better than what we're doing right now. And I do believe it is in the best interest of Whatcom County government to augment this department with some help, as we do have many, many dollars. And if the EMS dollars go into a fund for our capital facility needs is that just highlights the fact that we need to make decisions and we need to make them right. I want to go into the contracts in the next years that I have in this position with the confidence that we can pull them off correctly. And that's why the position was in the budget. And I'd ask you to consider that as you're making your deliberations. And as I said, is I will accept it, although it is going to present a challenge if we don't have that. Thank you.
Ms. Brenner?
Well, it's really interesting to me. How come the media hasn't reported on us having a deficit budget and the executive requesting more employees? That doesn't make sense to me. That didn't get in the media.
Mr. Brown?
Mr. Executive, could you tell us, just remind us, what is the capital expenditure for 2017 and 2018 that would be under this person's purview? Rough numbers.
Mr. Brown, I don't know that off the top of my head. The exterior of the courthouse is a couple of $1 million in the next 2 years. As I've mentioned, the council has authorized Design to Last to come in and take a look at our existing jail. Their report said that for us to spend upwards of $10 million immediately on that facility. I don't believe that it's necessary to do that, but we have to do something. So that is in the works and in development right now for your consideration. Rough guess, $4 to $7.5 million on that, and we'll be bringing that back to you at the first of the year. And the decision is going to be made is whether or not you allocate for that, but we're going to have the funds to be able to make that happen. So
Remind us again, what is Design to Last costing us as a consultant?
I think we spent about $140,000 or $150,000 on that particular contract. One of the things that I would like this person to do on behalf of the county is to go through all of our capital facilities and put long-range plans together so that we can start allocating the right amounts each year. That's secondary. It won't probably get done to the satisfaction that I want if we don't have that, but that's fine. But thanks for the question.
Ms. Brenner?
Well, when we get specifics, we can consider it. It shouldn't be happening now. Nobody has any kind of understanding of what we're talking about, how much it's going to be, and again, why we need more people hired. Is this going to be an argument between you and me?
No, I'm just going to make a statement of fact is, you know, as a vote of 6-1, 2 weeks ago, the council included that as part of what they considered to be the budget document. So to look at it, I'm just going to say, to look at it tonight to say is well, hey, it's all bunk. As a result of the veto that I made on two ends of it, I want to challenge the council that the tax increase, the $303,000 worth of additional expenses that you put in on the first year didn't help our budget out. What it did is it allocated $285,000 worth of new revenue and allocated $303,000 more worth of. So I just like to clarify, we're in this together. The money that we put, the money and the deficit spending were something that were articulated back in June to you while we were going through the budget message. They were articulated to you in September when the budget message was going through, that this was the plan that I had put together. So to hear tonight that, yeah, you may not like it, but to hear tonight is that it's a result of it, from my perspective, is a bit disappointing. So we have probably a lot of things that we could go back and forth on. As I said earlier today, you know, I have two issues with the budget. One was a tax increase. I appreciate the sustaining of the veto. The other primary one is the dollars related to the legal counsel. That hasn't been discussed. I understand that that's going to be taken into the budget as a compensation for that as to moving it through. We got to get beyond it today. And next year, when we reconvene, is we're going to be taking a look at it all, and we're going to be working together on behalf of the citizens to do what we can. The help as it relates to the capital facilities, in my mind, is a very needed, is a needed addition to our facilities department.
Ms. Brenner?
Well, you already said, yeah, right. Well, you already said that. I don't agree. And I didn't vote for it the first time. But you know, maybe people weren't as aware of the deficit looming. And it seems like it's pretty serious since the council members who voted for the tax increase took an awful lot of flack for it. So I just think you know, we're being frugal and we're being really careful with the taxpayers' money. You can bring it back if you can show why and where specifically. I'm not going to vote for it because I don't think we need it. But I just don't think it's right to do it now at all.
Okay, the motion is to remove 5596 and 5624 from this amendment. Is there any more final discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Noes?
The noes have it.
Good, tax and spend, you guys. Go
Yep,
ahead.
tax and spend.
Sorry, which way did they go?
Yeah,
No, you laugh all you want right now, but it'll come back to bite you. You just wait and
No, I'm
see.
trying to work out which way the vote.
yeah, where are the yeses?
The yes was to remove it.
Yeses to remove it.
I was going to remove it.
2, 3, 4. That passes 4-3.
Can you state the names for the record, please?
Yeah, please state the names.
Brenner, Buchanan, and Mann opposed.
Remember that next time people are up for election.
Okay, so are there, now the motion is to remove ASRs 5516, 5627, and 5528.
5588.
What's that?
5588.
Oh, sorry, I'm starting to see double or triple.
And so just for the sake of people listening, that's the other unnecessary FTE added to the budget, and then the 150,000 for the financial evaluation is what's still remaining in this original motion, right?
Okay. So discussion on removing those three items. Mr. Donovan?
Yeah, I'll just repeat again, I guess, that I was, as I think Mr. Mann put off by the executive's veto message by linking what
But you gave him what he wanted.
5 of us thought was needed revenue, which now somehow isn't, and I still don't understand how that's no longer needed. But, so we've cut that revenue, and now the proposal is to cut these expenditures, which I'll say again, gets us right where we were to start with. So I think, it's, to say that this is somehow saving us money or something, it's a.
Don't worry,
It's a way to get-
I got some more amendments.
Wait, did you just vote, though, to
Yeah.
spend
No,
the
I'm-
150,000 on the FTE?
I'm
Yeah.
voting for the budget that we passed. That had a 1% property tax increase that raised about $285,000.
Well, now we don't have that.
But you don't
I know,
have
I
that.
voted to keep that.
But
And I think,
you didn't get your,
yeah, well, I think that was a good budget, and I'm upset about the veto. But now, we're not making any, we're
It
not making
is
it better.
redu-
We're losing capacity.
Well, I mean, Mr. Donovan, I brought up the possible 1% increase all the way back in March, and I supported it because I didn't believe running a deficit was a responsible thing to do. Now that
You
we've,
said that.
now that we've had the property tax vetoed, I think it is responsible to go sharpen our pencils and find some cuts. And I don't understand the logic that says, well, we're not, I don't understand your logic, really. I mean, we need some, we got a budget deficit from the executive, we vetoed our minute tax increase, and I think we should be responsible about making some cuts to help us trim that deficit. I don't like running a deficit.
We could have been responsible and
It's
maintained the tax.
over.
I know, I'm just, but it's, you just talked about having your cake and eating it too. And, one other alternative was to keep those revenues. The only way I'm hearing that people are justifying that we don't need it is because we're either gonna make a lot more cuts or we're pretending this EMS revenue is somehow filling it in. So I guess I'm expecting more proposals for more cuts.
So
I got
if
more.
I come up with $1.5 million in cuts, you'll vote for all of them, but if it's only $500,000 in cuts, you won't
No, I'm not
vote?
voting for any of them. I'm voting for the original budget. That's.
forget it.
Okay.
There's nothing.
Ms. Brenner?
Well, I'm gonna make some more amendments
Should be on
to
the Supreme
cut.
Court.
No. We're gonna get rid of the top layer and have all the frontline people, never mind, but that's next. But this is like, you can't, I just think it's wrong to, fix deficits by raising taxes. That is so punitive. I can't believe it. Okay,
That's over.
Okay, so Mr. Brown disappeared.
good, let's vote.
Any more discussion?
Sorry, it's late.
We still have the consent stuff to go through.
Well, we will vote.
Okay,
So it's removing ASRs 5516, 5627, and 5588. So all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
no.
Okay, that
He
passed.
whispered no here.
No.
What's the vote? What were you voting on?
We were voting on removing those three. And it was 5-1 with you out of the room. You want to vote?
Yeah, I don't think you
the first
can
thing was
now.
just to call the whole vote again.
We'd have to
Okay,
reconsider.
we'll call the vote again. Don't leave next time.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay, so all those in favor of removing 5516, 5627, and 5588 signify with aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
That passes
You're so-
6-1 with Mr. Donovan opposed.
Sorry.
No, on everything from now.
Okay, so, Ms. Brenner,
I move that we consolidate the Parks Department by putting,
I predicted what you were going to say.
I knew you did, by putting senior services in the Health Department, Parks Planning in the Planning Department, and Parks Maintenance and Maintenance and Operation of Equipment in the Public Works Department.
do we have a second?
I'll second it. Okay, as far as questions about the substantial, this I guess is for.
I brought this up
Oh, yeah, yeah.
before. This is not new.
Okay. You brought it before in
No,
our, in the.
Boris will tell you, it was one of
Yeah.
my proposals.
Okay, that's getting rid of the Parks Department.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, that's how Carl knew you were gonna make it.
Every year.
Nothing against parks, it's just
Okay, Mr.
top
Sadoo.
heavy.
I just want to say that we have so much investment in Parks Department. It's so much public interest in the Parks Department, and it is such a important part of Whatcom County as presented to the rest of the country, state, or the world. I don't know what we will gain. I mean, that's what I would like to see, that by doing this thing, what do we gain?
Ms. Brenner.
Well, you could shut down the parks office and move those people to the other places. We keep all the same frontline people, and we just get rid of the top part. And even removing that building, getting rid of that building, would probably save us a good amount of money.
But that's a heritage building, isn't it?
I don't care. What do I care if it's a heritage building? We have a deficit. Let's take some bold action.
Okay, further discussion on this? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
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 What are the noes? That fails 3-4.
This was going to be the first time I was going to vote for a budget in a long, long time. I'm not doing it now.
3 to 4.
I was close.
Who was the third?
Okay, so now where are we?
Who was the third?
Who was the third?
Okay,
You were the third?
yeah,
Ah,
Get rid of Parks.
that's as close as I've ever
you
gotten.
did get pretty close.
Yeah. Ken.
Okay, so we are now, have you exhausted your list of amendments?
Okay, I want $25,000 set us, see, no, I'm not gonna add stuff, never mind. That's not
Mr.
fair.
Sadoo.
I think that, don't we have to formalize this EMS dollars into a reserve fund? I mean, we talked about it, but there is no resolution or formal way of saying this is what we want.
That's a good question.
I
had
don't
the
think
same
we
question in
do
mind.
that now.
Yeah,
That
I
would
mean,
be
we have talked
significant.
about it, and
But that would be significant. We didn't
and
do it during budget.
administration,
fund, I think.
administration seems to be agreeing with that we could put that money aside, but we need some kind of formal way of doing it. We haven't done that.
I think that's a whole different issue.
We did discuss a resolution to that effect. We didn't end up doing it, but we did discuss it.
We did?
Yeah, we did discuss it before also.
When
So
we were putting it on the
I
ballot.
just move a resolution that we should, the savings made from EMS levy passing to the general fund should be put into a reserve fund for public safety or jail, let's put the word jail in there, or triage center, that kind of use.
I think at this point, really, all you can propose probably is to move to draft. a
Okay.
resolution.
Yeah, because this is not.
Okay.
Because it's not going to affect the budget.
No.
Okay. But I don't want to be
Might wanna
get stuck with
apply.
that we didn't take any action and then we are unable to take any action. That's what I just want to formalize somehow,
Yeah.
that we don't say, well, it's January 1 that you can't do it anymore.
Okay, do we have a second?
If I can say something, I'll second it.
Of course you can.
What's the motion?
I want to
The
say,
motion is to draft a resolution to,
and I'll second it, but I want to speak.
well, just
But
calm down.
my issue is that we don't have any other meeting in December.
Right.
So if we draft the resolution, and if it is past January 1, how does that matter? Like, how does that affect
I
that?
can answer that.
I think Forrest is coming to our rescue.
Yes.
But I,
Send us home.
I just
he just
wanted
wants to win his bet.
Yeah, seems like a fat chance of that. I just wanted to point out that those EMS funds will have to be reappropriated at some point, and that will have to go through the council. So you will have a say on those funds no matter what.
Okay.
Just want to clarify that executive can't do anything with those funds until they're reappropriated.
Okay.
Do you want to continue with your?
No, I just wanted to make sure that those things, they don't get out of our hands and then we are not able to do anything with it. At least we'll have a say at that point of time, what are we going to do with it?
Okay, so that motion is withdrawn. Ms.
Yes.
Well, I just want to share a little known secret,
Uh-huh.
that if you guys got the guts, you can add stuff to any budget amendment that comes to us. I know that in the past, we've been oh, you can't, well, actually you can. A budget amendment is the same as a budget. And when a budget amendment comes to us, we have the right, as long as we don't take it out of what's proposed, we have the right to add stuff like what you're talking about.
Okay.
Okay.
Point noted.
Any other amendments? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to the next stage, which is, I would entertain a motion to adopt the ordinance as amended.
Move approval.
We have a
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
They don't want to hear from me.
Seeing none, please call the roll.
Barry Buchanan,
Yes.
Todd Donovan,
No.
Ken
No,
Mann,
Yes.
No.
Oh, hold
I'm going to
it.
vote
Time
yes.
out.
I'm voting yes.
You should have stuck with me.
Ken Mann,
No, I mean, yes. No.
It's almost one.
Ken
I'm
Mann.
losing
No.
track here.
Satpal Sidhu,
Yes.
Carl Weimer,
Yes.
Barbara Brenner,
No.
Red Brown,
Yes.
Okay, so that passes
I don't
1,
think
2,
I've ever
3,
supported
4,
a budget.
5 to.
Lost in my flow chart.
Did you get it? Joe got it.
Well, that was fun.
Looks like it passed 5 to 2.
Yeah.
Okay, so that takes care of the budget. Now we will go into open session. Oh, boy, aren't we moving right along? During open session, audience members will have up to 3 minutes to address the council on any issue relevant to county business. Before beginning to comment, please state your name and topic of interest. And we will open the public hearing or public comment period. And please make sure to speak into the mic. Come on down if you want to speak.
Aw, come on, you guys. You both said you wanted to speak.
Oh, going once. We will, come on up, buddy.
Yay.
Yes,
somebody.
yes. Yes.
Again, I'm Bud Breakey, spoke earlier. I was all angry, and I apologize about that. Last name's Breakey from Whatcom County. You asked if we'd be willing to take the risk. Heck yeah. About the water issue, I've already got $145,000 wrapped up in it. My whole life savings is going to be tied up from now until I'm 55 years old. What the heck is another 20 grand? I don't care. I'll put it towards it, and I'll take the risk. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. I'd love to take the opportunity to risk my own back rather than sit up here and quabble about stupid stuff that just won't get done and cost jobs in this county. Talk about tax money going down the drain. Good Lord, you guys are going to flush the whole county down the drain. Just driving me nuts listening to you. And I appreciate, Barbara, you're always fighting and it's just going nowhere. And I thank you very much, Ken Mann, for standing up and doing what should be done.
Anyone else like to speak?
Cliff Langley, Whatcom County. I just wanted to add to what Buddy just said, that one of the things that made America great is the freedom to be able to take a risk. And when you try and make everything safe and whatever, you take away our freedom and our ability to take a risk, and that's a big part of what made America great, is our freedom. And I just get so frustrated when I hear people. The other day I heard somebody on the news talking about protected groups. And I said this before, but when you protect the rights of a group, you trample the rights of an individual. And the individuals are what's important in America. It's not the groups, it's the individuals. The individuals may come together and make a group, but it's the individual's rights that need to be protected, not the group rights.
Anyone else like to speak? Okay, seeing no one, we'll close the open session. and move to the consent agenda.
Mr. Chair, the Whatcom County Finance and Administrative Services Committee met today and we considered items 1 through 24 on our consent agenda. All but 2 had an unanimous approval. 2 of them had items 10 and 21 received a vote of 2 to 1 with Mr. Mann opposed, and I move all 24 items forward for a vote.
Can we pull out items 10 and 21, please?
They passed.
I want to vote on them separately.
Oh.
He wants to vote on them separately. 10 and 21, you said?
I think that's what he, yeah, 10 and 21, yeah.
I'm certainly fine doing that.
Oh, yeah, okay. Okay, so we are voting on the consent agenda, items 1 through 9, and items 11 through 20, and items 22 through 24. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. Going back to number 10.
Mr. Chair, item number 10 was request authorisation for the county executive to enter into a contract for services agreement between Whatcom County and Compass Health to provide crisis stabilisation services to adult inmates and detained juveniles with behavioural health problems in the amount of $462,871. This received a vote of 2-1 with Mr. Mann opposed, and I so move approval.
Okay, we have a motion to approve. Discussion? Mr. Mann.
I just want to state for the record again why I'm voting against this. I've pledged not to vote for anything that is a contract with Compass Health. Their facility in downtown Bellingham is a disaster. I've talked to them for a year or 2. I've got assurances that they're going to make it better, that they're going to relocate, that they're going to change their programming. And after assurances and nothing has happened, I told them I'm going to start voting against your contracts. Nothing happened, and I told them I'm going to start making a stink every time I vote against your contracts. So hopefully this will help, but they are facilitating a blight on our downtown, and I am not going to stand for it anymore, so I'm voting no on this one.
Ms. Brenner?
I haven't had the same interaction with Compass Health that Councilmember Mann has, and I actually sympathize with what you're saying, and because of what you said, I'd want it, but I don't have that same experience. But I do think, I would like to say this is not acceptable, and we need better reporting and scheduling of how you're gonna move, when you're gonna move, all that stuff. I think we should respect what happened with Councilmember Mann's interactions with them, but I am going to support them.
Mr. Sadoo?
I was going to say the same thing, that does staff have something to say about this, that you guys are aware of that the downtown facility is not handled properly, or there are issues, and how can we resolve that? I mean, just voting against it doesn't do much, we need to take some corrective action.
We don't have much authority other than budget.
Yeah, I know. So Tyler Schroeder, Deputy Executive. Just to be clear, 10 and 21 in the contract is not the Rainbow Center contract, right? It's jail services contracts.
Oh, yeah, no, I knew that.
So, yeah, I know. So to be able to provide specific discussions on Rainbow Center, I don't even know if the county contracts with that entity for the Rainbow Center. I'll have to check with Ann Deacon and the health department and provide some information back. If you're looking for specific metrics or requirements of that specific contract with this entity for the Rainbow Center, that'd be a follow-up that we can do with council, but it wouldn't be on 10 and 21.
No, but we do contact.
I agree, but if we as a county are doing some services with them or giving them contract, we should have some say in that on the other part of our county, maybe not our contract, if it is not satisfactory for the benefit they are working for in the Rainbow Center, then we should have some kind of recourse, at least remind them
Yeah, so if the majority of council is interested in getting an update from Ann Deacon and the health department in regards to the contract that we have with Rainbow Center or with the
put it in my
entity with
committee.
Rainbow Center, if we have one, because I don't personally know, we're more than happy to come and give that discussion if the majority of council's interested in it.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah, I would say yes.
Public,
Yeah, you got a majority.
yeah.
Yes.
I would love to hear what the sheriff was gonna get up and say.
Number 10 was a proposal from the Health Department, and they contract with Compass, where they manage that contract for provision of mental health services. Number 21 is the Sheriff's Office managed contract for psychiatric services in the jail. And Compass Health was the only, who went out for requests for qualifications. They were the only ones to submit a proposal, and they actually had to be persuaded. They were thinking of getting it out, and they're currently, there's very difficult to get a psychiatrist, and it's difficult to get one willing to work in the jail. And that would mean on December 31st, we would be out of a psychiatric treatment and evaluation program in the jail, and we would lose our accreditation with for the medical services we provide there. So I'm not sure, will really have nothing to do with what they do downtown, but we're satisfied with the services they provide within our jail facility.
Ms. Brenner.
Thank you.
Well, I give Councilmember Mann a kind of more cred on this because of his work with the behavioral health, all that they're doing with the advisory boards and all, and I know he's been real actively involved. That's probably why he's got more information than I do.
Well, it's very important, what's coming out of these various committees, the Incarceration Prevention Task Force, that the provision of adequate mental health services,
Right.
including psychiatric services in the jail, are very important and a high priority. So I would just exhort you to please approve that contract and have the administration work with whatever other services they're providing that are unrelated to the jail to get satisfaction.
Just one last question, and you don't have to, nobody has to answer it now, but what if we go through this diversion task force, all this stuff, and then what if we don't get doctors, psychiatrists, anybody to accept? This is kind of weird. I mean, this is like a first that I knew that there was nobody else who would even apply for it, and they didn't want to do it.
We're having problems with that all over the region because our Medicare and Medicaid reimbursement rates, help me out, Tyler, if I said the wrong thing, are so low that agencies are going out of business because they cannot afford to stay in business with the low reimbursement rates, and they're only paid when their client actually shows up. So if you have a couple of no-shows, you don't get paid for that, hour or two that you have all your other overhead sitting away and costing you money. So there's a real problem systemically with mental health provision and behavioral health services, which is one of the reasons that we formed the behavioral health organization. It's a regional organization.
Can I just ask one last question? Have you guys found any places where it is working?
Where what is working?
Those kind of services are being adequately provided?
No, I mean, every throughout the state, behavioral health, that means mental health and substance use disorder services are very much in need of more funding. There's way more demand than there are funds and professional service providers.
Mr. Brown?
That's frightening.
You give up?
I yield my time.
Well, that's
Any
pretty
other
scary.
discussion on item 10? Okay, see none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nope.
Passes 6-1. Mr. Mann opposed. Now, item 21.
Mr. Chair, the next item is 21, request authorization for the county executive to enter into a contract for services agreement between Whatcom County and Compass Health for psychiatric services at the Whatcom County Jail in amount not to exceed $90,000. This received a vote of 2-1 with Mr. Mann opposed, and I so move for the full council.
Okay, we have that motion before us. Discussion? Ms. Brenner?
You know, just because we've had this discussion, I just got to say, I had a question mark by 21, not because of Compass Health, but because I thought, how do they really provide adequate services for that much? It just did seem like a low amount for all those people they got to see in the jail.
Other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Passes 6-1. Councilmember Mann opposed.
Mr. Chair, the next is item 1 of other items, ordinance amending ordinance 2012-050, establishing the Birch Bay Drive and Pedestrian Facility Project Fund and establishing a project-based budget for CRP number 907001. This received a unanimous approval, and I so move.
Okay, we have that motion before us. Any discussion?
That's an ordinance.
Please call the roll.
Red Brown.
Yes.
Barry Buchanan.
Yes.
Todd Donovan.
Yes.
Ken Mann.
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu.
Yes.
Carl Weimer.
Yes.
Barbara Brenner.
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Mr. Chair, the next item is an ordinance amending Whatcom County Code Title 2, Chapter 2.120, Section 2.120.040, membership term of office for the Surface Mining Advisory Committee. This received unanimous approval, and I so move.
Okay, discussion on this motion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Barry Buchanan.
Yes.
Todd Donovan.
Yes.
Ken Mann.
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu.
Yes.
Carl Weimer.
Yes.
Barbara Brenner.
Yes.
Red Brown.
Yes.
That passes 7-0.
Mr. Chair, the next item is an ordinance amending Whatcom County Code, Chapter 6.04, Animal Control. This received unanimous approval, and I so move.
Okay, discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Todd Donovan.
Yes.
Ken Mann.
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu.
Yes.
Carl Weimer.
Yes.
Barbara Brenner.
Yes.
Red Brown.
Yes.
Barry Buchanan.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the next item was an ordinance amending the 2016 Whatcom County budget, 18th request in the amount of $598,994. This received unanimous approval, and I so move.
Okay, discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Ken Mann.
Yeah.
Satpal Sidhu.
Yes.
Carl Weimer.
Yes.
Barbara Brenner.
Yes.
Red Brown.
Yes.
Barry Buchanan.
Yes.
Todd Donovan.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the next item was an ordinance authorising Whatcom County Sheriff's Office reserve deputies to enrol in the Volunteer Firefighters and Reserve Officers Relief and Pension Act, RCW 41.24. This received unanimous approval, and I so move.
Discussion? Please call the roll.
Satpal Sidhu.
Yes.
Carl Weimer.
Yes.
Barbara Brenner.
Yes.
Red Brown.
Yes.
Barry Buchanan.
Yes.
Todd Donovan.
Yes.
Ken Mann.
Yes.
Passes 7-0.
Mr. Chair, the next item is an ordinance amending Whatcom County Code 2.03, Boards and Commissions to allow for staggered terms when appointing members to boards, commissions and committees returning from hiatus. This received unanimous approval, and I so move.
Okay, discussion? Seeing none, please call the roll.
Carl Weimer.
Yes.
Barbara Brenner.
Yes.
Red Brown.
Yes.
Barry Buchanan.
Yes.
Todd Donovan.
Yes.
Ken Mann.
Yes.
Satpal Sidhu.
Yes.
Mr. Chair, the next item was a resolution adopting a salary schedule and policies for unrepresented Whatcom County employees effective January 1 through 2017 through December 31st, 2017. This received unanimous approval, and I so move.
Okay, we have that motion before us. Discussion? Mr. Mann.
So we got a email today from an unrepresented employee who had some constructive information about about some specifics from in the unrepresented resolution, I guess. She said it's under section 6.8 about unpaid leave, and I don't want to mention her name or anything like that, obviously, but she sent this to me actually like 2 hours ago, and she may have sent it to Todd as well. I think I may have forwarded it around. Anyway, I haven't had time to digest what she said here, and what it has to do though with maternity leave and a bunch of kids and so on, and unpaid leave. And I would like to be able to read it and know if I need to make a proposed change, but are we even able to make changes to this unrepresented agreement? Is that already out, is that beyond what we can do is, are we just rubber stamping this, or is there anything we could change if we wanted to?
I would ask if the council would like to entertain the change related to the unpaid leave would be to pass it as is, and we'd have a commitment that we could bring it up at the January 10th meeting and have the HR department here to be able to
Okay.
answer specific questions. I don't think that would, then if there's an appropriate change to make based on the information that you have, based on our analysis of it, we'd take a look at it and we could reintroduce the ordinance one more time with that end of it. If we don't get it passed today, obviously, we can't start the new pay scale for our employees, the first payroll in January. And without having absolutely any knowledge about what we're talking about, Councilmember Mann, I think it would just work in terms of procedure is to pass it right now and let's bring it up for discussion in January.
So we can, because it's not a bargaining unit,
Yeah,
we can actually bring it up whenever we want.
We can change it every 2 weeks if that's what we'd like.
Okay, well, that's very comforting, then, yeah.
We'd be
let's-
more than happy to, if you could forward us the email, we'll look into it, have a report, and come back to
Okay.
you right after the first.
That's great.
meeting.
I'll talk to her and see how comfortable she is with her name being in the mix.
All right.
Thanks.
Ms. Brenner?
Well, I don't know if you were there at the meeting, but I asked similar questions, and this is only for people who aren't hired yet, the changes. If they're already working for the county, it stays the same. And I'm not sure what it's about either, but if she's worried about some kind of change, the change wouldn't affect her.
Okay.
If she's already an employee.
And that may resolve it. I, like I said, I don't really know.
So we
what
don't
she-
want to hold this up.
No, we're not holding it up. I'm going along with voting for it. That's fine.
Okay.
Okay, any other discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 7-0.
Mr. Chair, next item is a resolution to make application to the Recreation and Conservation Office Firearms and Archery Range Recreation Program for funding assistance to replace the indoor range roof and HVAC system at the Plantation Rifle Range. This received unanimous approval, and I so move.
Okay, we have that motion in front of us. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously.
Mr. Chair, the next item is a request authorisation for the county executive to enter into a contract amendment between Whatcom County Flood Control Zone District and Brown and Caldwell for the Deming Levee Upstream Improvement Project in the amount of $119,650 for a total amended contract amount of $630,840. In this case, the council is acting as the Whatcom County Flood Control Zone District Board of Supervisors. This received unanimous approval, and I so move.
Okay. Do we have any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes 7-0.
Just clarification, did that need to be a roll call vote or not?
No, that was a contract. If it was a resolution. then we
Okay.
would-
No, just because it was flood control zone.
Right,
Yeah,
that's
okay,
it.
fine. Okay. Next, last item is, last item? Yeah. Last item is to request authorization for the county executive to enter into an interlocal grant agreement between Whatcom County and North Sound Behavioural Health Organisation and Island, San Juan, Snohomish, and Skagit counties to receive funding support for costs associated with the county's capital project for the triage facility expansion in the amount of $2.5 million. This received unanimous approval, and I so move.
Okay, we have that motion in front of us. Any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0.
Mr. Chair, there's nothing else for finance.
But the budget again, it's like Groundhog's Day.
We're done with that.
Okay, we are at, we already did that. We are at approval of special standing council meeting for 2017. Entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Ms. Brenner?
Well, I don't support it for the same reason I've never supported it. Okay, I'm going to make it quick. These aren't the same meetings?
No, this is the health board and
Oh,
surface water
okay,
work
leave it
session.
alone. Forget what I said.
You got anything?
Not on this, but I got some.
Oh, you got something coming up, okay. Okay, so,
It's always every other week except when it's not.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Can I just make a quick comment?
Yes.
Just on that unrep issue for the unrepresented employees resolution, things, that issue earlier that it could only be changed for new employees, that only was in reference to the health care issues, because those you can't change once you're hired unless it's, during the time frame that you can change your health insurance. But all the other stuff could change fluidly for employees ongoing.
So you're saying that these are changes, but they affect everybody who's.
Yes.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, we're moving on to council appointments to boards, commissions, and committees. First item is appointment to fill vacancy on the Wildlife Advisory Committee, member with technical expertise, and the applicant is Stephen Nyman. Just a reminder that the committee advises the county on the value of wildlife and habitat management issues as they relate to the Whatcom County Comprehensive Plan. So do we have a motion to appoint?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
I'm not gonna second because I don't believe in them.
You don't believe in it?
I hate those seconds. Every once in a while I do it.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. Next is an appointment to two vacancies on the Flood Control Zone District Advisory Committee. Applicant Dale Buys. Council is acting as the Whatcom County Flood Control Zone District Board of Supervisors. So it looks like we have two vacancies, but only one applicant. So I'd entertain a motion to appoint.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0. Third is appointment per RCW 85.38.070, paren 5, to fill vacancy on Consolidated Drainage Improvement District Number 31 Board of Commissioners. Position 1 applicants, Dale DeVries. Duties include a field review of drainage needs, attending an annual meeting to determine the next year's work schedule and assessment levy, elect internal officers, and review GUS or act in any other official on district business. So I would entertain a motion to appoint.
I'll move that.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Do we, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 7-0. On to other committee reports. Natural Resources was busy this morning.
Yes, we had three things in natural resources this morning. The first was a great presentation by Puget Sound Energy. They kind of gave us an overview of their thermoelectric generating facilities out at Cherry Point and where they get their natural gas to run those from, and their plans for the future as they kind of curtail some coal operations in Montana. That was a great presentation. Second was the celebration of 810 acres being opened for shellfish harvesting in Drayton Harbor. And then we finally finished out by an update on Swift Creek, where we have a problem with the Oak Coals Bridge, and they're probably going to be removing that bridge in the near future.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Weimer. Yes, Ms. Brenner.
I have such a big objection to this whole, what we're doing and the money that we're wasting. I agree with the one guy who said Swift Creek flooding is an issue. I think we should work to improve it. But that whole thing of catching all that sediment when it's not dangerous, and it's never been dangerous, and there's never been, they didn't have, any cases of people getting mesothelioma or whatever it's called from, in that whole area, and people live there for long periods of time. So here we're doing this just because the EPA decided to make it an issue, and they're not giving us money much to do it.
Okay, now we're at other items of business. Mr. Mann.
I would like to see and the official appraisal report done by the appraisal companies that we paid for the Galbraith Mountain acquisition, et cetera. We talked about it, but You forgot, I'm sure, but it just, I'm reminded.
Next time. I want to see
I mean, I assume that's a confidential document since we're,
that. We could do it in executive session.
Yeah, so I'll follow up with Mike McFarland, Parks Director, and then work with legal to see if we need to take that discussion into executive session because of the contents of it and the potential purchase or whatnot.
right, and I don't need to have a discussion or executive session, I just like to read it.
Yep. So I'll follow up. It's
Okay.
one of those ones that's on the list that I didn't follow up on.
Okay, you don't have anything else to do, I'm sure.
Mr. Weimer?
I actually did have one I just wanted to mention, because we've heard a lot about the Incarceration Prevention Task Force. We formed another committee to meet with the city of Bellingham and others to talk about the jail again. And I haven't heard word one about that group since we formed them. Or have they been meeting? Does anybody know?
Yeah, I can report that we've had, 2 meetings or 3?
Meet again tomorrow in London.
We're meeting, no,
Thursday.
next week.
He said 3.
Yeah, 3, we've had 3 meetings.
Any movement?
We've discussed, we ended up with 3 proposals that were being considered. One was called the All-In from the city of Bellingham. One was a modified version, yet to be modified, of the original proposal, and the other one was the original proposal. So those are the 3 places that the committee's at now. We're meeting again next Thursday, up in Linden.
Great, thanks.
Yep.
I'd just like to acknowledge that there is a gentleman in the community called Joe Yaver. Joe brought a very small organization at the time called SPIE, which is the Society of Optical Engineers. Anyway, it became the preeminent society for optical engineers, and Bellingham is blessed to be pretty much the center of the universe for the optical engineering community in the US. Anyway, Joe's brought that here 25, 30 years ago, was very involved in the community, and he passed away unexpectedly, and I just wanted to acknowledge his passing.
Okay, I don't have any other items of business. What about council member updates?
Nothing. Happy holidays.
Yep.
Holidays.
Happy holidays,
You heading
yes.
back east?
I'll be in New York City.
I got one.
Any other?
Well, Western Washington's women's soccer team won the NCAA title.
Wow.
First time for them, 10th NCAA title for Western. It's a big deal.
Yeah.
They're shown at Copper Hog.
Wow, that's great.
Mr. Sadoo, you have anything?
No.
Okay, with no other business before the council, we are adjourned.